Chapter 412. Stone Country, Imperial Capital. This was a huge city that was incomparably majestic. It was built from piece after piece of black ore, and the majestic city walls were like continuous mountain ridges. The tall city tower was like a heavenly palace, standing there with a majestic aura. There were many people in the city, so there were naturally many guards. Countless runes were engraved on the city walls, and they moved like stars, shining brightly and emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. Behind the city tower, teams of soldiers patrolled in strict discipline. Their armor was shiny, and their weapons were sharp. They flickered with a cold metallic luster, and waves of killing intent filled the air. As the capital of Stone Country, those who could guard this place were naturally elites, led by powerful generals. This place was impregnable, especially after the runes on the city walls were activated. The entire city would be enveloped by runes, making it difficult to break through. Swish! A strong wind blew past, and a huge bird covered in purple scales flew over from afar, hovering above the ancient city walls. Look! That's a dragon-scaled sparrow. Heavens, why would such a mountain overlord appear in the sky above the imperial capital? Immediately report to the Lord General. Look carefully, there's someone on its back. The arrival of the dragon-scaled sparrow quickly caused a commotion among the soldiers on the city walls. They were all shocked and prepared for battle. As for the carriages and merchants in the city, they were all shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. In reality, the dragon-scaled sparrow was too big, and its ferocity was terrifying. Little guy, you're free now. You can go back. The one-armed old man jumped down from the huge bird. He had just waved his hand to chase the huge bird away when a group of soldiers surrounded him warily. Who are you? What's your purpose? The group of soldiers surrounding the one-armed old man pulled out their swords one after another, looking nervous. Although they were all wearing mighty armor, they were usually very fierce. However, at this moment, when facing the one-armed old man, their voices trembled for some reason, as if they were facing a primordial beast. I'm going home. The one-armed old man smiled amiably, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Feeling the aura from the one-armed old man, the group of soldiers staggered back, and the fear in their eyes deepened. Although the old man was smiling, his aura made them tremble. Who exactly is this one-armed old man? To think that the aura that is naturally flowing out would make my physical body feel like it's about to break apart. It's extremely uncomfortable. His background is definitely not simple. The group of soldiers maintained a distance of a few meters from the one-armed old man as they discussed. I've only been away for a few years, and you don't even recognize me anymore. The one-armed old man swept his gaze past the group of soldiers, and then he sighed and let out a long howl. How, Grandpa has returned. I even brought you precious blood. Don't forget to call me Grandpa. The one-armed old man looked towards the center of the city and was clearly very happy. He took large strides and flew over the city walls. His excited appearance was as if he was going to see a long-lost relative. Oh my God! It's him. It's over. I can't believe he's still alive. What should we do now? Didn't you say that he went to the forbidden area and perished together with a true who? With the return of the great demonic god, the capital is going to fall into chaos. On the city walls, after several generals recognized the one-armed old man, they sat down on the ground with a putong sound, their faces pale. After the one-armed old man entered the city, he used the earth-shrinking technique to cover 100 jong with a single step, and disappeared from the main road in an instant. Don't you guys feel that the old man who just passed by looks a bit familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Grandpa 15, his Grandpa 15, the Martial Imperial Manor's old 15, the one who was known as the great demonic god back then. So he's still alive. This time, the Martial Imperial Manor is going to hold a 3-day banquet. On the main road, after some people recognized the one-armed old man, their expressions suddenly changed. Then, the news spread one after another, and the main road was soon in an uproar. If the legends of Stone Country's capital were to be discussed, then the Martial Imperial Manor's valiant Grandpa 15 would inevitably be mentioned. He was all-powerful and left behind many legends. Compared to those old ancestors who were over 100 years old, Grandpa 15 was still considered young, only 50 or 60 years old. Moreover, 7 years ago, he was even known as the great demonic god. This won't do. While Grandpa 15 hasn't returned yet, I have to report this as soon as possible. On the city wall, the general who first recognized the one-armed old man seemed to still be in a state of shock. He hurriedly wrote a few lines on a piece of paper and placed it on a foot-tall small altar. Divine patterns flickered, and the letter disappeared. He came from the martial imperial manor, so he was extremely clear about what happened 3 years ago. Now, Grandpa 15 had escaped from death and returned to the capital. With the other party's temperament, he would definitely turn the capital upside down because of what happened 3 years ago. After all, the other party was the unrivaled Grandpa 15 with an unyielding character. How could he allow his grandson's supreme being bone to be dug out, and his son and daughter-in-law's whereabouts to be unknown? At the same time, a general from the Rain clan also had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He used the altar to quickly send a message back to the clan. Not long after the one-armed old man disappeared from the main road, another gap appeared above the city wall. A green-robed man slowly descended while holding the hand of a 3-year-old child. "Master, is this the capital of Stone Country where I was born? It feels so unfamiliar. Your disciple doesn't have any memories of this place." The little guy looked at Chu Bei with a childish expression, as if he wanted to remember something. Chu Bei pinched Shahao's cheeks and said, "Isn't it good to not have any memories of the past? Let your master help you reconstruct your memories of Stone Country capital." Thank you, master." Shahao nodded his head heavily. When Chu Bei brought Shahao down to the main road, Chu Bei became interested as he listened to the heated discussions of the people around them. "Master, who is this Grandpa 15 they're talking about? He sounds quite powerful." Shahao looked at Chu Bei with curiosity. "He's your grandfather. Didn't you see him in the previous scene?" Chu Bei's lips carried a smile. "So it was my grandfather." Shahao thought of the old man who drank the ancient vicious beast's precious blood for him. Hong long long. At this time, a loud noise suddenly sounded from the west side of the city. The loud noise was accompanied by a roar that overflowed with killing intent. The roar made one's heart palpitate, as if an ancient vicious beast had awoken from its slumber. What's going on with that sound? Did an explosion happen in the west? Listen carefully. The sound came from the martial imperial manor. That roar just now, could it be Grandpa 15? What exactly happened? Could it be that Grandpa 15 found someone to spar with as soon as he came back? It's not hard to hear the killing intent in the roar. Something incredible definitely happened. Let's go and take a look. On the main road, a group of people heard the commotion. They all looked towards the west side of the city and immediately ran towards the martial imperial manor with expressions of watching a good show. "Master, let's go too." The little guy looked at Chu Bei and then pulled Chu Bei's arm. West side of the city, core region. There was a manor that occupied a large area. There was an exquisite copper ring on the vermilion gate, and there were divine beasts carved out of jade on both sides. The ground was paved with white marble, and it was obvious that this was a noble manor. There was a plaque above the gate, and the 3 words Martial Imperial Manor were particularly eye-catching. Nobility, with the word martial, was enough to show that the owner of this manor was brave and powerful, and his status was extraordinary. At this moment, the Martial Imperial Manor was surrounded by people. Boom! Inside the Martial Imperial Manor, another loud noise sounded, and it shook the ears of the people who were watching the show. What is going on inside the manor? Shouldn't Grandpa 15's return be a happy occasion? Why does the commotion inside sound like a chaotic battle? Looking at the tightly shut gate of the Martial Imperial Manor, the people in the city were confused. At the same time, in the depths of the Martial Imperial Manor, following the loud noise, several figures flew out from a large hall. Among these figures, the youngest was 50 or 60 years old, and the oldest already had a head full of white hair. "Ha ha ha, old 15, you really came back. No wonder those old fellows suddenly ambushed us and imprisoned us here. Brother 15, you still have an arm. Who hurt you? You must have suffered a lot in these 3 years." When the figures who flew out from the hall saw the single-armed elder, they were first excited, but then they seemed to have thought of something. Their faces darkened, and they continuously sighed. I want to know where Xiling and Yi Ning went. Also, where is my Hao? Is he still alive? Grandpa 15's voice was low, and his brows were tightly knitted. Those guys from before, they were just giving me perfunctory answers. Hearing the single-armed elder's question, the group of elders looked at each other, and they all fell into silence. After a long time, finally, one of them shook his head and said, Old 15, 3 years ago, none of us were in the manor. When we received the news and came back, it was already too late. It's all my fault. I didn't protect Hao well. Another golden-haired elder blamed himself. Tell me, what exactly happened? Hearing this, the single-armed elder seemed to have sensed something, and his face became incomparably gloomy. Old 15, Hao is a natural-born supreme being. Hao is very cute and intelligent. His eyes are very big and bright, and he learned how to speak not long after he was born. He is also very sensible. When the single-armed elder heard his old companions praise Shahao, he first revealed a complacent smile. However, when he heard that his own grandson was tied to an ice-cold iron bed, his supreme being bone dug out, and his entire body was covered in blood, the veins on his face bulged, and killing intent emerged from his eyes. Gradually, the single-armed elder's eyes became bloodshot, as if he was possessed. He released a great roar, and the terrifying sound waves directly shattered the main palace, sending debris flying everywhere. How Grandpa has let you down. If Grandpa didn't leave, how could they treat you like this? Everything is Grandpa's fault, all of Grandpa's fault. The single-armed elder's eyes suddenly became teary. He had always been powerful and domineering. When he killed enemies on the battlefield, he would always take action like lightning, and that was how he obtained the title of demonic god. However, it was precisely this great demonic god that made his enemies tremble in fear that couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. He was like an old man past his prime. His fists were tightly clenched, and his heart was in great pain. Brother 15, don't blame yourself. Back then, didn't you leave to find the true whose precious blood for Hao? That's right, you almost lost your life for Hao. If Hao was still alive, he would definitely not blame you. The elders who were on good terms with the single-armed elder all spoke out one after another to comfort him. Shi Yuan's bloodline dared to treat my grandson like this. Are they not putting me in their eyes? My poor child, my poor Hao. Grandpa will avenge you right now, and I will make everyone in their bloodline accompany you in death. The single-armed elder looked up to the sky and roared. With every step he took, the ground would fiercely tremble. Old 15, what are you doing? What happened back then is already in the past. That's right, this matter can no longer be reversed. Yi's polychoria and the supreme being bone. Now, he has displayed talent that far surpasses ordinary people. He can be called number one among his peers. Xiling, his wife, and Hao are nowhere to be found. Back then, it wasn't us who forced them to leave. Shizhongtian, don't forget that this is the martial imperial manor. Could it be that you want to go against the martial imperial manor? Looking at the approaching Shizhongtian, a group of elders not far away revealed fear in their eyes. Then, one by one, they rushed into the sky with vigilance in their eyes. They knew how terrifying this great demonic god was. Especially when he was already in a berserk state, it made them feel even more terrified. Old 3 years ago, who were the ones who protected that child with polychoria? Shizhongtian looked at the golden-haired elder. After the golden-haired elder said a series of names, Shizhongtian's figure moved. In an instant, he arrived in the sky and first appeared in front of an elder with a knife scar. Boom! Shizhongtian punched out, directly shattering the elder's blocking fist. Then, he fiercely smashed into the scarred elder's face. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the scarred elder's head exploded. His corpse smashed into the wall not far away, causing rubble to roll down. He couldn't be more dead. They're fighting again, and they're killing. Grandpa 15 killed as soon as he came back. Looking at his appearance, could it be that he has gone mad? Even though Grandpa 15 is known as the great demonic god, he only kills those who deserve to be killed. These people from the martial imperial manor must have done something they shouldn't have done. He seems to be taking revenge. I heard him call out How. I seem to remember him. Right, it's Shaziling's son. However, there was suddenly no news of him 3 years ago. Could it be that these guys did something to harm Shahao? Grandpa 15 came back to collect his debt. As time went on, the streets around the Martial Imperial Manor were already packed with people. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. All of them were staring at the sky above the Martial Imperial Manor. High up in the sky, dozens of figures gathered together. Their faces were filled with fear. In front of them, a one-armed elder's veins were bulging. With a loud roar, he slaughtered his way into the crowd. Master, I saw Grandpa. He must have thought that I died. He looks so sad. Let's go and tell him right now. Outside the manor, Shahao pointed at Shizhongtian in the sky. He looked at Chu Bei with a face full of worry. Let your grandpa kill to his heart's content first. Chu Bei picked up the little guy. Then, like the bystanders around him, he watched the battle above the manor with great interest. Shizhongtian, have you forgotten the rules of the clan? Internal strife is forbidden. If anyone violates the rules, they will all be killed without mercy. An elder from Shiyi's bloodline suddenly roared. That's right. You can't kill your own clan members like this. Everything has to wait until the martial king comes out of seclusion, another elder shouted. You guys still have the face to talk about the clan's rules? What you did to Howard 3 years ago, did you guys think about the clan's rules? Hearing the 2 elders' words, Shizhongtian became even more furious. Symbols covered the sky, and his attacks became even more terrifying. As his figure flashed, Shizhongtian slapped down again and again. The elder who spoke about the clan's rules was the first to scream. His body exploded, and blood blossomed in the air. In the midst of the slaughter, Shizhongtian was like a demonic god overlooking everyone. Even though he only had one arm left, he was still incomparably majestic and intimidating. In the midst of the rumbling sounds, the spectators of the Martial Imperial Manor were all terrified. They did not dare to speak. Chapter 413. 15. You have killed enough people. You should stop here. In the battlefield high up in the sky, when Shizhongtian killed another elder, a dignified voice drifted through the air. The voice was ethereal and difficult to capture, but it was intimidating and made one's soul tremble. Martial King, you finally came out. If you didn't come, we would all be killed by this demon. Please take action and suppress this demon. Hearing the voice, the group of elders who were running in all directions immediately revealed looks of joy. It was as if they had found a life-saving straw in the face of death. At the same time, Shizhongtian stopped his killing. He floated in the air and coldly looked towards the east. There, a figure rushed over from the horizon and arrived in the blink of an eye. This figure was bathed in multicolored light and was like a deity. It released an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. His entire body was surrounded by a dazzling divine halo. For a moment, it was impossible to see his real body. There was only a terrifying aura swirling around him. Is he the Martial King? This is the first time I've seen the Martial King. He is indeed incomparably powerful. Just the aura he released made it hard for me to breathe. The Martial King must have come out of seclusion to stop Grandpa 15. Outside the Martial Imperial Manor, a group of onlookers looked at the figure wrapped in multicolored light in shock. Master, that person's aura is so terrifying. Grandpa will be fine, right? Shahao raised his head and looked at Chu Bei. His tender face was full of worry. Don't worry, your grandpa is also very strong. Moreover, with your master here, how could anything happen to your grandpa? Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. He couldn't help but pinch Shahao's little face again. Martial King, 15 is just seeking justice. The group of elders who supported Shizhongtian looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and their expressions became serious. The Martial King's power was something everyone in Stone Country knew. His bravery was unstoppable. When he was young, he fought for supremacy and stirred up endless storms. Even though he was defeated and did not become the emperor, his bravery was known by everyone. Martial King, are you going to stop me? Shizhongtian stared coldly at the figure in the light. A chill rose in his eyes. 15. I'm very happy that you're still alive. King Wu's tone was calm, but it faintly gave off a majestic majesty. Martial King, do you know what I've been through these past few years? He was always looking forward to reuniting with his children and grandchildren. But after coming back, this is the result. Right now, I just want to kill that bloodline. Shi Zhongtian clenched his fists, not hiding his monstrous killing intent at all. I didn't know what happened back then. Later on, I found out that everything was already set in stone. This is indeed unfair to your bloodline, but everything has already happened, and there is no turning back. King Wu shook his head and said, for the sake of my clan's prosperity, what would you do if you were me? Do we really have to kill the dual-pupiled man who already possesses the bone of supremacy? Shi Zhongtian's voice was firm and powerful. If my descendants are so vicious and do such unforgivable things, I will kill them. King Wu fell silent when he heard Shi Zhongtian's words. After a while, he said, as the head of the clan, I advise you to forgive Yi Er's branch. Is that all right? No. Shi Zhongtian was resolute and decisive. 15. If you kill Shi Yuan's bloodline, the martial imperial manor will continue to decline. King Wu's voice became gloomy and carried dissatisfaction. Shi Zhongtian pointed at Shi Yuan's bloodline. No matter what you say, these people will die. You are forcing me to make a move. King Wu's voice was cold. His aura became more and more terrifying as the wind around him wreaked havoc. You are the martial king for covering up like this. You don't deserve to sit in this position. Shi Zhongtian's voice was like thunder. Even in front of King Wu, he showed no fear. 15. Do you know who you are talking to? According to the clan's rules, I must destroy your cultivation and send you to the Brokenwood Cliff to repent. Finally, King Wu was enraged. His entire body erupted with divine light and revealed his true appearance. He didn't even look 40 years old. The older you get, the more muddle-headed you become. If you don't want to sit in this position, then get down. Cold in the forest's indifferent voice faded. Shi Zhongtian's aura began to surge as well. Heavens, Grandpa 15 is about to start a war with King Wu. What a Grandpa 15. No wonder he is called the Great Demonic God. He dares to destroy King Wu. Forget it. When King Wu made a name for himself, this great demonic god wasn't even born yet. Regardless, the martial imperial manor is going to be the topic of discussion in the capital. On the street, the crowd of onlookers looked at the two people who were facing each other from afar. They were all excited. Since I have come out of isolation, I will use you as a warning to my clan, King Wu shouted coldly. Then, he slammed his palm towards Shi Zhongtian. The sound of the great Tao resounded and the symbols were like an ocean. In that instant, heaven and earth shook violently. The entire martial imperial manor seemed like it was going to collapse under King Wu's palm. Fight! Shi Zhongtian's single syllable resounded through the sky. He swung his arm forward and shot out a wave of symbols. In mid-air, the two runes with resplendent brilliance collided with each other and immediately exploded. Rumble. Amidst a deafening explosion, the two rune powers merged and disappeared almost at the same time. I didn't expect you to reach this step as well. As soon as they exchanged blows, King Wu saw through Shi Zhongtian's cultivation level. As soon as he spoke those words, King Wu's silhouette moved. He flapped his sleeve and a grey ancient flood dragon flew out. It was majestic and as thick as a mountain. Its chi was terrifying. This flood dragon was too huge and it filled up the entire sky. Its entire body was grey and its scales were ancient. It seemed to have flown here from the ancient times. As it blinked, it seemed to have a life of its own. So what if you are King Wu? Shi Zhongtian's killer's intent reached the sky. He shouted coldly and a golden rock rushed out from behind him. The golden symbols were blinding. Its entire body of golden feathers seemed to be burning as it lit up the sky. It reached out a pair of giant claws and faced the grey flood dragon. Drip, drip, drip. However, just as King Wu and Shi Zhongtian's terrifying attacks collided, rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops became heavier and heavier. This rain did not seem to be natural rain because it was not raining in the entire stone country. It was only raining in the martial imperial manor. It seemed like someone was purposely controlling it. Look, someone else is here. That's the Rain King. The Rain Clan's king that hasn't appeared in so many years actually came to the martial Imperial Manor to join in on the fun. The Rain Clan resides in the Marsh of Water and is well known for the power of rain. For him to come to the martial Imperial Manor at this time, what is he trying to do? From what I know, Shiyi's mother seems to be someone from the Rain Clan. Within the melon-eating crowd, a portion of them recognized the newcomers and began to discuss again. Rain drifted down from the sky, hazy and hazy. The leader of the newcomers was surrounded by sparkling raindrops and emitted a different type of aura. Rain King, powerful and astonishing. He grasped the power of rain and bathed in the holy rain. He seemed to be in harmony with the heaven and earth. Master, that mother and daughter pair also came. One dug out my supreme being bone, and the other is the dual-pupiled individual who grafted my supreme being bone. The little guy pointed at the two figures behind the Rain King with anger on his little face. If your grandfather can kill them, then let your grandfather take revenge for you. If your grandfather can't, then your master will take revenge for you. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest. The two figures behind the Rain King were the evil woman who took the little guy's supreme being bone and the dual-pupiled individual Shiyi. Perhaps it was because she was heavily injured by Shiziling that year, but the evil woman's aura was weak and her face was sickly pale. I haven't even gone to find you two yet, but you two have already appeared in front of me. Good, very good. Seeing the newcomers, Shi Zhongqian's gaze stopped on the evil woman and Shiyi. After identifying them, he began to laugh crazily. Amidst his laughter, Shi Zhongqian gathered all the strength in his right arm and forced the martial king back with one punch. With a strong killing intent, he walked towards Shiyi and his mother. Uncle 15, I didn't think you would still be alive. The beautiful woman in black behind the Rain King held Shiyi's hand and coldly stared at Shi Zhongqian. If I don't kill you two today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Shi Zhongqian's hair fluttered as his killing intent became even colder. 15. Don't force me to kill you right here. Sensing Shi Zhongqian's intention, the martial king glared at Shiyi and his killing intent surged. Today, no one can stop me. Shi Zhongqian glanced at the martial king and coldly shouted. It seems like I really can't let you live. The martial king clenched his fists. His voice was like a flood, heavy and vast, echoing throughout the entire capital city. In the next second, a green and rusty bronze cauldron appeared above the martial king's head. On the surface of the cauldron, there were carvings of golden crows. This cauldron revealed its true form. Inside, flames burned. On the outside, ancient and mysterious symbols seemed to have their own lives. Die. As the martial king's cold voice fell, the bronze cauldron began to shine. A golden crow spread its wings and rushed out. Its entire body was like gold and incomparably sharp. As soon as the first one flew out, the second one followed closely behind. As its golden wings flapped, a terrifying aura filled the air. The third one flew out. Its golden eyes locked onto Shi Zhongqian. Its killing intent was monstrous. Just like that, 6 golden crows flew out of the cauldron and circled around it. In the air, the cauldron was surrounded by these 6 golden crows. Like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, it headed towards Shi Zhongqian. You used the heavenly bow to make yourself a monster. But today, you only have one hand. How are you going to draw the bow? The martial king's gaze was cold. Then I will show you. Against the cauldron surrounded by 6 golden crows, Shi Zhongqian squinted his eyes. There was no trace of fear on his face. His emotionless gaze locked onto the martial king. Then, Shi Zhongqian's body shook and an arrow shot out from his back. It was caught by the sleeve of his broken arm and placed on the bowstring. Outside the martial palace, the spectators were startled and widened their eyes. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you. Shi Zhongqian held onto the bow with one hand and used his other arm as a replacement. He pulled the bowstring and it shone brightly. At this moment, his entire body was emitting light and he looked like a god of war. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated in the air and created terrifying patterns. The arrow was emitting heavenly light and carried with it the power to destroy the world. It shot towards the bronze cauldron. Dong. The sound of metal colliding was crisp and melodious as it echoed through the air. Under the echoes of the sound, the group of stone men who were closest to the cauldron hugged their heads with both hands. They screamed in agony as if their souls were being sliced apart. Chapter 4:14. Explode. On the battlefield, the stalemate between the divine arrow and the bronze cauldron was broken by Shizhongqian's roar. Immediately after, the divine arrow blossomed with divine light for the second time. An incomparably majestic power shot through the bronze cauldron towards the martial king. Peng. The martial king's pupils shrank. Caught off guard, he was struck by this power. His body flew out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The martial king actually spat out blood. Grandpa 15 is already this powerful? From the looks of it, Grandpa 15 is the most powerful person in the martial imperial manor, as expected of the great demonic god, so tyrannical. On the street, the spectators looked at the martial king who was spitting out blood. They were all shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Master, Grandpa is so strong. Shihao's face was full of worship. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and nodded his head non-committally. Compared to the post-ancient era enshrouding the heavens, the basic cultivation system in Perfect World was the blood movement realm, cave heaven realm, spirit transformation realm, and inscription realm. These four realms roughly corresponded to the Sea of Reincarnation, Dao Palace, Four Extremities, and Dragon Transformation realm enshrouding the heavens. As for Shi Zhongtian, the Martial King, and the Rain King, they had all stepped into the Formation Arrangement realm, which was roughly equivalent to the Immortal Foundation realm in the heaven-shrouding world. Old 15 actually defeated the Martial King. What exactly did he experience in these 3 years? Inside the manor, the group of elders who were on good terms with Shi Zhongtian looked at each other in dismay. Martial King, you have raised a good descendant. He actually stepped into this realm at such a young age. Not only did you fail to clean up your family, you were even injured by the other party. The Rain King on the side swept his gaze over Shi Zhongtian. The moment the other party shot out that arrow, his expression became serious. To be honest, his strength was roughly the same as the Martial King's. In other words, if it was him, he wouldn't be able to take down Shi Zhongtian who came back alive from the forbidden area. Fight. Shi Zhongtian glanced at the Rain King and knocked another arrow. The runes on the bow swirled and a black and white arrow was placed on the bowstring. The bow was drawn and the arrow shot out. Wherever the arrow passed, the rain would explode, and the rain would be evaporated by the runes on the arrow. This time, the tip of the arrow was aimed directly at the Rain King. It didn't seem like an arrow, but more like a great mountain. The sound was grand, rumbling, and shaking all directions. Looking at the incoming arrow, the Rain King instantly frowned. He could feel an aura locked onto him from the arrow. It would not stop until it hit its target. In his shock, the Rain King hurriedly waved his hands in an orderly manner, and strange symbols appeared in his palms. A dazzling golden shield formed in front of him. Clang! A loud metallic sound rang out, as if a celestial being had struck the heavens. It shook everyone's ears and made them feel dizzy. However, the golden shield on the battlefield only lasted for a moment before it crashed into the Rain King's chest with a boom. A similar scene played out, but the target had changed to the Rain King. The Rain King was sent flying. The blood in his chest roiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You two old fellows can come at me together. High up in the sky, Shi Zhongtian held a longbow in his hand. His entire body was wrapped in a hazy light. His cold gaze swept across King Wu and King Yu. His words were filled with disdain. Heavens! Even the Rain King is not Grandpa 15's opponent. Grandpa 15 wants to fight both King Wu and King Yu at the same time. On the street, the spectators were greatly shaken. They stared at the one-armed figure in the sky with disbelief. Their eyes were filled with respect. Damn it! Hearing the clamor and discussion around them, both King Wu and King Yu's faces were incomparably ugly. In terms of age, both of them were several generations older than Shi Zhongtian. However, today, they were defeated one after another. Moreover, judging from the current situation, they really had to join hands to take down this young man. Great-grandpas, Attack his right armpit. At this time, the 7 or 8-year-old child standing next to the black-clothed woman spoke. His eyes were incomparably deep, and strands of divine light shot out. A mysterious power circulated around him. Although Shi was not old, the bearing, calmness, and composure he displayed right now was not something some adults could compare to. In the 3rd year of possessing the supreme being bone, he had become more and more extraordinary. When his eyes opened and closed, divine light circulated. Every movement he made already possessed a terrifying majesty. He was only 7 or 8 years old, but he had the aura of someone who looked down on his peers. It was as if he was destined to stand above all living things and look down on all living things. Yeah, what did you see? King Wu and King Yu looked at Shi at the same time. There is a ball of light inside his body. That ball of light is the source of his power, but it seems to have already shattered. I saw him draw the bow twice, and he was very careful when moving the energy within, as if he was afraid that it would break. Shi had the dual pupils, so he could see through many sources and find flaws. Hearing Shi's words, King Wu and King Yu looked at each other and nodded. They made the same decision. In the next moment, King Wu held the bronze cauldron and King Yu held the golden shield. They attacked Shi Zhongtian from different directions. From the two's fierce attacks, their thoughts were simple. Even if they had to exchange injuries, they had to attack Shi Zhongtian's armpit. Is this the power of the dual pupils? Shi Zhongtian glanced at Shi and snorted coldly. The broken ball of light that Shi was referring to was indeed his weakness. It was a hidden injury left behind from the battle with Zhan Hu. Rumble. King Wu and King Yu moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside Shi Zhongtian. Then, their attacks poured down like rain, all aimed at Shi Zhongtian's armpit. Under this continuous attack, Shi Zhongtian had to defend himself. Other than having to take care of his hidden injury, he also had to defend against King Wu and King Yu's attacks. Great-grandpas, the ball of light inside his body is moving. Attack his chest. Shi shouted again. His eyes were even brighter than before. Like 2 burning lamps, the energy that flowed out of his body made many people's hearts palpitate and feel fear. Hearing this, King Wu immediately changed the direction of his attack. His right hand danced in the air and shot out a red bird. It was fast and vicious as it flew towards Shi Zhongtian's chest. Almost at the same time, King Yu also threw out a punch towards Shi Zhongtian's chest. Sensing the terrifying power of the 2 attacks, Shi Zhongtian frowned. The moment he raised his hand to block the attack, he immediately pulled away from King Wu and King Yu. His expression became serious. Junior, where's your prestige from before? King Yu was wrapped in a hazy light. When he looked at Shi Zhongtian again, his eyes were filled with ridicule. Where's that pride? As King Yu's mocking voice fell, rain fell from the sky above the mansion again. The air was shrouded in a thin layer of smoke that contained runes. If it weren't for my hidden injury, killing you would be like slaughtering cattle and sheep. Shi Zhongtian snorted. Then, his gaze fell on Shi's body as he drew his bow from afar. 15, with me here, you can't hurt ye. With a clang, King Wu blocked Shi Zhongtian's arrow with his cauldron. However, his figure was sent flying again, and his face became even paler. At this moment, King Yu seized the opportunity to get close to Shi Zhongtian. His right fist, covered in runes, fiercely smashed towards Shi Zhongtian's chest. Because he had just shot an arrow, Shi Zhongtian's aura was temporarily weakened. Although he successfully blocked King Yu's attack, his body was still sent flying, and he spat out blood for the first time. Great-grandfather, attack his abdomen. Shi's pupils flickered with a demonic light as he spoke again. Hearing this, King Yu took advantage of the opportunity to chase after him. King Wu, who was not far away, also stabilized his body and followed closely behind. Under this continuous attack, Shi Zhongtian's aura began to become chaotic. The situation has reversed. Now Grandpa 15 is at a disadvantage. That Shi is so young, yet he can rely on his dual pupils to influence the battle between King Wu and other expert. He was born with dual pupils and saw through Grandpa 15's weakness. Didn't you see that King Wu and King Yu are both attacking according to his location? Looking at the battle above the mansion, the crowd on the street had strange expressions on their faces. None of them blinked. Old 15's situation doesn't look good. Should we help? His opponent is King Wu. When he was at a disadvantage, we didn't help. If we help now, it wouldn't be too good. Let's wait and see. If it really comes to that, even if I have to offend King Wu, I will still help. Sigh, what a pity. With our strength, going up is the same as not going up. The group of elders who were on good terms with Shizhongtian revealed worried expressions. Their eyes were filled with worry. On the other hand, Shi Yi's clansmen were full of joy. Master, is Grandpa going to lose? Shi Hao rubbed the corner of his clothes and looked at Chu Bei with wide eyes. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Chu Bei patted Shi Hao's head. King Wu, I'll stop him. You attack. In the battlefield high up in the sky, King Yu was clearly impatient because he couldn't take down Shizhongtian after a long time. After making eye contact with King Wu, King Yu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, the blood didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it floated in front of him and turned into a rain of blood. Blood rain array? Shizhongtian frowned and his expression became more and more serious. This was a rain of blood. Every drop of blood contained King Yu's life and spirit. It was also his secret technique. Rumble, 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 in a soul-shaking rumble, the rain of blood turned into a bloody mist and dispersed. In an instant, it covered the sky above the martial imperial mansion. In the next moment, 9 small red gourds appeared out of thin air. They floated in the bloody mist, looking strange and mysterious. With a buzzing sound, the gourds spat out multicolored light. Inside the multicolored light, countless symbols flickered. Symbols formed an expanse, turning into great waves. Scarlet tides roiled about, containing a strange power. King Wu, now is the time. Following King Yu's shout, his face turned pale. It was also at this moment that all of the symbols connected at the same time. The space above the martial imperial mansion was frozen. Shizhongtian had a bad feeling. He immediately held the bow and arrow in front of his abdomen. However, just as he was about to concentrate all of his energy on the bow and arrow, the flow of energy in his body slowed down because of the blood rain array. His body couldn't move at all. It was also at this moment that King Wu arrived in front of Shizhongtian. A fist wrapped in terrifying energy smashed into Shizhongtian's abdomen. Chapter 4:15. Bang! On the battlefield, with a muffled sound, the arrow in Shizhongtian's hand was blasted away. His originally powerful aura fell to the bottom. Shizhongtian, who was sent flying, was pale. After stabilizing his body, he looked at the Martial King and Rain King who were approaching him step by step. Under the Martial King's previous punch, the ball of light that was the source of his power was completely shattered. Facing the Martial King and Rain King, who were at the same level as him, he no longer had the strength to fight. 15. Do you regret it? The Martial King walked in the air and landed in front of Shizhongtian. His voice was calm. If there is reincarnation, I will definitely kill my way back. Shizhongtian glanced at the Martial King and then looked at the black-clothed woman and Shi Yi. Cold in the Forest's voice was filled with killing intent and his eyes were full of unwillingness. When I heard that you had returned, I was originally very happy. But after everything you've done, if I don't kill you today, what dignity do I have in the clan? The Martial King looked at Shizhongtian expressionlessly. As his indifferent voice faded, he raised his right hand and his palm absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. It merged with his own power and formed a terrifying purple palm print. King Wu, Old 15 is seeking justice for Hao and Xiling. I beg you to understand him and spare his life. At this time, a group of elders who were on good terms with Shizhongtian hurriedly pleaded. Grandpa 15 still lost. Do you think the Martial King will show mercy? In my opinion, the Martial King will use this as a warning to his clansmen. Grandpa 15 has lost. He is dead for sure. Speaking of which, Grandpa 15 is also a pitiful person. Thinking back to when he was young, he suppressed his peers and gained the title of Great Demon in the 100 Tribes battlefield. But who would have thought that not long after his grandson was born, he would be trapped in the forbidden area? It wasn't easy for him to escape from the forbidden area. When he came back, he found out that his son was missing, and his grandson's supreme being bone had been dug out. The person who dug out the bone wasn't an outsider, but someone from the same clan as him. Outside the martial imperial manor, a group of spectators sighed. Their voices were filled with pity. "King Wu, please spare 15th brother." When they saw that the martial king didn't say anything, the group of people who were on good terms with Grandpa 15 took a step forward, directly kneeling before the martial king. "Earlier, when your martial king was at a disadvantage, why didn't you stand up?" Without waiting for the martial king to speak, the Rain King coldly snorted. Then, with a wave of his hand, a majestic force sent the elders who were pleading for mercy for Shi Zhongqian flying. Then, the Rain King tilted his head and looked at the martial king. If this junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is left alive, he will definitely become a problem in the future. If you can't do it, then this prince will do it for you. How Grandpa wasn't strong enough to avenge you. I hope you don't hate Grandpa. Shi Zhongqian mumbled to himself as he stared at the Rain King. There was no fear on his face, only unwillingness and hatred. Even in the end, he was still unable to kill the vicious black-clothed beauty and Shi Yi. "Die." After a cold and emotionless shout, the Rain King shook his arm. Symbols interweaved in an incomparably profound manner and emitted a strange power. A fist smashed down viciously towards the space between Shi Zhongqian's brows with an overflowing aura. If this fist landed, both the soul and the soul would be destroyed. However, the scene of Shi Zhongqian's brain exploding did not happen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Rain King, who had attacked, seemed to have been hit by an invisible force that appeared out of nowhere. His entire body flew backwards. "Ah!" The Rain King let out a miserable scream as he smashed into the ground, creating a huge circular crater with a diameter of 10 meters. His entire body was covered in blood, and the bones in his body crackled as hundreds of bones were broken. What is going on? What exactly happened? Grandpa 15 is fine, but the Rain King was sent flying. It seems like his injuries are not light. Could it be that Grandpa 15 is still hiding a trump card? Impossible. Grandpa 15 is clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. There must be someone secretly helping Grandpa 15. What kind of joke is this? That is the Rain King. In the entire Stone Country, how many people can send him flying without showing themselves? I know a few, but they are all in seclusion. Looking at the sudden scene on the battlefield, the spectators on the street were shocked. Their faces were full of confusion and astonishment. Is there someone helping old 15? In the sky above the mansion, the group of elders who were on good terms with Shi Zhongqian looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Shi Yi's people were confused. They were a bit absent-minded and had yet to react. The martial king glanced at the Rain King who was slowly flying up from the crater. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was full of vigilance. Shi Zhongqian was also stunned. He had already prepared himself to die, but he was saved at the most critical moment. May I ask which expert saved him? After recovering from his shock, Shi Zhongqian looked around. One of his hands was clenched into a fist, and his words were full of respect. Yi, did you see what happened? Is there someone hiding in the dark? Not far away, the beautiful woman in black frowned and lowered her head to ask the child next to her. I didn't see anything. Shi Yi clenched his fist and looked around. Just as he finished speaking, his tone suddenly changed. They appeared. In the next moment, a ripple appeared in front of Shi Zhongqian. Two figures, one big and one small, walked out from the ripple and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You guys, look. What a young guy, and he has a little kid with him. Could it be that he was the one who saved Grandpa 15 and injured the Rain King? Why can't I feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from his body? If it really is him, then what is his relationship with Grandpa 15? On the battlefield, Chu Bei and Shi Hao immediately became the focus of everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. The onlookers and the martial imperial manners people all focused on Chu Bei's back. They discussed and guessed his identity. Who are you? The martial king's eyes locked onto Chu Bei and sized him up. His eyes were full of vigilance. Chu Bei's hands were behind his back. He casually glanced at the martial king and ignored him. His eyes landed on Shi Zhongtian. Your hidden injuries have been triggered, and your spiritual energy has scattered. This might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it will allow you to go far enough. An indifferent voice drifted through the sky. After he finished speaking, Chu Bei pointed at Shi Zhongtian's forehead. Shi Zhongtian was stunned at first, but then he happily discovered that the hidden injuries from the battle with the True Who in the Forbidden Forest were quickly healed. In just a few seconds, the wounds were healed. Thank you. Shi Zhongtian's face was full of gratitude. He immediately bowed towards Chu Bei. He could feel that his body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation with the help of the other party. Not only did his hidden injuries disappear, he seemed to have obtained a strange power. He was confident that with this strange power, he could break through his bottleneck and become a supreme expert. Benefactor, may I know who you are? Shi Zhongtian couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Grandpa, he is my master. Without waiting for Chu Bei's reply, a young child's voice drifted through the air and entered Shi Zhongtian's ears. When he heard this, Shi Zhongtian's eyes immediately shifted from Chu Bei's body to Shi Hao. Seeing the familiar face, Shi Zhongtian was first stunned. Then, his body suddenly trembled, and his expression became startled. Hao, you are Hao, right? My Hao. The corners of Shi Zhongtian's lips trembled. He stammered, and his voice trembled. At this moment, Shi Zhongtian's originally domineering demonic god aura completely vanished. His eyes stared rigidly at Shi Hao. His eyes were red, and tears rolled down his cheeks. He looked even more like an elder who was past his prime, who was reunited with his long-lost loved ones. Grandpa, I am Hao. Shi Hao threw himself into Shi Zhongtian's embrace and reached out his small white hands to wipe away Shi Zhongtian's tears. Based on the scenes Chu Bei had sketched before, when he was just born, this old man happily fed him his precious blood. He even went deep into the forbidden forest for his sake, risking his life to save him. This is great, you are fine. Grandpa is so happy. Shi Zhongtian hugged Shi Hao tightly. His sobs carried a kind expression. What? That little guy is the great demonic god's grandson, the baby who disappeared 3 years ago. So he didn't die. Then where has he been all these years? It was rumored that Shi Hao had a supreme being bone when he was born, but it was dug out by Shi Yi's mother. What a pitiful child. Heavens, there was actually such a secret. No wonder Shi Yi had dual pupils and a supreme being bone. Turns out the supreme being bone was Shi Hao's. In that case, Shi Hao came back today to collect the debt from 3 years ago. On the street, the crowd looked at Shi Hao in shock. After learning of his identity, their faces were filled with disbelief. Hao, it really is Hao. His facial features are exactly the same as when he was young. Hao, fourth grandpa let you down back then. If it wasn't because I didn't watch over you properly, your supreme being bone wouldn't have been dug out by that evil woman. The blonde elder stared at Shi Hao. Tears streamed down his face. His face was filled with regret and hatred. Fourth brother, don't blame yourself. Didn't Hao come back? Who could have predicted what happened back then? A white-clothed elder consoled the blonde elder. Grandpas, I am living well in Stone Village. Moreover, my master has given me an opportunity. Even if I don't have the supreme being bone, I can still become a supreme being. Shi Hao looked at the elders and spoke with a tender voice. I never expected his life to be so tenacious. He didn't die even after that. Not far away, the black-clothed woman's eyes were cold. Mother, there is a pill inside his body. It isn't simple at all. Shi Yi's eyes burned with brilliance. It was as if 2 divine lamps were lit. Pill? The black-clothed woman frowned. Her eyes carried a trace of ruthlessness. If the Martial King and Grandpa Rain King can take them down, Mother will dig it out for you. Just now, it was you who injured this king. The Rain King's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Chu Bei and questioned him. Chu Bei didn't reply. He only smiled and looked at the Rain King. His eyes carried a bit of rumination. You are courting death. Sensing the disdain in Chu Bei's eyes, the Rain King's killing intent became even more intense. Following that, With a loud shout, 9 scarlet gourds appeared behind the Rain King. Kai kai kai, under everyone's gaze, the 9 gourds ignited at the same time. Symbols were densely packed and incomparably resplendent. Killing intent surged. Open! The Rain King roared loudly. The 9 scarlet gourds split open at the same time. Crisp catcher sounds reverberated between heaven and earth. This aura is so powerful. The Rain King is offering sacrifices. He is receiving them. The aura of a deity. On the battlefield, the experts of the martial imperial manor looked at the glowing fragments one by one. They felt an indescribable pressure. Under this aura, they couldn't help but kneel down. Wong 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 in the air, the fragments of the 9 gourds released trembling sounds. All kinds of characters appeared and emitted a tremendous pressure that made one's soul tremble. The great demonic god Shizhongtian raised his divine bow again. When he felt the aura of the fragments, his face became incomparably heavy. However, just as he was about to shoot the arrow, the benefactor who cured his hidden illness waved his hand. Shizhongtian hesitated for a moment. Then, he put down his divine bow and quietly looked at the strange fragments. Rain King, this time, you have really bled a lot. The martial king shook his head and sighed. Revive. The Rain King glanced at the martial king. Then, he looked at Chu Bei. The killing intent in his eyes was thick. When the Rain King shouted, countless drops of blood flew out from his body. These drops of blood formed into threads that pierced through the strange fragments. They were strung together and then gathered together. As the blood flowed out, the Rain King's face became increasingly pale. However, the strange fragments gradually merged into the shape of a black long sword. Clang, accompanied by the sound of metal vibrating, the black long sword that released a demonic light that could frighten one's soul fell into the Rain King's hand. In an instant, the Rain King's entire body was wrapped in the black light released by the black long sword. His aura suddenly rose to a new level. In the battlefield high up in the sky, the Rain King approached Chu Bei step by step with the black longsword in his hand. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed. With every step he took, the black light on the blade deepened by a layer. It became more and more terrifying. Shi Yi, where is his weakness? As he approached Chu Bei, the Rain King tilted his head and glanced at Shi Yi, who was not far away. At the same time, Shi Yi's gaze was focused on Chu Bei. His eyes moved, and there was a demonic light in his gaze. Great-grandfather, Shi Yi's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with shock. It seemed that this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What did you see? The Rain King immediately asked. It was hazy, like fog. I couldn't see anything. Shi Yi took a deep breath. His small face was filled with astonishment. Hearing Shi Yi's words, the Rain King frowned. However, the aura released by the black long sword in his hand became even more terrifying. Die. The Rain King did not have any scruples. He slashed his sword at Chu Bei. In an instant, a 1,000-foot-long sword light that carried a terrifying aura tore through the void and slashed at Chu Bei. Wherever the sword light passed, black rain would surge. It was a terrifying sight. Looking at the sword light that swept over, Shizhongtian's body tensed up. With the help of the awakened supreme divine weapon, the Rain King's strength had already surpassed their level. If he were to receive this sword, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. This ability is far from enough. High up in the sky, Chu Bei's smiling voice drifted over. Chapter 416. What? His soul lamp has been extinguished. The Rain Clan elder's words were like a bolt from the blue, echoing in everyone's ears. Dead, the Rain King is really dead. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Bei's body. Without a doubt, the Rain King was killed by the other party, but no one saw clearly what he did to the Rain King. The Rain King, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, the famous overlord of Stone Country, had just died without a sound. The great demonic god Shizhongtian held Shi Hao in his arms as his gaze fell on Chu Bei's body. His eyes were full of shock and confusion. Even someone as strong as him couldn't see how the other party attacked or what methods he used. The only thing he noticed was an extremely difficult to capture spatial fluctuation. The martial king was stunned as he stared at the Rain King's previous location. When he came back to his senses and looked at Chu Bei again, his face was full of fear and dread. A person who was at the same level as him was killed without a sound. Moreover, the other party even used his clan's supreme weapon. 3 years ago, someone dug out my disciple's supreme bone. The reason I came today is to collect my disciple's debt. Chu Bei's hands were behind his back as his calm voice spread through the air. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained a mysterious force that directly sounded in everyone's minds and shook their hearts. As his indifferent voice fell, Chu Bei tilted his head and glanced at the vicious black-clothed beauty. Then, he looked at Shi Yuan, who had protected Shi Yi with all his might. Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Shi Yuan, who was not far away, trembled inexplicably as a sense of danger welled up in his heart. "No! Don't!" Shi Yuan seemed to have sensed something, but as soon as his frightened voice left his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was being corroded by an invisible force and his consciousness was disappearing. Elder Shi Yuan has also disappeared. Just like the Rain King from before, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. My God, what cultivation level is he at? Before the terrified voices disappeared, Chu Bei's gaze moved and landed on the second elder of Shi Yi's bloodline. Ripples appeared in the void, as if a cool breeze was blowing past. In the blink of an eye, the second person disappeared. The third person. The fourth person. The fifth person. In a few breaths of time, the number of elders behind King Wu had decreased by more than half. When Chu Bei retracted his gaze, the number of people stopped decreasing. The surviving old men immediately let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and rejoiced. Those who died were all from Shi Yuan's bloodline. Back then, they did their best to protect Shi Yi and that vicious black-clothed beauty. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. After 3 years, these people have paid the price with their lives. Oh my God, did he kill all these people? He didn't do anything. He just glanced at them and they all died. Within the mansion, the people of the martial imperial manor who knew the secret of what had happened 3 years ago looked in the direction of the people who had disappeared. They shook their heads and sighed. There was a strange look on their faces. Where did your master come from? Shi Zhongtian's gaze was fixed on Chu Bei's body. He instinctively swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask Shi how. The other party killed one person with a single glance. This method was too terrifying. I don't know. Anyway, Master is very strong. Even Willow Deity suffered under Master's hands. Shi Hao said with his eyes wide open. His clansmen disappeared one after another. King Wu didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Chu Bei's indifferent expression and instinctively retreated. The other party's methods were so terrifying that it made his heart tremble. He didn't dare to resist at all. Chu Bei glanced at King Wu. After a slight hesitation, he no longer paid him any attention. Instead, he looked at the vicious black-clothed beauty beside Shi Yi. Demon, what are you doing? Meeting Chu Bei's gaze, the vicious black-clothed beauty's face became even paler. Her voice was trembling, and her body collapsed in the air. Her entire body was trembling. Demon, are you mocking me or talking about yourself? Chu Bei looked at the vicious black-clothed beauty with a smile. As soon as his mocking voice sounded, he waved his hand in the air and produced a picture. In the picture, there were 2 beds. On one of the beds was a 3 or 4-year-old child. He was born with dual pupils, and divine light could be faintly seen in his eyes. He was biting on a piece of cork. His head was covered in cold sweat, and he seemed to be holding on to something despite the intense pain. On the other bed, there was a 7 or 8-month-old baby covered in blood. Tears continuously flowed down from his pale little face. He was curled up into a ball, and his body was trembling. Blood dyed the entire bed red. It was a ghastly sight. You are Mother's pride. With the Supreme Being Bone and your innate dual pupils, no one will be able to stop you in the future. This land will bow down to you. A black-clothed beauty carefully hugged the arm of the child on the first bed. Her face was full of joy, and the light in her eyes was incomparably fiery. After covering the child with a soft cup, the black-clothed beauty couldn't help but laugh hysterically. "Auntie, how is cold." On the second bed, the 7 or 8-month-old baby was curled up and trembling. His face was pale as he weakly called out. Hearing the call, the black-clothed beauty didn't go to get a blanket. Instead, she took out a container and continuously collected the baby's blood. Your true blood can also nourish the supreme being bone in Yi-Er's body. You can't waste it. The black-clothed beauty used a secret technique. Runes flickered as she began to collect the blood. A misty radiance lit up, causing the room to become cold. So cold, finally, the baby in the picture fainted. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction, but even so, his small body was still constantly curled up and trembling. In the sky above the mansion, the picture finally stopped at the baby's tender but incomparably pale face without a trace of blood. The picture stopped, and the room instantly became silent. Is this the scene from 3 years ago? This evil woman's heart is truly vicious. That's right. She actually had the heart to do such a thing to such a small baby. Moreover, he is her nephew. Such an evil woman, even if you kill her 100 times, it won't be enough. If it was me, I would let her taste the world's most vicious punishment. I would make her suffer a fate worse than death. The onlookers on the street recovered from their shock and looked at the black-clothed beauty one by one. Their eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, and they couldn't wait to cut her into pieces. Not far away, after seeing the picture, the martial king's expression was extremely unsightly, and he constantly sighed. "How dare you treat my Hauer like this? Evil woman, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." At this moment, a mournful wail and a roar filled with intense killing intent resounded throughout the area. Shi Zhongtian's face was covered in tears. His eyes were red from crying, and the veins on his body were exposed. He took a large step forward and charged towards the black-clothed beauty. "Now, who do you think is the devil?" At that time, my disciple was only 8 months old. As his aunt, how could you bear to do such a thing? High up in the sky, Chu Bei expressionlessly looked at the trembling black-clothed beauty. Before Shi Zhongtian, who was filled with killing intent, could reach the black-clothed beauty, a majestic suction force instantly dragged the black-clothed beauty to Chu Bei. "Don't touch my mother," Shi Yi's eyes flashed. 2 demonic lights with strange runes shot towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei didn't even look at Shi Yi. An invisible force annihilated the 2 lights and sent them flying. "Benefactor, please let me punish this black-clothed beauty." Shi Zhongtian came to Chu Bei's side with a murderous intent. His eyes were filled with pleading. "Fine, I'll leave her to you," Chu Bei said indifferently. Then, he glanced at the remaining Rain Clan members. The latter disappeared one by one. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound. Including the martial king, they seemed to be afraid that this mysterious person of unknown origin would look at them. Ah! Soon after, a sharp and shrill scream drifted out from the sky above the mansion. Shi Zhongtian slapped the black-clothed beauty's head. As if on purpose, the black-clothed beauty's head didn't explode. Instead, it was injected with black air. The black-clothed beauty looked as if she had been poisoned by the world's most terrifying poison. All the veins on her body were bulging and her eyes were about to pop out. Next, the black-clothed beauty's 2 hands grabbed onto her body in pain. Blood was everywhere and her expression was twisted. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart. 3 years ago, when you dug out Hauer's supreme bone, did you think this day would come? Looking at the woman in black who was in so much pain that she wanted to die, Shi Zhongtian did not have a trace of pity on his face. He began to laugh hysterically. "What did you do to my mother?" Shi Yi growled and stared at Shi Zhongtian. His face was overflowing with killer's intent. Then, Shi Yi's eyes suddenly turned, and 2 black flames flew out, immediately causing the void in front of him to explode. This amount of energy, for someone his age, sure is terrifying. It is no wonder he is a man with polychoria. Perhaps he has the support of the supreme bone. Sensing Shi Yi's chi, everyone on the street widened their eyes and stared at the black flames in disbelief. "And you evil bastard. If it weren't for you, your mother wouldn't have found out about the supreme bone inside Hauer." Shi Zhongtian's cold gaze landed on Shi Yi. To be able to generate such qi at such a young age, he cannot be allowed to live. After he shouted, Shi Zhongtian extended his palm and a giant palm appeared in the air. After it extinguished the two black flames, it grabbed towards Shi Yi. Let bygones be bygones. Just as Shi Zhongtian was about to grab onto Shi Yi, a heaven-like voice arose above the martial imperial manor. The voice was very pleasant to the ears. However, if one tried to sense it carefully, it was difficult to pinpoint the source of the voice. As his voice fell, a long rainbow appeared out of thin air, directly destroying Shi Zhongtian's palm print that was grabbing towards Shi Yi. Who is it? Shi Zhongtian's expression changed. He glanced around and shouted. Look! Another person has appeared. It looks like a woman. My God! Shrinking the ground into an inch. What a great technique! Who is she? Was she the one who stopped Shi Zhongtian? The gazes of the spectators on the street fell on the woman who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The woman was wearing a grey robe and her sleeves were fluttering in the wind. If a normal woman wore something like this, she would look lethargic. However, because of her extraordinary temperament, she gave off an ethereal and otherworldly vibe. Her long hair was loose and covered her white face. It was difficult to see her face clearly. However, when the wind blew by, only half of her face was revealed. It was enough to make people gasp. Who are you? Are you trying to get involved with my clan's business? Shi Zhongtian stared at the woman in grey coldly. This child is fated to be with me. You cannot hurt him. The woman in grey pointed her finger at Shi Yi. The wind blew her hair back. After a quick glance, her eyes were misty and exuded the power of time, making people's hearts tremble. Mind your own business. Shi Zhongtian's eyes locked onto the woman in grey. He frowned and shouted angrily. With one hand holding the bow and the other using his sleeve, he pulled back the bowstring. Light shone brilliantly. Wang! The sound of the bowstring shaking shook the void, bringing with it waves of terrifying patterns. The arrow shone with divine light and carried a world-destroying divine might. The arrow shot out towards the woman in grey. How is this possible? She actually caught Grandpa 15's arrow. My God, this is too terrifying. Grandpa 15's arrow could even seriously injure the Martial King and Rain King, yet it was caught by 2 fingers. Moreover, it seems like she didn't even use any strength. What kind of background does she have? What kind of day is it today? Why did 2 unknown and terrifying monsters appear all of a sudden? Exactly. The Martial King, Rain King, and this great demonic god are all Stone Country's most powerful expert. However, in front of Shihao's master and this grey-clothed woman, they are completely lacking. I'm afraid that they can already fight against Stone Emperor. In my opinion, perhaps even Stone Emperor isn't their opponent. The crowd of onlookers on the street stared in shock at the grey-clothed woman who caught the arrow with 2 fingers. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Shi Zhongtian frowned deeply. He didn't go easy on that arrow just now, but the other party was still able to catch it so casually. Her cultivation was definitely far above his. On the side, the Martial King's face was also full of shock. His eyes continuously switched between Chu Bei and the grey-clothed woman, as if he was comparing something. Master, do you know her? Between you and her, who is stronger? The little guy seemed to have noticed Chu Bei's expression and couldn't help but ask curiously. Chu Bei pinched the little guy's nose and smiled without replying. He only looked at the grey-clothed woman, and the smile on his face became even more playful. Dual pupils have been rare since ancient times. 3 years ago, no matter what this little guy's mother and him did, we cannot let them die here. The grey-clothed woman spoke again. This time, she brushed away her black hair and revealed her true appearance. This was an indescribably beautiful woman. If there was something special about her, it would be none other than her pair of deep eyes. There was a type of weariness and vicissitudes within them, as if she had seen the ups and downs of the world. It gave off a strange feeling. She clearly gave off an otherworldly feeling, but her eyes seemed to have experienced the baptism of endless years, as if they could see through everything. Chapter 417. Look. Her pupils have split. Her pupils have split. She is also a person with polychoria. I think I know who she is. She is the ancient woman with polychoria. She was an undefeatable existence in her generation. She is still alive. So many years have passed. Just how high is her cultivation level now? She managed to refine her polychoria and merge them back into one. On the street, the crowd noticed the change in the woman in grey's pupils and couldn't help but exclaim. When someone guessed her identity, they were even more shocked. You are the ancient woman with polychoria. Seeing the change in the woman in grey's pupils, Shi Zhongqian's face turned ugly. It was obvious that he knew of this woman's existence from ancient books. However, if he allowed her to take Shi Yi away, he would not be able to swallow his anger. As his voice trailed off, Shi Zhongqian's qi rose again. He took a step forward and instantly appeared beside the woman with polychoria. Then, his only remaining arm danced in an orderly manner as a continuous stream of attacks was launched out like the sea. Don't waste your energy. The woman with polychoria shook her head and glanced at Shi Zhongqian. Her gaze pierced through space as if she was looking into the past. With a wave of her wide sleeve, she sent the majestic Shi Zhongqian flying. Boom! After a loud noise, Shi Zhongqian landed on the ground, creating a giant crater. He was in a very sorry state. This is the ancient woman with polychoria. She sent old 15 flying with a wave of her hand. The group of elders who were close to Shi Zhongqian stared at the woman in grey in shock. Little guy, come with me. My Dao suits you. The woman with polychoria tilted her head and looked at Shi Yi with a faint smile. No, unless you can save my mother. Shi Yi shook his head and pointed at the beautiful woman in black who was struggling in front of Chu Bei. If you cannot save my mother, then I will die here as well. She has committed a crime. She needs to bear the consequences. The woman with polychoria shook her head and did not agree to Shi Yi's request. Yi, go with her. Don't worry about my mother. You were born with polychoria and have the bones of supremacy. In the future, you will become the supremacy of heaven and earth. When I return, I will avenge my mother. The vicious black-clothed woman's entire body was drenched in blood. There wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't injured. Her aura had also become increasingly weak, and she was on the verge of death. Let's go. The woman with dual pupils calmly looked at the vicious woman in black. She then took Shi Yi's hand and looked into the distance. Ripples appeared under her feet. However, just as the woman took a step forward and was about to leave through the void, a figure appeared in front of her out of nowhere, blocking her path. The distance between them was less than 20 centimeters. Did I allow you to take him away? An incomparably calm and emotionless voice drifted out from the void, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Grandpa 15 is no match for him. Sure enough, he made his move. Shi Hao's mysterious master and the ancient dual-pupiled woman, who do you think is stronger? We don't know where this mysterious person came from, but he was able to kill the Rain King, who was wielding a supreme weapon, with a single glance. As for the dual-pupiled woman, she was an existence that had been famous since ancient times. She was an invincible character in her generation. It's hard to say who's more powerful. In my opinion, it should be the dual-pupiled woman. After all, she has lived for so long. Seeing Chu Bei suddenly appear in front of the dual-pupiled woman, the crowd in the mansion and on the streets were first stunned. Then, they began to discuss spiritedly, their eyes full of expectation. Shi Zhongqian returned to the sky and hugged Shi Hao. He looked at the two figures not far away, his eyes carrying a bit of worry. Who are you? The dual-pupiled woman calmly looked at Chu Bei. Her eyes turned silver, and pure white radiance flowed like water. Upon closer inspection, it was as if a meteor was falling from her eyes. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. Wong wong, the void rumbled. The dual-pupiled woman's two streaks of light shone on Chu Bei's body, trying to see through his origin. However, after a single glance, the dual-pupiled woman's eyes revealed a look of confusion. Her face revealed a look of astonishment. The person in front of her was hazy, as if there was a lump of mist around him. It was as if primal chaos pervaded the air, making it impossible to see clearly. To be more precise, she couldn't even see the most ordinary 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and bones. Nothing could be seen. The dual-pupiled woman frowned. Ever since she started cultivating, this was the first time she had met someone she couldn't see through. She seemed to be a bit unconvinced. Her eyes merged together, and a wave of heaven and earth's aura pervaded the air. She once again sized up Chu Bei. However, this time, all she saw was the corner of his mouth slightly raised. No matter what, she couldn't see through his body. Who I am is not important. The question right now is, do you think you can take him away? Chu Bei did not reply to the dual-pupiled woman's question. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at her with a playful expression. Looking at the calm attitude of the person in front of her, the dual-pupiled woman squinted her eyes, and her expression became serious. The other party's body clearly did not have any fluctuations of spiritual energy, but even his words gave her a great pressure. In the air above the martial imperial manor, the ancient dual-pupiled woman and Chu Bei faced each other. Let me see what's real about you. The strange atmosphere persisted for a while. Finally, the ancient dual-pupiled woman waved her hand, and a golden passage appeared. The golden passage pierced through the void and extended into the distance, leading to another mysterious area. When the blurry light dissipated, everyone could clearly see the other end of the golden passage. There were countless broken buildings floating in the void. They were grand and dignified. Even though they had collapsed, they still gave off a solemn feeling. Above the dilapidated building, there was a huge square floating above the clouds. It was light gold in color, as if it was made of godly gold. At the same time, there were many rules engraved on it. The golden stone platform looked solemn and majestic. A sky battlefield has actually appeared. Oh my God, is this really something a human can do? With a wave of his hand, he broke through the sky battlefield. Could it be that the two of them are going to fight in the sky battlefield? If I'm not wrong, the two of them don't want the battle to affect us. After all, they are powerhouses of unknown realms. The shockwaves from their battle can easily destroy us. All the spectators recognized the ancient battlefield. Including Shi Zhongtian and the martial king, they all revealed shocked expressions. If you kill him, I will go with you. Shi Yi raised his head to look at the woman with double pupils. His gaze carried with it an undetectable amount of ruthlessness. Hearing this, the woman with double pupils glanced at Shi Yi. After shaking her head, she marched forward and stood in the middle of the sky battlefield. At the same time, Chu Bei smiled. His silhouette disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in the middle of the battlefield. There is no need to be so complicated. Chu Bei remained calm and composed. Murky energy surrounded him. He was using Xiao Hei's qi. The woman with double pupils did not respond. Her qi continued to climb and her robe fluttered in the wind. She was like a god awakening. Looking over, rays of divine light gushed out from Zhong-pupiled maiden's body. It was as if there were divine flames swallowing and spitting out from her body, fusing with the heaven and earth of the sky battlefield. As for Chu Bei, he didn't make a move from beginning to end. Instead, he watched the woman with double pupils as her qi became more and more terrifying. When the dual-pupiled woman's aura stabilized, her figure turned into a beam of light. It was like a comet that erupted with a blinding light, bringing along a soul-stirring rumble as it suppressed Chu Bei. Perhaps because the two were fighting in the sky battlefield, the spectators around the Martial King Manor didn't feel much commotion. However, from the destroyed buildings behind the dual-pupiled woman in the sky, it could be seen that the other party's attack was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable degree, enough to destroy heaven and earth. Dong, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the sky battlefield. A giant bronze bell appeared before the woman with double pupils. It was made up of intertwined golden runes. The bronze bell was heated by the flame of the netherworld and then incubated with the power of double pupils. It was the weapon of the woman with double pupils. In the middle of the battlefield, the golden bell headed towards Chu Bei. The sound of the bell was like a tidal wave, shattering the space around it. It was obvious how powerful and terrifying it was. Looking at the golden bell above his head, Chu Bei's emotions did not waver. When the bell was less than 30 centimeters away from him, he casually extended a finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, chaos spread out from Chubei's fingertip and wrapped around the golden bell. The woman with double pupils trembled slightly as she looked in front of her in shock. This square chaos actually took away the connection between her and her Dao weapon. Catcher. What made the woman with double pupils even more unbelievable was that the space within the square chaos actually cracked without any rules. To be precise, it wasn't just the void that cracked. Her Dao weapon also cracked. In just a few seconds, under the power of the primal chaos, the golden bell let out a series of crisp sounds and shattered into pieces. What kind of power is this? After her Dao weapon was destroyed, the woman with double pupils turned pale. At her level, she knew how to use all kinds of power. However, she couldn't figure out the source of her opponent's power. It was a mysterious and profound Dao that could destroy her Dao weapon with just a finger. Let me see your power of double pupils. Chubei looked at the woman with double pupils calmly without any expression. Although he had borrowed Xiao Hei's power a few times, he had only seen a corner of it. It seemed to be able to simulate all kinds of elemental powers. Furthermore, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. This feeling was as if Xiao Hei's power was in his hands and could destroy all enemies. All kinds of powers were under his control. Previously, regardless of whether it was killing the Rain King or the elders of Shiyi's faction, he had used the power of the void. Who exactly are you? Looking at the calm Chubei, the woman with double pupils looked even more serious. When she shouted in a low voice, her right eye shot out a jet black light. As the light shot out, every corner of the sky battlefield exploded. It was as if the sky was going to explode. What a terrifying pair of eyes. The golden bell has been destroyed. Is she going to use the power of double pupils? According to the ancient records, when a person with double pupils reaches the grand completion stage, his left eye will live and his right eye will die. All the spectators were shocked as they widened their eyes and looked at the sky battlefield on the other side of the golden path in disbelief. Chapter 4:18. In the sky battlefield, after the female warrior was destroyed, she immediately used the forbidden polychoria power. This was her innate gift. The woman with polychoria stared at Chubei. Endless black flames poured out of her eyes, and one could vaguely see traces of blood flowing out of her eyes. The black flames seemed to come from hell, and they carried with them a destructive aura. Everywhere they went, everything was turned into nothingness, and the space around them was twisted and collapsed. Is this the power of polychoria at the phenomenal stage? No wonder she was able to look down on everyone. What kind of terrifying power is this? These flames can't be extinguished. They can swallow everything. The sky battlefield is gone. Has it all been swallowed by the flames? Everyone was in a daze. The broken sky battlefield had been completely swallowed by the black flames released by the woman with polychoria's right eye. At first glance, the other end of the golden path didn't look like the sky battlefield. Instead, it looked more like a black hell. Looking at the chilling black flames, Shi Zhongtian's expression was serious, and his eyes were filled with worry. Why is there no movement? Could it be that the mysterious person was burned into nothingness by the woman with polychoria's strange flames? Seeing that there was no movement from the flames, everyone began to wonder. However, just as they were wondering, a white ball of light appeared in the sea of black flames. The figure inside the ball of light was Chubei, who everyone had been waiting for. Within the ball of light, Chubei had a smile on his face. Even though he was in the middle of the endless black flames, he was still calm and collected. He stretched his body a little, then he clenched his fists, crossed them, and casually punched at the air. Boom! Just as his two fists hit the air around him, there was a series of explosions. At the place where Chubei's fist landed, the void shattered, and countless cracks spread out at an extremely fast speed. It was also at this moment that the black sea of fire that enveloped the sky battlefield seemed to be frozen solid. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, it broke apart and turned into black fragments that fell to the ground. What did he do? Not only did the void shatter, but the woman with polychoria's black flames also shattered. Just what kind of technique is this? I've never seen it in the ancient records. The endless black flames instantly turned into pitch-black fragments and dissipated. The sky battlefield once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. To be more precise, the sky battlefield had already disappeared. What reappeared was the space that had been burned into nothingness by the black flames. Countless spectators revealed bewildered expressions. The dual-pupiled woman and Shahao's master's battle was not something they could observe. Boom! Chu Bei punched the air beside him again. With a single punch, the space around the battlefield began to distort. Like a surging river, it surged towards the woman with double pupils. The woman with double pupils was shocked. The moment her opponent's fist landed, she discovered that her body was bound by an invisible spatial energy. Even someone as powerful as her was unable to break free. Crash! The surging void even emitted a sound similar to that of ocean waves. Crack! In the next moment, the distorted void with a strange power poured into her body from all directions without any blind spots. It was also at this moment that the sound of flesh being crushed and bones shattering resounded through the heavens and the earth. Ah, a painful wail sounded. The woman with double pupils once again released endless black flames from her right eye, crazily burning the collapsed space around her. After using all of her strength to break free, the woman with double pupils gasped for breath. Because of the pressure from the void, her body was covered in blood. It was a shocking sight. This great one has underestimated you a bit. Looking at the woman with double pupils who had broken free, Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. The woman with double pupils stared at Chu Bei without saying anything for a long time. The other party's terrifying methods had truly frightened her. Right now, the feeling he gave her was as if she was facing the number one person of her generation. After thousands of years, her heart once again trembled. Suppressing her pounding heart, the woman with double pupils' left eye released a pure white radiance that flowed throughout her body. In an instant, all of her wounds were nourished, and the blood stopped flowing. In the end, not even a scar was left behind. Is this the healing ability of the left eye of the dual-pupiled person? It is truly miraculous. The spectators were astonished. If that's the case, then isn't the ancient dual-pupiled woman already in an undefeatable position? It can't be, right? Her healing ability should also have a limit. Speaking of which, what kind of background does that Shahao's master have? He actually has the upper hand against the ancient dual-pupiled woman. Construction after destruction, perhaps this is the heavens taking pity on Shahao. Not long after he was born, his supreme being bone was dug out. Now that he has such a powerful master, it won't be long before he can stand at the peak of Stone Country. The spectators' gazes swept past Chu Bei on the battlefield, and then landed on the little guy's body. They sighed endlessly. Dual-pupiled is rare. In the future, we will need him to fight against the foreign races. On the battlefield, the dual-pupiled woman stared straight at Chu Bei and spoke indifferently. What? You still want to take him away? Chu Bei was calm and unruffled. You are too stubborn. The ancient dual-pupiled woman's lips slightly moved as she muttered, as if she had made some kind of indecisive decision. Eyes open, the primal chaos. Accompanied by a soft voice, the dual-pupiled woman's eyes unexpectedly dripped blood at the same time. The left side was white while the right side was black. It was extremely strange. A beam of black light and a beam of white light interweaved in front of her body, flowing with a hazy mist. In a split second, the sky battlefield was filled with coldness. Black and white interweaved, incomparably sinister. At this moment, the dual-pupiled woman's temperament completely changed. Her pupils were incomparably deep, as if they were the source of the world. They spewed out primal chaos, causing the entire battlefield to become hazy and indistinct. A bit interesting. Standing in the primal chaos, Chu Bei quickly discovered the changes in his body. His body's power seemed to have been restricted, and even his circulation was somewhat sluggish. Let's fight again. After a cold shout, the dual-pupiled woman sometimes turned into a swan ni, sometimes a Chileen, and sometimes a true dragon. She changed between all kinds of ancient divine beasts. Her aura was incomparably violent as she stepped on the void. Chu Bei no longer laughed, and his expression became somewhat serious. Primal chaos surged on the surface of his fist. With a punch, the space around the dual-pupiled woman instantly twisted and squeezed. Kyla. However, this time, the dual-pupiled woman was unharmed. Her body actually turned into multicolored light and disappeared in the void. Then, the multicolored light changed again, and the dual-pupiled woman appeared again. This time, she arrived above Chubei's head, turning into a golden sun and suppressing down. What kind of technique did the ancient dual-pupiled woman use? She can actually turn into an ancient divine beast. It should be a type of pupil power. The spectators were all shocked. The technique used by the dual-pupiled woman was too horrifying. Even if she was not in the sky battlefield, they still felt an indescribable pressure in their hearts. In this boundless heaven and earth, I am invincible. I am immune to all techniques in this world. Any attack is useless against me. The dual-pupiled woman's indifferent voice sounded from the golden sun above Chubei's head that was suppressing down. You are too confident. The golden sun brought along an incomparably horrifying aura as it crashed down. Chubei did not dodge at all. After the indifferent syllable, an iron lump's shadow appeared behind him. The iron lump reached out his hand, and layers of translucent ripples rushed out from his palm, facing the golden sun. Explode. With a cold shout, Chubei punched the void in front of him. Immediately, the ripples released by the iron lump seemed to be filled with endless power. With a rumbling sound, the sky where the sky battlefield was located trembled violently, directly splitting into 8 large regions. With one punch, this world was shattered. At the same time, the layers of ripples surrounded the golden sun in all directions. Under the pressure of the world-destroying chaotic energy, the golden sun kept changing left and right. However, no matter how it struggled and changed, it could not break through the layer of ripples outside of it. Boom! In the battlefield, Chubei stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the golden ball of light indifferently, reached out his right hand, and clenched it. The chaotic space immediately shrank. With a loud sound, it shocked the world and made ghosts cry. In the sky battlefield, the heroic spirits that had died in the ancient times revived, crying and crying loudly. It was a horrifying scene. In the dazzling light, the golden sun was crushed, turning into hundreds of fragments. Those were the evolution of runes and laws. Poochie. The fragments reformed, turning back into the dual-pupiled woman, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the dual-pupiled woman's face was extremely pale. There was no trace of blood on her face, and her aura was extremely weak. She was like a kite with a broken string, swaying and swaying. You don't belong to this era. The dual-pupiled woman stabilized her body, and a pure white light flowed out of her left eye, flowing throughout her body. However, before her injuries could be healed, the void chaos that had shattered the golden sun transformed into a giant hand and grabbed her by the neck. Cough, cough, cough. The dual-pupiled woman coughed continuously. What frightened her was that the white light flowing out of her left eye was suppressed by the hand, and her healing ability was ineffective. In the battlefield, the chaotic hand grabbed the dual-pupiled woman's neck, like a butcher holding a hen waiting to be slaughtered. Do you have any more powerful techniques? Chubei held the dual-pupiled woman and calmly looked at her. Seeing that the dual-pupiled woman was silent, Chubei left the sky battlefield and followed the golden path, appearing in the sky above the martial imperial manor. The golden path disappeared, and everything returned to normal. It was as if the sky battlefield had never appeared. The ancient dual-pupiled woman was defeated. What kind of cultivation realm are those two at? They are even more powerful than the Stone Emperor. Aren't you talking nonsense? How long has Stone Country's emperor lived? At most, he should be 1,000 years old. That dual-pupiled woman has lived from the ancient times all the way to this era. As for Shihao's master, he could easily defeat the dual-pupiled woman, so he might have lived even longer. What kind of power did Shihao's master use? It's invisible and formless. In any case, the dual-pupiled woman's dual-pupiled power has been suppressed, so her left eye's healing ability is useless. On the streets and inside the manor, the spectators all revealed strange expressions. Their eyes were focused on Chubei's body in the sky above the manor. It was extremely noisy. Chapter 419. Grandpa, Master 1. Shahao tugged at Shi Zhongtian's beard. His small face was full of excitement. I won. Shi Zhongtian nodded repeatedly in response. He was a bit absent-minded, as if he still hadn't recovered from the shock. He found it hard to imagine that Shahao's master had defeated an ancient figure that only existed in the ancient record. The martial king's face was a bit ugly. He actually hoped that the dual-pupiled girl could defeat Chu Bei. This vile woman has been tortured enough. It's time to send her to the underworld to receive her punishment. Chu Bei held the woman with double pupils by her neck and calmly swept his gaze over the black-clothed beautiful woman, who was on the verge of death and had a painful expression on her face. The latter turned into a rain of light and dissipated. "Mother!" Shi Yi shouted loudly, trying to catch the dissipating rain of light. However, it was all in vain. "Kill you! I'm going to kill you!" Shi Yi suddenly turned around to look at Chu Bei. His pupils quickly spun, and his chest released sparkling white light. At this moment, Shi Yi's eyes were bloodshot. He stared fiercely at Chu Bei, and his pupils carried fierce killing intent. His chest was shining like the rising sun. A wave of divine multicolored light rushed out. It wasn't blazing, but the aura that filled the air made one's heart palpitate. It wasn't because Shi Yi's own strength was great, but because of the uniqueness of this aura. It was as if a supreme being had descended from the heavens, intimidating all the heroes in the world. "Look! What is that shining on his chest? He is so young, yet he is releasing such an aura. It makes even my heart palpitate. Could it be a supreme being bone?" Feeling the aura released by Shi Yi, all the cultivators frowned. As for the surrounding ordinary people, they couldn't help but tremble. It was as if they were facing an ancient deity, and they couldn't help but kowtow in worship. With such power, if he is allowed to mature, he will definitely be able to look down on the world and become a supreme being. The martial king shook his head and sighed. Supreme being bone, that was originally how Shi Zhongtian was seething with anger. If not for the fact that Chu Bei was the one making the decision, he would have already attacked Shi Yi. "Do you see? He already possesses such strength at such a young age. As long as he grows up, he will definitely be able to contribute to the human race." The dual-pupiled woman looked at Chu Bei with an extremely weak aura and a pale face. "This bone isn't his." Chu Bei smiled and did not pay any attention to the woman. "I want you to die. I want to avenge my mother," Shi Yi shouted. He formed a seal with his hands and used the power of the supreme being bone to make his hands shine. Then, he pounced towards Chu Bei like a madman. Bang! However, when Shi Yi was 10 meters away from Chu Bei, a rippling hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. The supreme being bone should be returned to its rightful owner. When Chu Bei's indifferent voice fell, Shi Yi suddenly let out a shrill scream. In the next moment, his face contorted in pain, as if he was being tortured by 10,000 worms. The silver-white sphere of light cut open a long and thin wound in Shi Yi's chest. Blood dripped out and slowly seeped out. This was a breastbone less than half a meter long. It was sparkling like jade and released an intimidating aura. It was like a divine object. After retrieving the supreme being bone from Shi Yi's body, Chu Bei looked at Shahao. With a wave of his right hand, Shahao escaped from Shi Zhongtian's embrace and floated in front of Chu Bei. "Disciple, master will try to be gentle. The process might be a bit painful, but it will be over soon." Chu Bei pinched Shahao's tender cheeks. Disciple is not afraid of pain." Shahao nodded obediently. As soon as Shahao's voice fell, Chu Bei pointed a finger. The silver-white supreme being bone began to enter Shahao's chest. During the slow process, Shahao bit his lips and frowned deeply. Cold sweat even seeped out from his forehead. It was clear that he was suffering from unbearable pain. Even so, he still did not release a single cry. He was extremely strong. Kai. Under everyone's gaze, Shahao's chest began to shine. Symbols densely covered it, as if it was a scripture. In the end, the chanting of scriptures sounded between heaven and earth. It was grand and astonishing as it rumbled. The sparkling supreme being bone seemed to have been reborn. One could even hear the cheerful sounds it released, as if a pet that had been away from home for many years had returned. Wong wong, when the supreme being bone completely entered the little guy's body, a rumbling sound reverberated above the mansion. A moment later, Shahao's entire body was suffused with divine multicolored light. The strange multicolored light streaked across the sky and nothing could not be destroyed. The mansion's buildings were directly penetrated, and large pieces of walls were blasted apart. Terrifying large holes appeared on the ground. Is this the terrifying power of the supreme being bone? It can penetrate the body and attack external objects in the form of divine light. The little Shitu has just stepped onto the path of cultivation, right? Even so, he can still damage the mansion's hard marble. As expected, the supreme being bone can only display its true supreme power in the body of its original host. As long as the little Shitu is given 100 years, or even 50 years, he might be able to move unhindered under the heavens and look down on the wasteland region. Even if supreme experts in seclusion come out together, it would still be useless. While looking at the martial imperial manor that was destroyed by the divine multicolored light released by Shahao's supreme being bone, as well as the spreading supreme being aura, even the martial king's expression changed. He felt his entire body become ice cold. As for Shi Zhongtian, he was already grinning from ear to ear. He laughed loudly and said, "Worthy of being my grandson. He truly has the aptitude to become an immortal emperor." After a long time, the divine multicolored light around Shahao's body receded, and the painful expression on his face also gradually disappeared. "How do you feel?" The corners of Chu Bei's lips carried a smile. "Power is abundant. Moreover, this disciple seems to have obtained a type of innate divine ability." Shahao widened his eyes as he looked at Chu Bei. As he spoke, Shahao moved his waist. With a peng sound, it was as if a great sea was rising and falling within his chest. It was also as if lightning was rumbling. The sound that was released was incomparably loud, shaking the heavens. This time, the divine multicolored light that flew out from his chest was no longer just strands. Instead, it gushed out in an incomparably dazzling manner. Upon closer inspection, this expanse of divine multicolored light was actually formed from strange symbols. There was already a faint divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Natural-born supreme being, is this the child of destiny favored by the heavens? Everyone was shaken. Their eyes carried astonishment. In terms of the supreme being bone's aura alone, Shahao is indeed far more powerful than Shi Yi. Moreover, Shahao has only just started cultivating. If their cultivation realms were the same, the two might not even be comparable. The difference between heaven and earth. An elder behind the martial king sighed with sorrow. Gradually, the divine multicolored light flourished even more, covering the entire martial imperial manor. The little guy's entire body was also surrounded by divine multicolored light. Heavenly rivers appeared above his head one after another, making everyone raise their eyebrows. I know what these divine multicolored lights are. I've seen them in ancient records." At this time, an old cultivator within the crowd cried out in surprise. "After your reminder, I also remember. This is the light of calamity from the heavens." "What? Light of calamity from the heavens?" A few experienced elders were stunned for a moment before coming back to their senses. After recognizing these divine multicolored lights, their faces instantly revealed expressions of shock. Even someone as powerful as the martial king could not remain calm at this moment. He widened his eyes and stared fixedly at Shahao. It had to be said that the divine multicolored light released by the little guy, as well as the aura it gave off, was indeed similar to what was described in ancient records. The light of calamity from the heavens was known as the world's most terrifying punishment. It was difficult to describe, but it was a divine light that descended from the heavens. It could destroy all living things and behead all heavenly experts. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of power only appeared in books passed down from the ancient times. It had not appeared in the wasteland region for thousands of years. However, today, this legendary power appeared in the body of a 3 to 4-year-old child. However, when they thought about how this was the innate divine ability of the Supreme Being Bone, everyone felt somewhat relieved. After all, the light of calamity from the heavens was rarely seen, and the Supreme Being Bone was even rarer. Now, between this Great One's disciple and this dual-pupiled individual, who do you think will put in more effort in the upcoming battle? In the battlefield high up in the sky, Chu Bei looked at the dual-pupiled woman who was being lifted up by the neck by Lienyi's large hand with a ruminating expression. The dual-pupiled woman shot a glance at Shi Hao and remained silent. Chu Bei smiled indifferently. His gaze shifted away from the dual-pupiled woman and landed on Shi Yi's body. At this moment, Shi Yi was also staring straight at Chu Bei. His dual-pupiled pupils were filled with fierce killing intent, as if he wanted nothing more than to hack Chu Bei into 1,000 pieces. You're so young, yet you're already so scheming. You're after the Supreme Being Bone, so now that this Great One has taken a fancy to your dual-pupiled pupils, what should this Great One do? Chu Bei looked at Shi Yi with disdain. After his mocking voice drifted through the air, he waved his sleeve. In a split second, another miserable shriek sounded from Shi Yi's mouth. His dual-pupiled pupils were forcefully shaken out by an invisible force and floated in front of Chu Bei. Disciple, your master will give you another opportunity. Chu Bei waved his hand at Shi Hao. Shi Hao stared blankly for a moment. After he understood Chu Bei's intention, his little head shook like a rattle drum. Master, this disciple doesn't want his dual-pupiled pupils. If this disciple wants them, then what difference is there between me and him? Moreover, it doesn't matter if this disciple has these dual-pupiled pupils or not. This disciple will become as powerful as master sooner or later. Hearing this, Chu Bei's expression froze. He didn't expect Shi Hao to reject such a great temptation. Kill me, just kill me. Shi Yi's eyes flowed with blood. It was bloody to the extreme. He roared at Chu Bei as if he had gone mad. In the future battle, he will be able to contribute. The ancient dual-pupiled girl continuously coughed out blood. Her aura was becoming weaker and weaker. If he can survive, then he can consider himself lucky. As soon as his indifferent voice sounded, Chu Bei pointed at Shi Yi. In a split second, Shi Yi's body stiffened and exploded with pai li pa la sounds. His body was squeezed by the void until he no longer resembled a human. He directly lost consciousness. Chu Bei glanced at the motionless Shi Yi. He then waved his hand, and the rippling hand that was strangling the dual-pupiled girl disappeared. After the dual-pupiled girl regained her freedom, she immediately went to Shi Yi's side. After examining his vital signs, her expression became gloomy and lonely. Then, she shook her head and took the dual-pupiled girl that Chu Bei had tossed to the side. She hugged Shi Yi's body and disappeared. Is this the end of the curtains? The evil woman is dead. Shi Hao regained his Supreme Being Bone, and Shi Yi was taken away by the ancient dual-pupiled girl. Speaking of which, where exactly did this little stone's master come from? Such a character shouldn't have been recorded in the ancient records. It really is strange. Around the martial imperial manor, all the spectators' gazes were fixated on Chu Bei as they discussed incessantly. On the battlefield, Chu Bei glanced at the direction where the dual-pupiled girl disappeared, and then his gaze landed on the martial king. What else do you want to do? Even though the martial king had lived for hundreds of years, when he met Chu Bei's gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. His face was full of fear. Benefactor, please spare the martial king's life. Even though he is old and foolish, he is still our ancestor. Shi Zhongtian was very satisfied with the result. When he noticed Chu Bei's gaze on the martial king, he immediately walked up and begged. Senior, the martial king's crime does not warrant death. He is doing this for the sake of the martial imperial manor. The group of elders who were close to Shi Zhongtian all knelt before Chu Bei after they regained their senses. Today, I will destroy your cultivation. If you can understand, not only will your cultivation recover, you can even break through again. If you cannot, then you can spend the rest of your life as an ordinary old man. To you, this is a form of forgiveness. His calm and emotionless voice trailed off. Chu Bei flapped his sleeve and a wave of ripples swept past the martial king. At once, the martial king's entire body began to emit light. When the light disappeared into thin air, the martial king's originally dominating chi disappeared and his body slowly landed inside the martial imperial manor. Screech. Suddenly, a sharp screech came from the east. The screech was getting closer and closer, causing the entire royal capital to shake. Some buildings even collapsed onto the ground. What is that sound? Why is there such a terrifying roar? Hearing this, everyone around the martial imperial manor was shocked. They all looked up to the east. After what they saw, everyone's pupils constricted. From afar, a gigantic silhouette flashed by. Its entire body was surrounded by thick fog. Even though they couldn't see the silhouette's face clearly, the terrifying chi it emitted shook the sky and earth. Even though they were far away, the stray cats and dogs in the royal capital crouched on the ground, trembling in fear. "Don't chase, all of you. This relic is mine." The gigantic silhouette spoke in human language. It seemed to be escaping. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared at the edge of the royal capital. Wherever it passed, the wind whistled and carried a terrifying chi. *T. I found it first. A loud shout filled with curses echoed like thunder in the sky above the royal capital. In the next moment, a gigantic iron rod that was as thick as a pillar supporting the sky suddenly appeared above the gigantic silhouette and fiercely smashed down. This rod carried with it the power to destroy the world. It even pierced through the sky. Roar. Another muffled roar was heard. The gigantic silhouette stretched out a gigantic claw. It flickered with cold light and was incomparably sharp. Its chi swept across the 9 heavens. Clang. A crisp explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The gigantic claw and the iron rod collided in the clouds. A hole was torn open in the void. The clouds dispersed, and all kinds of multicolored lights burst forth. Unlike the battle between Chu Bei and the ancient dual-pupiled woman, the battle between the two of them took place in the sky battlefield far away. The battle could only be seen but not heard. However, right now, the battle between the two unknown creatures was taking place right at the edge of the royal capital. Soon, another red light entered the battlefield. This was a small red bird. Even though its body wasn't big, everywhere it passed, flames would fill the sky. It burned the void and made sizzling sounds. Chapter 420. Rumble in the sky. Following a loud roar, the heaven and earth shook as a fourth figure joined the battlefield. It was a giant bird. Its voice was like a beast's roar, causing the sky to rumble. It had the aura of a monarch, and multicolored light erupted from its body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 4 figures fought separately. All kinds of precious techniques were used, and their auras were extremely terrifying. What a terrifying power! How could such powerful vicious beasts appear above the imperial capital? This is the territory of our human race. What kind of vicious beasts are they? Judging by their auras, I'm afraid they are the overlords of beast. They seem to be fighting over something. My God, what kind of treasure could cause such terrifying vicious beasts to fight over it with no regard for their lives? Looking at the peerless precious techniques that continuously attacked above the imperial capital, the spectators around the martial imperial manor felt their hair stand on end. They looked at each other in shock. Looking carefully, they could faintly see a square box that was polished from a heavenly bone in the middle of the battlefield. In the chaotic battlefield, the square box continuously changed owners. However, no matter who obtained the square box, they would immediately suffer the fierce attacks of the other 3 figures. In the battlefield, hazy air filled the air. Immortal light rushed up from time to time. The 4 tyrannical creatures were fighting a decisive battle over the mysterious object. Blazing divine flames burned half the sky. The giant bird swept through the 9 heavens. The vicious beast's sharp claws tore through the heavens. The iron rod pierced through the clouds. The battle was becoming more and more intense. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle continuously poured down. If it weren't for a layer of invisible ripples, the entire imperial capital would have been destroyed. As they got closer to the battlefield, the group gradually saw the appearances of the 4 powerful creatures. The first to appear was a ferocious beast that looked like a tiger with a pair of wings. The one holding an iron rod was also a monkey with 3 heads and 6 arms. The one with a ferocious mouth opened to absorb the energy of the world was a huge bird. The one with blazing flames was a small red bird that was only the size of a palm. Cheong-chi, Zhu-yang, heaven-swallowing sparrow. My God, how could these divine beasts appear here? Where did that little red bird come from? However, to be able to fight against 3 divine beasts, it must not be simple. What are they fighting over? The crowd of spectators revealed shocked expressions. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Master, that's Little Red. So it's not an ordinary little sparrow. It's actually so strong. Shi Hao was first stunned, and then he recognized the little red bird that was covered in flames. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The corners of Chu Bei's mouth carried a smile. His gaze was not on the 4 powerful creatures, but on the square box made of polished bones. So it was these 4 fellows who alarmed me. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the martial imperial manor. Nobody noticed at first, but when they saw his face, including King Wu and Shi Zhongtian, their faces changed color. Their eyes were full of shock. Stone Emperor. Greetings, Stone Emperor. Everyone was shocked. When they came back to their senses, they immediately bowed and kowtowed. King Wu, what happened to your cultivation? The Stone Kingdom's Ren Huang glanced at the battlefield in the distance, his gaze landing on King Wu. The Stone Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him was a dazzling radiance that was incomparably dazzling. The golden radiance was like an undulating ocean, as vast as the sea. It was like a true dragon that looked down arrogantly on heaven and earth. He was incomparably calm, as if he was at the center of a blazing sun. Just standing there like this made everyone tremble in fear. They were powerless to resist, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship him. I'm just paying for my past stubbornness. A bitter smile appeared on King Wu's face. He looked at Chu Bei's back and shook his head without saying anything else. You're little 15. I didn't expect you to enter the formation arrangement realm at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Stone Emperor sized up Shi Zhongtian, and his words carried a bit of surprise. However, when his gaze landed on Shi Hao, his body suddenly trembled, and a rare look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Innate supreme being bone, Stone Emperor's voice was trembling, and there was a great sense of dignity within it. When he was young, he fought for supremacy in ancient countries, and there were few opponents. Now that he had become the Ren Huang, his cultivation had broken through again. The only opponents he had in the past were now nothing more than passing clouds. I am honored that the Ren Huang still remembers 15. As for Hao he is 15's grandson. Shi Zhongtian looked at Stone Emperor respectfully. This child's future is limitless. In the future, let me raise him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next Ren Huang. Stone Emperor was extremely serious. Ren Huang, I'm afraid that's not possible. Shi Zhongtian shook his head and refused. If Chu Bei hadn't appeared, having the Stone Emperor as his master and the position of Stone Emperor would have been a great temptation. However, with Chu Bei, Shi Zhongtian firmly believed that his grandson's achievements wouldn't be limited to Stone Country's Ren Huang. He could go much, much further. Why not? Could it be that you feel that I haven't taught your precious grandson well? Stone Country's Ren Huang's expression changed slightly. Grandpa Stone Emperor, I already have a master. Without waiting for Shi Zhongtian to speak, Shi Hao answered first. His small white hand didn't forget to point at Chu Bei. You are. Hearing this, Stone Country's Ren Huang looked at Chu Bei with a questioning look in his eyes. Chu Bei smiled at the Ren Huang and didn't say anything. He only nodded his head. The Stone Emperor frowned. His expression was a bit unsightly, but he didn't continue asking. At some point, several more figures appeared in the sky above the martial imperial manor. They were silent. Without a doubt, these people's auras were extremely powerful. That green-haired elder, could he be the Ghost King? He's actually still alive. In terms of seniority, he's even 2 generations higher than the Ren Huang. Look carefully at that fat monk. Doesn't he look like Thousand Joy Supreme? Heavens, so he's still alive. In the sky above the manor, several elders were recognized by the surrounding people. Soon, the air was filled with all kinds of surprised voices. I didn't expect that a battle would alarm all of you seniors who were in seclusion. The Stone Emperor glanced at the several elders who appeared and smiled calmly. Your Majesty, you must be joking. With your current strength, even this old one can't see through it. An elder's eyes were filled with shock. Speaking of which, what are those 4 supreme-level vicious beasts fighting over? They're actually not hesitating to risk their lives. A purple-clothed elder spoke. His words were filled with confusion. Why don't you ask them? The Stone Emperor smiled. Humans, are you coveting our precious treasure? If you're not afraid of rivers of blood, you can try. On the battlefield, the Cheongchi vicious beast shot a beam of cold light toward the martial imperial manor. Its words were filled with a thick threat. But you've crossed the line. You shouldn't have appeared in the territory of the Stone Country, the Stone Emperor said calmly. He was in no hurry to interfere. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn apart rang out continuously. More and more divine rainbows appeared in the sky. There was no lack of cultivators outside the imperial capital. All of them were looking at the battlefield where the 4 great vicious beasts were. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Rumble. Gradually, the battle in the sky above the imperial capital became more and more intense. Flowers of blood bloomed in the dazzling divine light. Crackle. Finally, a crimson bolt of lightning streaked through the sky and successfully left the battlefield. Everywhere it passed, it was extremely dazzling. Blazing flames dyed the entire sky red. It was like the sunset. A fiery red sparrow that was sparkling and translucent appeared. It was only the size of a palm, and it held the corner of a square box in its mouth. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Chu Bei. However, at a closer look, the scarlet sparrow's divine light was restrained, and its scarlet feathers became dim. A terrifying wound ran through its chest, almost cutting it in half. Apart from this, there were several claw holes on its head that almost penetrated its skull. It was clear that it had been attacked by 3 other vicious beasts of the same level for the sake of obtaining this square box. Its injuries were extremely serious. Terrifying symbols flickered around its wounds, destroying its life force and preventing its wounds from healing. Master, it's Little Red. Shi Hao immediately rushed over and carefully supported the severely injured fire sparrow. Little Red, are you all right? Shi Hao gently stroked the fire sparrow's feathers and asked. When it heard the way the little guy addressed it, the fire sparrow directly rolled its eyes. Its face was filled with displeasure. Little Red, I never expected you to be so powerful. Shi Hao looked at the fire sparrow in disbelief. The moment the flame sparrow appeared, Shi Hao recognized the other party. Ever since he could remember, this fire sparrow would often stay in their village. To be more precise, it would stay on the willow deity's body. At that time, a group of children would often chase after this fire sparrow. Because its feathers were red in color, it was named Little Red. The fire sparrow glared at the little guy. Then, it flapped its blood-covered wings and landed on Chu Bei's shoulder with the square box in its mouth. You want Master to heal your wounds? Shi Hao asked. The flame sparrow didn't pay Shi Hao any attention. Its eyes looked straight at Chu Bei with pleading eyes. In Stone Village, it personally saw the willow deity lose to the person in front of it in a contest of Dao. I never expected you to be so smart. You've found the right person. Chu Bei glanced at the fire sparrow and reached out his hand. His fingertips emitted green multicolored light. Feeling the multicolored light that was filled with life force, the fire sparrow cried out. It endured the pain on its body and moved its body into the multicolored light. Bathed in the multicolored light, the terrifying wounds on the fire sparrow's body suddenly blazed and symbols flickered incessantly. With a light cry, the fire sparrow's body trembled. The wounds on its chest and abdomen healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vermilion bird, you actually defected to a human. Hand over the treasure or die. At this time, a cold voice sounded from the distance. In the next moment, a huge iron rod that was as thick as a pillar pierced through the void and smashed towards Chu Bei. This rod came from the Zhuyang. It was as if it could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed. At the same time, the Qiong-Qi let out a muffled roar. A huge claw reached out from the void. It flickered with cold light and was incomparably sharp. A demonic aura swept through the 9 heavens. The heaven-swallowing sparrow opened its huge mouth and let out a loud roar. Heaven and earth shook and the void trembled. It had the aura of a monarch, and its body erupted with multicolored light. At the same time, the Qiong-Qi, the Zhuyang, and the heaven-swallowing sparrow, the 3 great vicious beasts of the martial imperial manor, rushed towards Chu Bei. Chapter 421. Are you 3 treating me like I don't exist? High up in the sky, the Stone Emperor realized that he was being ignored by the 3 vicious beasts. His face darkened, and his aura suddenly surged. Immediately, a huge storm swept out with the Stone Emperor at its center. Almost at the same time, the Ghost King, honored Sir Thousand Joy, and the other veteran experts' auras also surged. However, just as they were about to attack the 3 vicious beasts, an unbelievable scene appeared before their eyes. The attacks of the 3 vicious beasts, who were originally overflowing with violent auras, strangely disappeared. Then, their bodies seemed to be strangled by an invisible force. Their bodies suddenly froze in the air, and their expressions became distorted. Their mouths were wide open, as if they wanted to say something, but they couldn't make any sound. From their incomparably malevolent expressions, one could tell that they were suffering inhumane torture. While struggling in pain, the 3 vicious beasts locked their eyes on Chu Bei. Their eyes were filled with fear, and at the same time, there was a hint of pleading. So it's him. After seeing that the culprit was Chu Bei, King Yu, honored Sir Qian-Shi, and the other veteran powerhouses immediately revealed shocked expressions. Their faces were filled with surprise. Who is he? An old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years couldn't help but ask. These 3 vicious beasts, regardless of whether it was the Qiong-Qi, the heaven-swallowing sparrow, or the Zhuyang, all had strength comparable to them. They were already considered peak existences in the wasteland region. However, these overlords were all suppressed by this unknown person in front of them at the same time. If that was the case, then what kind of strength did this mysterious person have? What kind of cultivation level was he at? The Stone Emperor remained silent. He only began to seriously size up Chu Bei again. Now, he finally understood why Shi Zhongtian said no. Shi Hao's master was already powerful to such an extent that he could suppress 3 great descendants with a raise of his hand. Compared to the Stone Emperor, Ghost King, and the others' shock, Shi Zhongtian, the martial king, and the other spectators were much calmer. After all, they had personally witnessed the battle between Chu Bei and the dual-pupiled woman. If he could even suppress the ancient dual-pupiled woman, then wouldn't these vicious beasts be like ants? From their point of view, the 3 descendants were extremely powerful and were overlords that stood above all beasts. However, in the eyes of the other party, they were not even worth mentioning. Looking back at the little red bird vermilion bird, under Chu Bei's nourishment, its body flickered with fiery light, scarlet clouds danced in the air, and boundless divine light circulated. Gradually, the vermilion bird's weak aura began to strengthen, and the bloodstains on its body disappeared. Not long after, the green light shot out by Chu Bei disappeared. The vermilion bird flapped its wings in high spirits. Its dispirited appearance was swept away, and the feathers on its body were sparkling and translucent. It was full of vitality and had recovered its vitality. I owe you one. When I grow up, if you need me, I'll be there. The vermilion bird let out a human voice. It flickered and emitted a heaven-overflowing divine might. It circled around Chu Bei and chirped a few times as it hopped about. Lil Red, I'm so happy to see you get better. Shi Hao tried to grab Little Red, but the latter's teleportation increased the distance between them. Master, what exactly is inside the box that Little Red stole? Seeing that the vermilion bird was ignoring him, Shi Hao's face was full of hidden bitterness. He pouted and stared at the square box in Chu Bei's hands with his eyes wide open. You'll know when you see it. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. With a flick of his finger, The sparkling and translucent lid of the square box was opened. Wang. With a rumbling sound, 3 gorgeous streaks of light soared into the sky. Each of the streaks of light produced strange scenes that made people raise their eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 3 spheres of light within the square box. 2 of the spheres of light each contained a piece of precious jade. Tiny symbols could be seen on the jade, as if it was a supreme precious technique. As for the 3rd sphere of light, it was a sphere of dark red blood. One could vaguely see the appearances of various divine beasts within. From the aura that leaked out from the blood, one could tell that it came from an incomparably terrifying existence within the beast race. Gulp. The vermilion bird stared at the dark red blood with excitement. One could vaguely hear the sound of it swallowing its saliva. On the side, the Qiongqi, Zhuyang, and heaven-swallowing sparrow that were bound by Chu Bei in the air also revealed burning expressions in their eyes. You stole this in the first place, right? Take it. Chu Bei shot a glance at the hungry vermilion bird. With a wave of his sleeve, the dark red blood flew out from the square box. Thank you. The vermilion bird spoke again. It impatiently opened its mouth to catch the blood and swallowed it. In the next moment, the vermilion bird's entire body blossomed with purple-red radiance. Its feathers became sparkling and translucent. At first glance, it seemed like it was undergoing some kind of transformation. Seeing this, the Qiongqi, Zhuyang, and heaven-swallowing sparrow all looked at it with envy. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't move, they would have definitely come over to fight over it. You 3 tried to offend this great one before. If I let you go just like this great one will feel indignant. It just so happens that this great one's beloved disciple needs some vicious beast blood to cultivate, so I'll just take it from you. An indifferent voice sounded. Soon after, they saw Chu Bei reach out his right hand and clench it. Not far away, the Qiongqi, Zhuyang, and heaven-swallowing sparrow suddenly felt a terrifying suction force that was difficult to resist. A lump of bright red blood flew out from each of their bodies. In that instant, the 3 great descendants' faces paled. Their auras clearly became weak. Oho! The Qiongqi released a beast roar. When it discovered that it had regained its freedom, it gave Chu Bei a look of fear. Without any hesitation, it turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the distance. The heaven-swallowing sparrow and Zhuyang were the same. They immediately fled, fearing that Chu Bei wouldn't take enough blood. Master, what are you going to do? Shi Hao curiously looked at the 3 lumps of blood floating around his body. Master will help you cultivate and temper your body. Endure a bit of pain. Chu Bei gave Shi Hao an encouraging look. With a flick of his finger, the 3 lumps of blood seemed to have come alive. They flowed into Shi Hao's body like streams and rivers. There was no hole they couldn't enter. A moment later, Shi Hao shouted loudly. His entire body shone, and then he was drenched in sweat. In just a few breaths of time, it was as if he had just been fished out of water. Mist rose from his body, and multicolored light overflowed in all directions. His skin was sparkling and translucent, and his bones were crackling. The essence blood of 3 great ancient descendants was truly too powerful. Even though Chu Bei deliberately controlled the speed, Shi Hao's face was still flushed red. As time passed, strands of multicolored light gushed out from the little guy's body until they disappeared into the void. Extreme blood transformation realm, as expected of the essence blood of 3 great descendants. Sensing Shi Hao's aura, the Stone Emperor let out a cry of astonishment. Disciple, familiarize yourself with the explosive power in your body. Once you completely control it, you can attack the heavenly passage realm. Chu Bei patted Shi Hao's head and said, Yes, Master. Shi Hao replied heavily. Then, he pointed at the 2 pieces of jade floating in the square box and asked curiously, Master, what are these 2 pieces of jade? The 6 paths of reincarnation, heavenly art and the grass symbol sword art. When you can learn them will depend on your comprehension ability. As soon as his smiling voice fell, Chu Bei waved his sleeve, and a formless force directly sent the 2 pieces of jade into Shi Hao's body. 6 paths of reincarnation, heavenly art? What a familiar name. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Thousand Joy frowned, as if he was trying to recall something. Not long after, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of shock. Could it be the ancient heavenly art passed down by the Supreme Palace recorded in ancient texts? The terrifying ancient technique that was lost for tens of thousands of years. It is rumored that the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art possesses the will of the heavenly Tao, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend. It can fuse and control many precious techniques, and when it is cultivated, the 6 ancient realms will rise and fall like 6 black holes, engulfing heaven and earth. It is mysterious and domineering. The Ghost King on the side also sighed with emotion. Clearly, he also knew some information about the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art. Is this really the legendary ancient immortal technique? If one can cultivate this technique in the present world, wouldn't they definitely aim for the position of supreme being? That grass symbol sword art was placed in the box together with the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art, so it must not be an ordinary technique either. Do any of you know its origins? Could it be related to the vicious 10-9-leaf swordgrass? After all, they both have the word grass in them. Are you talking about the grass recorded in ancient texts that cut through the sun, moon, and stars? Supreme Palace's inheritance, vicious 10 ancient eras inheritance. If this little stone can really cultivate it, then his future accomplishments will truly be immeasurable. What I find most inconceivable is that Shahao's master actually doesn't care about this ancient immortal technique at all. Could it be that the level of the technique he cultivates is even higher than this ancient immortal technique? After learning about the contents of the box from Chubei's mouth, the thousands of cultivators in the sky above the imperial capital all cast their gazes towards Shahao's body, their eyes filled with deep envy. Even those as powerful as the Stone Emperor, Ghost King, Thousand Joy Supreme, and the others couldn't hide the burning desire in their eyes. The battle came to an end, and as time passed, the spectating experts retreated one after another. As for Chubei, Shahao, and Shizhongtian, under the guidance of the Stone Emperor, they stayed in the most luxurious hall in the imperial palace to rest. During this time, the Stone Emperor, Ghost King, Thousand Joy Supreme, and the other veteran experts also came to ask for guidance on some cultivation questions, and Chubei naturally provided them with answers. Not long after, news of Chubei's achievements began to spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial capital. Even the surrounding cities of the imperial capital began to talk about Chubei's achievements. Among them, the most discussed topic was Chubei's great defeat of the ancient dual-pupiled woman in the sky battlefield. Mission 2, Host, help Shahao reunite with his parents. After completing the mission, Host will receive 1 use of Xiao Hei's power. Within the hall, Chubei was currently watching the song and dance prepared by the Stone Emperor in satisfaction when the system's voice sounded in his mind. Soon, the system map marked 2 red dots next to each other. It was clear that these red dots were where Shahao's parents were. Stone Emperor, there's movement from the heavenly divine mountain. They're frantically repairing that ancient spell formation. Suddenly, an elder suddenly appeared in the hall. He first bowed toward Chubei, then looked respectfully toward the Stone Emperor. What are those heavenly humans trying to do? What kind of secret are they hiding? Thousand Joy Supreme, Ghost King, and the others furrowed their brows. They're probably trying to leave this prison. The Stone Emperor stood up from his chair and sighed. Prison? What do you mean? Stone Emperor, do you know something? Thousand Joy Supreme, Ghost King, Shizhongtian, and the others were all stunned upon hearing the Stone Emperor's words. It was clear that this was the first time they had heard this. The desolate region we're in is actually nothing more than a prison. The Stone Emperor took a deep breath before spitting out another shocking sentence. Stone Emperor, what are you trying to say? Desolate region? Prison? What exactly is going on? Is this related to the secret the heavenly humans are guarding? Thousand Joy Supreme and Ghost King looked at each other and asked the Stone Emperor at the same time. In a few days, the desolate region will be thrown into chaos. This is a great calamity, the Stone Emperor continued. The desolate region will be thrown into chaos. Why would it be chaotic? The Ghost King was impatient and immediately asked. There was a hint of impatience between his brows. If the person in front of him wasn't Stone Country's Stone Emperor, He might have already slapped him with his impatient nature. After blood transformation, heavenly passage, spirit transformation, inscription, and formation arrangement are supreme experts. Even in the present world, there are quite a few supreme experts, like me, you, and him. The Stone Emperor sat on his chair and explained the cultivation realms in a baffling manner. He pointed at himself, and then at Ghost King and Thousand Joy Supreme. He asked, "Those with great talent can break through the bottleneck of formation arrangement after cultivating for 100 years and become supreme experts. Even those with ordinary talent can become supreme experts after cultivating for 1,000 years. However, why are there still so few supreme experts in the desolate region? Think about it. All the supreme experts we've seen, including ourselves, are of the same generation. Then, where did the supreme experts of the era before us go? Have you never doubted it? Even if there are records about them in the books, there are gaps in them. It's as if they disappeared overnight." Inside the hall, the Stone Emperor threw out several questions. To the Ghost King and the others, it was like a bolt from the blue. Then, the Ghost King, Thousand Joy Supreme, and the others looked at each other, and their hearts trembled. They had also been puzzled by these questions. Where did the supreme experts from 1,000 years ago go? However, after flipping through the ancient books, they still couldn't find anything. They didn't persist in this question, and naturally thought that these supreme experts had passed away. Now, however, after hearing the Stone Emperor's words, it was obvious that there was a truth that they didn't know. Moreover, this truth was too terrifying. It seemed to be related to the life and death of their supreme expert. "Stone Emperor, what is this great calamity?" An elder suppressed the palpitations in his heart. The Stone Emperor shook his head. "I don't know the details, either. I only know that this is a great calamity targeted at supreme experts. Those below supreme experts are unharmed. Judging from the activity of the heavenly divine mountain, the great calamity is in the near future. It's incomparably terrifying. Could it be that those supreme experts of the heavenly divine mountain are doing everything they can to revive the primordial formation so that they can escape to the outer realm and avoid this great calamity?" Thousand Joy Supreme guessed. "It's not just the heavenly divine mountain. The supreme experts of those ancient orthodoxies are also trying to escape." At this point, the Stone Emperor shook his head and sighed. "But even if they escape to the outer realm, so what? As long as they're still supreme experts, it's useless no matter where they escape. They'll still disappear and die. What? The great calamity you speak of can't be avoided even if they escape to the outer realm?" The supreme experts were shocked, and their hair stood on end. What kind of power was this? It could erupt with such terrifying might, and cause all the supreme experts to face a great calamity. Chapter 422. The Stone Emperor's eyes swept over the King and the others, and there was a hint of self-mockery in his voice as he said, "This great calamity naturally doesn't only target the wasteland realm. It will sweep through every corner of the world at any time. Perhaps the people from outside the realm are still thinking of fleeing to our place. Stone Emperor, where did you learn about this secret? Could it be that you are just exaggerating to scare us?" An elder asked in doubt. According to the records of the imperial family, this is a cycle of reincarnation. The ancient era, and ancient era all had great calamities. In the end, the supreme cultivators were like weeds. They either died or disappeared. The Stone Emperor shook his head and sighed. "We can't escape this calamity, either. What's even more laughable is that when the great calamity ends, all the truth will be erased. The various powerful clans won't know anything, and they will be muddle-headed and confused." The Stone Emperor spoke softly, and it was as if he had fallen into a nightmare that he couldn't escape from. There was nothing more frightening than this. It was one thing for a great calamity to occur, but in the end, even the reason and truth would be erased, and it would be difficult to pass it down. That was the true horror. After hearing the Stone Emperor's words, the supreme cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, and they felt uneasy. The previous Stone Emperor talked about the theory of medicinal fields. When supreme cultivators die, low-level cultivators won't be punished. It's like spiritual herbs in a medicinal field. The mature ones will be picked, and the young ones will be preserved, the Stone Emperor continued as he recalled. When the King, Thousand Joy Venerable, and the others heard this, they all gasped. What kind of analogy was this? What kind of theory was this? After hearing it, they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe. Gradually, the supreme cultivators' hearts became heavy, and they found it difficult to relax. They knew that a great calamity was coming, but they didn't even know what it was. Benefactor, how much do you know about the great calamity that the Stone Emperor speaks of? At this moment, Shi Zhongtian walked over to Chu Bei, who was sipping tea, and bowed respectfully. When the Stone Emperor mentioned the great calamity, Shi Zhongtian's expression was as calm as an ancient well, and there wasn't any fluctuation in his emotions. It was as if he already knew about this great calamity, and he didn't fear it at all. At almost the same time, the supreme cultivators, including the Stone Emperor, King, and Thousand Joy Venerable, all looked at Chu Bei's body. They had almost forgotten about this mysterious person who had lived for who knew how many years. His strength was exceedingly high, and he'd long since surpassed the Exalt realm. However, he was still alive and well. So, why wasn't he affected by the calamity? Looking at the other party's calm and composed appearance, it was as if he didn't care about the impending calamity at all. When Chu Bei met the confused and expectant gazes of the Stone Emperor, Serene King, and the others, he put down the teacup in his hand and asked in a calm voice, "Do you know how many other regions are there besides the Wasteland region?" There are a total of 8 regions in this great world: Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Universe, Flood, and Desolation. Each region is incomparably vast. If you want to travel to another region, you either have to break through the barrier with a supreme mystical ability or rely on a primordial formation to teleport you there, the Stone Emperor said. Not bad. Chu Bei nodded slightly and said, "You can treat these 8 regions as the lower realm, and above them is the upper realm." To the upper realm, the lower realm was a cage. In the eyes of the people from the upper realm, the people from the lower realm are no different from prisoners. In the 8 regions of the lower realm, the regulations are incomplete, the great Tao is incomplete, and all kinds of order are unstable. When he said this, Chu Bei pointed at the sky outside the hall, and said, "At night, look at the starry sky. Only a few stars are real, and most of them are condensed from the magic power of ancient supreme beings. There are also a large number of them that are projections of galaxies from the upper realm. There's actually a upper realm. What kind of place is that?" The Serene King, Stone Emperor, and the others were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The upper realm is boundless, and it's several thousand times vaster than the 8 regions. In fact, some ancient sects and inheritances can even be traced back to the time when the sky was created. As for the elites, there are innumerable. If you so-called venerables go to the upper realm, you won't even be able to make a splash. You'll be no different from ants. Chu Bei tidied his clothes, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Senior, then what exactly is this great calamity?" The venerables changed their words, and looked at Chu Bei respectfully. "It's nothing more than a few giants from the upper realm descending and coming to the lower realm to carry out a massacre. If they take a fancy to you and bring you to the upper realm, you might still be able to live. As for those who aren't worthy of their attention, they'll kill you on the spot," Chu Bei said leisurely. "Damn it. Turns out this great calamity is man-made. There are no grievances or enmity between us. Why do these giants from the upper realm want to kill us? Hateful. What right do they have to decide our life and death?" After learning about the so-called great calamity from Chu Bei, the faces of Venerable Thousand Joy, Stone Emperor, Serene King, and the others immediately became overcast, and resentment appeared in their eyes. In their eyes, the lower realm's 8 regions are all sinners. As for this sin, when the day comes, you will naturally understand. There's no point in me saying anything more. Chu Bei tidied his clothes, and then got up to look at Shahao. "Let's go. Master will bring you to see father and mother." Shahao stared blankly for a moment. When he snapped back to reality, he continuously nodded emotionally. When he thought about how they were separated 8 months ago and how his memories were lost, Shahao's heart felt a bit sour. He was raised in Stone Village and never had the chance to experience warmth in front of his parents. Sometimes, he was lonely, sometimes mischievous, sometimes smiling brilliantly. He grew up in the village without a care in the world. If not for his master displaying an unmatched divine ability and recreating the scenes of the past, he wouldn't even know what his parents looked like. He took refuge in Stone Village and grew up in Stone Village. He hadn't seen his parents for almost 3 years, and there was no news of them at all. "Father, mother, have you guys been well?" Shahao said softly. After the excitement passed, his expression became a bit absent-minded, as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. "Master, where are father, mother, and the others?" Shahao widened his eyes as he looked at Chu Bei. His current memories all started from Stone Village. Even though the simple and honest Stone Village people all treated him well, especially Grandpa Village Chief, there was still a bit of blood that was missing. Immortal Mountain. Chu Bei's lips moved slightly, spitting out these 3 syllables. What? The two of them went to the mysterious region? Shi Zhongtian and Stone Emperor revealed looks of shock. The Immortal Mountain was located in the mysterious region's chaotic secret land, 5-phase mountain range. It was an ancient inheritance that was well known throughout the 8 regions. Shahao's mother was precisely the Immortal Mountain's previous holy lady. "Benefactor, I wonder if your distinguished self can bring me along?" Shi Zhongtian walked up and cupped his fists. "Of course." Chu Bei revealed a faint smile. "Your distinguished self is going to borrow the archaic Great Formation or?" Stone Emperor asked curiously. "It isn't that troublesome." When the calm voice that carried a smile sounded, Chu Bei took a step forward. A layer of ripples appeared in the void around him. The ripples disappeared. Chu Bei, Shahao, and Shi Zhongtian's figures disappeared from the main hall. Half an hour later. Mysterious region. "Senior, this place is..." On a cliff, there was hazy multicolored light. Immortal energy surged, and all types of symbols were as dense as stars. Shi Zhongtian's eyes swept over his surroundings. His mouth was wide open, and his face was full of suspicion and shock. In his line of sight, there were magnificent mountains rising and falling. It was as if a true dragon was lying down. It was extremely magnificent. Large amounts of purple mist rose. This was an auspicious omen. 5-phase mountain range. Chu Bei's hands were behind his back as he looked forward. We've already arrived." After confirming his suspicions with Chu Bei's words, Shi Zhongtian's lips trembled. He swallowed his saliva, and when he looked at Chu Bei again, his eyes were filled with even more respect and adoration. Not to mention how sturdy the region's walls were, even if one could break through them, it would still take several dozen days to travel 100,000 kilometers from the wasteland Stone Country to the mysterious region. However, the other party only used a few minutes to do so. To travel through great regions with a single step, what kind of heaven-defying method was this? Shi Zhongtian took a deep breath. The mysterious existence in front of him might be tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, in the 5-phase mountain range below, countless enormous mountains towered. Immortal mists curled about them, as if heavenly dragons were sleeping one after another. At the very center, the great peak's shape was special. It was as if a palm was pressing down on it. It was extremely strange and released an indescribable aura. It gave off an immortal feeling. This great peak was the main body of the Immortal Mountain. As for the other peaks, they were just auxiliary peaks that protected it. There were even records in ancient texts that the Immortal Mountain's original name was 5-phase Mountain. There was a matchless figure below, and even after endless years passed, it was still difficult to truly refine him to death. Of course, even though there were records of this, the Immortal Mountain had always denied it. They had never acknowledged it. Honglonglong, just as Chu Bei was about to bring Shahao down to the Immortal Mountain, the heavens above the Immortal Mountain suddenly distorted. Following that, waves of great Tao sounds rang through the air. A moment later, a circular opening slowly appeared. All types of auspicious light danced about, and auspicious colors scattered down. One could vaguely see many extremely powerful magical artifacts opening the way. Senior, what is going on with this irregular scene? Shi Zhongtian looked at the circular opening with a puzzled expression. He looked towards Chu Bei. Look. The higher realms immortal mountains people have arrived. Without waiting for Chu Bei's reply, an excited voice sounded from within the immortal mountain. Then, within rumbling sounds, several war chariots flew out from the immortal mountain. There were several figures standing on each war chariot, and all of them naturally released incomparably powerful auras. Among them, there was no lack of elders standing on auspicious beasts. They stood in the air and looked towards the opening in anticipation. They only saw a great golden path unfold from the circular opening, extending into the immortal mountain. Flower petals filled the sky, and they were sparkling and translucent. It was as if great Dao flowers were blooming in the air. Master, someone came out. Shi Hao stayed in Chu Bei's bosom and pointed towards the circular opening. That place was extremely dazzling. Powerful magical artifacts opened the path, and an endless rain of flowers scattered down. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Are these the people from the higher realms? What an extravagant display! Shi Zhongtian muttered softly. There were a total of 7 people on the great golden path. There were 2 middle-aged men and 5 young men and women. Benefactor, for them to come to the immortal mountain at this time, could it be related to the great calamity that is about to arrive? Shi Zhongtian seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at the 7 figures and asked. Chu Bei nodded indifferently. They should be here to receive the supreme experts from the mountain. As soon as his voice fell, Chu Bei had already brought the 2 of them into the skies above the immortal mountain. Who are you all? You actually dare to casually appear in my immortal mountain's territory? Could it be that you don't even know the immortal mountain's rules? Those who enter the immortal mountain without permission will be severely punished. In just a few seconds, a group of immortal mountain cultivators surrounded Chu Bei. They all glared at him angrily. There were men and women, young and old, and their auras were all different. When they heard the disturbance, the 7 figures that came from the higher realms on the great golden path all looked towards Chu Bei. Chapter 423. 2 True Deity Great Ones, these are just a group of rascals. They don't understand the immortal mountain's rules and trespassed here. My immortal mountain's disciples will naturally punish them. The 2 of you have just descended into the lower realm, so why don't you follow the younger generation into the mountain and rest for a bit? A purple-haired old man respectfully bowed toward the 2 old men who were leading the group on the golden path, and then made a gesture of invitation. The purple-haired elder's name was Qin Shouqing, and he was the immortal mountain's second in command. He was also an old supreme expert. Normally, his status in the mysterious region was quite high. Wherever he went, there would always be people who would agree with him. However, right now, he was incomparably respectful towards the 2 elders on the great path. The reason was simple. These 2 elders came from the higher realms and even more so ignited their divine flames. They were powerful existences that transcended the mortal realm and entered the deity realm. Have the mountain's supreme experts make their preparations. In 2 hours, follow us to the higher realms. The 2 elders on the golden path shot a look of disdain towards Chu Bei's direction. Then, they stepped on the golden light and entered a great hall on the mountain. Are you all deaf? Did you not hear our question? Who exactly are you all? Why are you wasting so much time with them? Just directly capture them. The group of immortal mountain cultivators stared at Chu Bei's group of 3 with overcast expressions. When their shouts fell, some of their palms already began to surge with berserk energy. Chu Bei indifferently swept his eyes over the surrounding cultivators. The corners of his lips curled into a smile, but he didn't pay them any attention. Instead, he brought Shi Hao towards the location of Shi Xiling and his wife marked on the map. Peng peng peng. When they saw that Chu Bei was still unmoved, several cultivators from the immortal mountain took action at the same time. They turned into streaks of light and attacked. My name is Shi Zhongtian. I have come to find my son Shi Xiling. Just as the group of immortal mountain cultivators were about to attack Chu Bei, Shizhongtian took the initiative to release a shout. When his shout fell, a golden-winged peng rushed out from behind him. The golden symbol light was dazzling, and the golden feathers on its body seemed to be burning, illuminating the heavens. It reached out a pair of large claws and faced the attackers. Peng! Dazzling symbols flickered. Following a rumbling sound, the attacking immortal mountain cultivators were immediately sent flying. Their blood continuously spat out from their mouths. Formation Arrangement Realm Expert. An inscription cultivator steadied himself. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and looked at Shizhongtian in horror. Formation Arrangement Realm. An expert of this level is famous even in the Xian domain. Why don't I have any impression of such a person? Looks like only the venerable of the mountain can subdue him. Did you guys hear that? He's here to look for someone. Shiziling. Why does this name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? It's him, the husband of the previous saintess. Could it be that they are related to Shiziling? They came from the wasteland. The group of immortal mountain cultivators gathered together and vigilantly looked at Shizhongtian. I'll take them to see Shiziling. At this moment, a long-robed man who was also in the formation arrangement realm spoke. Shizhongtian glanced at Chu Bei. Seeing that Chu Bei didn't say anything, he followed behind the long-robed man. After entering the immortal mountain, regardless of who it is, they must first pay their respects to the immortal heavenly deity statue. After landing in the immortal mountain, the long-robed man stopped. He turned around and glanced at Shizhongtian. Then, he pointed at a giant stone statue in front of him. Pay respects to the immortal heavenly deity? Why? Shizhongtian frowned. Anyone who enters my immortal mountain must pay their respects to the heavenly deity. This is a pilgrimage, and it is also a rule. The long-robed man first bowed towards the stone statue, then looked at Shizhongtian and said in a deep voice, "What if I don't pay my respects?" Shizhongtian glanced at Chu Bei again. After seeing that the other party didn't have any intention of kneeling, he looked back at the long-robed man and said in a low voice, "Kneel. Pay your respects to the heavenly deity. Audacious mortal, you dare not pay your respects to the heavenly deity statue." Without waiting for the long-robed man to speak, the other cultivators rushed over again and blocked in front of Shizhongtian and the others. Their voices were deafening, and their faces were filled with displeasure. Someone who can make me pay my respects. Who has the qualifications to do so before the opening of the heavens? Chu Bei spoke. He calmly glanced at the stone statue with disdain. Since you don't want to pay your respects to the heavenly deity, then get lost. Don't see Shiziling again. The long-robed man waved his sleeve. Bang! However, just as the long-robed man's cold voice drifted through the air, his chest seemed to have been hit by a hammer. It caved in, and then his entire body flew out like a cannonball. With a low muffled sound, the long-robed man directly smashed into the giant stone statue. The huge stone statue fell to the ground and cracked into several pieces. So noisy. Chu Bei indifferently glanced at the statue. With his hands behind his back, he continued to walk forward. What happened to Elder Shuiyu? Who hurt him? He is at the formation arrangement realm. Did he do it? The heavenly deity statue is broken. He broke the heavenly deity statue. Don't just stand there. Hurry and report to the ancestor. Looking at the shattered stone statue, the cultivators of the immortal mountain were stunned at first. When they reacted, their faces were filled with fear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before anyone could leave, several figures already appeared above the giant stone statue. These people included the 7 figures that descended from the higher realms. Audacious! Who did this? An angry shout that was filled with killing intent resounded through the skies above the immortal mountain like rolling thunder. Ancestor, it's this group of invaders. A cultivator hurriedly knelt in front of Qin Fa. His voice was a bit trembling. You destroyed the heavenly deity statue. Dying 10,000 times won't be enough. Qin Fa angrily shouted. His hand formed a fist imprint, and like a great sun, he directly attacked Shizhongtian, who seemed to have the highest cultivation. Wang, the void rumbled. Qin Fei's fist punched out. It was simple and direct as it rushed forward. His fist went from dim to brilliant, from dark to golden. It was fast to the extreme and impossible to dodge. Looking at the fist that carried a terrifying might, Shi Zhongtian locked his gaze onto Qin Fei. His brows furrowed. Then, with one hand holding the bow and the other using his sleeve, he pulled the bowstring. Brilliant light shone. The sound of the bowstring vibrating shook the void, bringing with it waves of terrifying patterns. The arrow released divine light and carried with it a world-destroying divine might. The arrow shot out, shooting towards Qin Fei. Catcher. However, due to the difference in cultivation realms, following a crisp sound, Shi Zhongtian's imposing arrow was broken into several pieces by Qin Fei's fist. No wonder Shui Yu wasn't your opponent. Only a supreme expert could take on this arrow of yours. Qin Fei coldly snorted. Unfortunately, you met me this time. You destroyed the heavenly deity statue first. Die. As his ice-cold voice fell, Qin Fei formed a fist imprint and instantly appeared in front of Shi Zhongtian. Peng. However, just as Qin Fei's fist was about to smash into Shi Zhongtian's head, his body mysteriously exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Just as the bloody mist was about to turn into a rain of light and disappear into the void, a strange symbol lit up. The bloody mist once again merged together, turning back into Qin Fei's appearance. Heavens, what happened? The ancestor's body actually exploded. What is going on? The ancestor is a supreme expert. He is the overlord of a large region. How could he be injured? Just who made a move? How did the ancestor get injured? The group of immortal mountain cultivators widened their eyes in shock. Their faces were full of disbelief. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was someone in this large region who could injure their ancestor without anyone noticing. Who? Who is it? Qin Fei immediately retreated to the side of the two elders from the higher realms. He looked around in fear, and in the end, his gaze kept switching between Shi Zhongtian and Chu Bei. Just then, the space he was in suddenly exploded with an incomparable power of space. Even someone as powerful as him could not resist this wave of power. In an instant, his body was shattered into a bloody mist, and his soul disappeared along with it. Fortunately, at the most dangerous instant, he'd utilized the only supreme prime val talisman he possessed, the death substitution talisman, in time, and only then was he able to escape death. However, even so, using the death substitute talisman still consumed a large amount of his essence blood. His aura immediately weakened, and his face became incomparably pale. Chu Bei didn't pay Qin Fei any attention. His eyes landed on one of the elders from the higher realms. To be more precise, Chu Bei was looking at the 2-year-old child in the elder's arms. Master, this disciple feels that the little brother in that grandpa's arms is quite close. Shi Hao pointed at the tender white child and said. When he heard Shi Hao's words, Shi Zhongtian also revealed a look of confusion. He could vaguely sense a type of bond from the tender white child's body, as if it was familial love. When he met the grandfather and grandson's gazes, Chu Bei smiled without saying anything, pretending to be mysterious. Yin-Yang emissaries, do you two know who it was that took action against this junior? Qin Fei threw several pills into his mouth and respectfully looked at the two elders beside him. The two elders from the higher realms didn't pay attention to Qin Fei. Their eyes were currently on Shi Hao in Chu Bei's arms. The two carefully sized him up. Their eyes first revealed confusion, then shock, and then they were completely filled with excitement. All that was left was burning passion. Innate supreme being bone, he has an incomparable innate divine ability. In the end, the two elders looked at Shi Hao as if they were looking at prey. They really wanted to devour him in one gulp. What? Innate supreme being bone, there was actually such a monster in the lower realms prison. Master, should we bring him with us to the higher realms? When they heard the Yin-Yang emissary's words, the 5 young men and women from the higher realms looked at each other. Their faces were all filled with shock. Master, they are looking at me. When he met the Yin-Yang emissary's gazes, Shi Hao softly called out. He subconsciously shrank into Chu Bei's embrace. There seems to be a mysterious power in this child's body. The young emissary frowned. So you also have this type of feeling. I seem to have seen a revolving pill medicine within his body. It is quite mysterious and hazy. I can't see through it at all. The yin emissary spoke. Let's bring him back for research. The yin-yang emissaries calmly chatted, as if they didn't attach any importance to Chu Bei or Shi Zhongtian. Their topic of conversation revolved around Shi Hao the entire time. After they finished talking, the young emissary took a step forward. He didn't even give Chu Bei a look. His right hand reached out towards Chu Bei. Symbols flickered in his palm, and a terrifying suction force surged out, heading straight for Shi Hao. Kaila. However, when this terrifying suction force was still 10 meters away from Shi Hao, it was crushed into nothingness by the primal chaos that appeared out of nowhere. It was this wave of power just now. The pale-faced Qin Fa seemed to have sensed something. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. So it was you. The yin-yang emissaries frowned. Their eyes landed on Chu Bei's body. At this time, Shi Zhongtian had already retreated behind Chu Bei. You guys actually have ideas about this one's disciple. Your guts aren't small. Chu Bei's mocking laughter sounded. He directly raised his hand towards the young emissary's direction and pointed in the air. Immediately, the primal chaos around the young emissary surged. Then, his body suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the 2-year-old child in the young emissary's embrace flew out and landed in front of Chu Bei. Carry him. This is also your grandson. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Shi Zhongtian. His voice wasn't loud, but in Shi Zhongtian's ears, it was no different from rumbling thunder. Benefactor, are you saying that this child is also born from Xiling and Yiling? Shi Zhongtian carefully received the white and tender child. His voice was trembling a bit. Master, is this disciple's younger brother? So cute. No wonder I felt that he was so close to my disciple. Shi Hao happily reached out his hand and pinched the white and tender child's face. The white and tender child seemed to be enjoying himself. From time to time, he would spit out bubbles from his mouth. You came from the higher realms. Looking at the white and tender child in Shi Zhongtian's embrace, the yin-yang emissaries were first stunned. When they came back to their senses, their eyes clearly carried a trace of strangeness. Judging from the other party's soundless methods that even they couldn't detect, the other party's cultivation level had definitely broken through the supreme realm. Perhaps he was the same as them. He had already successfully ignited his divine flame and transcended mortality, so he was the one who injured the ancestor. From what the 2 true deities said, he also came from the higher realms. No wonder he is so powerful. However, he is someone from the higher realms. How could he be related to Shi Xiling? The gazes of the crowd of cultivators fell onto Chu Bei in unison, and the surprise between their brows grew even more. Who allowed you to leave? Just as Chu Bei was about to bring Shi Hao and Shi Zhongtian to where Shi Xiling was, the yin-yang emissaries shouted at the same time. Then, they stood in front of Chu Bei and blocked his path. I don't care who you are. Damaging the heavenly sovereign statue is an unforgivable crime. The yin emissary looked at Chu Bei and snorted coldly. Purple radiance flowed through his pupils. Large amounts of black mist carrying deathly aura surged from his body. At the same time, the young emissary's body also underwent a transformation. A 5-colored battle armor appeared around his body, and the energy of the 5 elements curled about it. The dark aura he gave off was different from the yin emissaries. His entire body was surrounded by 5-colored flames. The surface of his body was sparkling and filled with a holy aura. Chapter 424. Even 2 little fellows at the true first realm dare to block this lord's path? It seems that I should find a time to go to the upper realm and make an example out of this so-called celestial venerable. Sensing the pressure released by the yin-yang emissaries, Chu Bei narrowed his eyes. He wasn't angry, but he was imposing. The yin-yang emissaries were stunned when Chu Bei saw through their cultivation. When they came back to their senses, anger immediately appeared on their faces. How dare you? You insulted the celestial venerable again. You deserve to die. The yin emissary clenched his fists tightly. A ball of black divine fire appeared between his brows. Then, from inside out, black underworld flames surged out from all over his body. With the black fog surrounding his body and the faint underworld flames, the yin emissary looked extremely strange. His figure was thin and blurry, like a demon from hell. The young emissary also ignited his divine fire. His divine fire carried the light of the 5 elements. It was peaceful and vast, and its aura was shocking. In an instant, the yin-yang emissary's aura suddenly rose. It was extremely terrifying. The faint aftershocks shook the void and made it sizzle. The celestial venerable who insulted the celestial venerable, die. As the cold voice fell, the yin emissary opened his mouth and spat out a ball of underworld flames. It looked dark, but it burned the void until it distorted. Its power was astonishing. It swept toward Chu Bei at an extremely fast speed. Facing the intimidating underworld flames, Chu Bei's expression was unmoved. He casually opened his right hand. Chaos spewed out from his palm and instantly crushed the underworld flames. Seeing the yin emissary's underworld flames dissipate, the yang emissary frowned. He immediately waved his hand toward the void. A golden staff appeared in his hand. He waved it fiercely. Blood-colored lightning intertwined and crossed the void toward Chu Bei. Chu Bei's face was still expressionless. With a wave of his hand, the void shattered again and again. The blood-colored lightning shattered along with it. His power and aura are very strange. Seeing this, the yin-yang emissaries looked at each other. Other than surprise, there was also some seriousness on their faces. Vaguely, they seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. The mysterious person in front of them seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. Thinking of this, the yin-yang emissaries looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then, they made a unanimous decision. Roar. Suddenly, the emissary of hell let out a sharp roar. As the sound of his roar faded, a sea of white bones appeared behind him. All sorts of skeletons stood up, and many skeletons came to life as they lunged towards Chu Bei. This was a forbidden technique from the upper realm. At this moment, it was summoned by the underworld emissary. Many bone spirits stood in the sky and fought together. It was as if hell had descended, and the dark fog was vast and mighty. The young emissary shouted and chanted sutras. He activated another forbidden technique, causing flames to surge and magma to boil. From another direction, he surged towards Chu Bei with overwhelming might. Is this a battle between gods? How terrifying! As they watched the scene unfold on the battlefield, the Immortal Mountain's cultivators below all revealed expressions of shock. Regardless of whether it was the yang emissary or the yin emissary, the forbidden techniques they used were far beyond what they could compare to. Once they entered the battlefield by mistake, they would most likely die instantly and turn into ashes. Kai, however, just as these two terrifying forbidden techniques were about to engulf Chu Bei, a large primal chaos hand swept out from the void. With a light pat, the skeletons, spirits, and magma disappeared without a trace. Before anyone could react, two screams rang out between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the yin-yang emissaries were grasped by the giant primal chaos hand. Their expressions twisted in pain. Miserable screams rang out from the yin-yang emissaries' mouths. Their howls were filled with pain, as if they were being tortured by the 18 layers of hell. Their bodies became distorted, and the sound of bones shattering and flesh being crushed could be heard. It made one's heart tremble. How is this possible? Those are two true deities from the upper realm. They were actually defeated. Has he already reached this level of terror? Not even true deity great ones are his opponents. Who else can subdue him now? The surrounding Immortal Mountain cultivators looked at the yin-yang emissaries who were painfully struggling in the rippling hand. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes were filled with fear. Their faces were full of disbelief. The 5 young men and women who also came from the upper realm opened their mouths wide. They looked at each other in dismay, as if they wanted to say something. However, because of fear, they wanted to threaten Chu Bei, so they swallowed their words back into their hearts. With the sound of the air being torn apart, another 4 supreme experts flew out from the immortal mountain. They landed next to Qin Fa one after another. When they saw the situation on the battlefield, the 4 supreme experts were first stunned. When they reacted, they were all just like Qin Fa. They were so stunned that they were like wooden blocks, not moving at all. Release us. The yin-yang emissaries struggled with everything they had. They tried many times to reignite their divine flames and break free, but they all failed. Gradually, the 2 individuals' auras became weak, and their divine force fluctuations became increasingly unstable. It was as if they were going to wither away at any moment. This one wants to leave, yet you two insist on stopping me. What is the point of this? Chu Bei looked at the yin-yang emissaries with an expressionless face. You came from the upper realm, so there's no way you haven't heard of the Immortal Mountain's inheritance. The Immortal Mountain will not let you off for what you are doing right now. Even if you hide in the lower realm, you will still suffer the endless pursuit of the Immortal Mountain. The yin-yang emissaries coldly stared at Chu Bei. Their words were full of threats. You truly don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. When the emotionless voice sounded, the yin-yang emissaries exploded within the giant primal chaos palm with a peng sound. Their souls were completely wiped out. The ear-splitting explosion resounded above the Immortal Mountain. Qin Fa, Qin Shouqing, the other supreme experts, the cultivators from the Immortal Mountain, and the 5 young men and women who also came from the upper realms suddenly froze. They were unable to snap back to reality for a long time. No matter what, they couldn't believe that the yin-yang emissaries who represented the Immortal Mountain's inheritance were killed just like that. They were completely caught off guard. It was to the extent where they were all stupefied. As they looked at the giant primal chaos palm that still hadn't scattered, they only felt absent-minded. Perhaps even the dead yin-yang emissaries didn't expect the one they threatened to kill so decisively. Otherwise, they might have compromised a bit. Now that the yin-yang emissaries are dead, how are we supposed to head to the higher realms? Could it be that we are also going to be buried in the great calamity? Hurry and contact the higher realms' Immortal Mountain. The supreme experts from the Immortal Mountain seemed to have thought of something and became incomparably flustered. You already killed the yin-yang emissaries, so what else do you want to do? Could it be that you really want to kill all of us? While looking at Chu Bei, who was slowly flying over, Qin Fa revealed an expression of fear. He didn't have the calmness that the Immortal Mountain's ancestor should have. However, Chu Bei only gave Qin Fa an indifferent look and didn't pay him any attention. He brought Shi Zhongtian and Shi Hao towards a mountain valley. Big brother, what should we do now? After Chu Bei and the others left, a supreme expert immediately walked over to Qin Fa's side and asked. Of course we have to inform the higher realms about this first. After speaking, Qin Fa's hands continuously formed imprints. He drew out a decree and sent it into the circular opening in the distant heavens. On the other side, Chu Bei already brought Shi Hao and Shi Zhongtian to a mountain valley. Inside the valley, multicolored light surged. It was an auspicious and peaceful place. Upon closer inspection, one could see 9 colored deer running about and 5 colored peacocks dancing about. This was a true divine earth. Silver waterfalls cascaded down from the mountain peaks and scattered down into the sky. There were all types of scenery within the depths. It was as beautiful as the divine realm. Divine auras pervaded the air. From top to bottom, the valley was divided into 6 large regions. This courtyard, when he saw the region below, Shi Zhongtian's body suddenly trembled. He was extremely familiar with the layout of that place. It was exactly the same as the courtyard he lived in the martial imperial manor. Soon after, Shi Zhongtian found a pair of familiar figures in the courtyard. His eyes couldn't help but become red. Xiling, my son. After a soft cry, Shi Zhongtian's tears flowed freely. So this is father and mother. Shi Hao stared blankly at the figures in the courtyard. A wave of warmth surged into his heart. His eyes became misty as he muttered to himself. For others, their parents were their closest relatives. They were always by their side and watched over as they grew up. However, for him, This was a type of extravagant hope. He had never seen them even now. He longed for this type of blood relationship. Now, he was finally going to meet them. How they must have missed you. Shi Zhongtian carried Shi Hao and took the lead to rush towards the region where Shi Xiling and his wife were. Peng. However, just as Shi Zhongtian was about to enter that region, all types of light suddenly rose from the sky. Symbols flickered, and a wave of surging power directly pushed Shi Zhongtian back. Father! Mother! Shi Hao shouted towards the ground. His voice echoed through the valley like thunder. Even so, there was no response from the couple in the area below. There is a supreme formation that has sealed off this valley. The formation's power is isolating it. We can see inside, but they cannot. Shi Zhongtian frowned. When his low voice fell, Shi Zhongtian clenched his fist. After accumulating power, he fiercely smashed it downwards. Honglong. A powerful and sinister true who appeared and threw itself at the great formation below. Wherever it passed, the void rang with sounds. In the blink of an eye, the true who smashed into the formation, producing a heaven-shocking sound. However, it only produced a layer of ripples and did not cause any substantial damage to the formation. At the same time, in the valley below, in the corner of the martial imperial manor, a man sat cross-legged in the bamboo forest. His body swirled with Dao aura. His eyes were closed, as if he had transcended the mortal world. He was silent and unmoving. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, stood up, and said, "What's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly think of Hao and even feel like his come?" The white-clothed woman opposite him raised her head and said, "Hao is often brought in by Qin Fa. Isn't it normal for him to come?" "No, I am talking about Stone Village's Hao. He came, and he is very close to us. This feeling is very strange." The man's eyes shot out two streaks of divine lightning. His body trembled slightly. How is that possible? We haven't even left this place to find him, yet he has already come to find us. The white-clothed woman's voice trembled. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her graceful body was also trembling slightly. Kaila. Just as the couple was in a daze, the primal chaos above their heads surged. Then, a crisp shattering sound rang out. They could faintly feel a wave of terrifying and strange power. In the next moment, the couple's line of sight widened. The mountain peaks and the sky that they had not seen for a long time could be seen. Chapter 425. Xiling, look. That is. Looking at the slowly descending figure, the white-clothed woman's lips trembled. Unknowingly, her eyes became completely red. Father. Shi Xiling's eyes locked onto Shi Zhongtian's body. At first, he stared blankly, but when he reacted, his voice was like rolling thunder. "Xiling, have you been well these past few years?" Shi Zhongtian's tears flowed freely. "We were only imprisoned." Shi Xiling hugged Shi Zhongtian and pointed at Shi Hao with a trembling hand. "Father, he is Hao your Hao, he has grown up. The supreme being bone has also been retrieved." Shi Zhongtian's voice was somewhat sobbing. "Hao, are you really my Hao?" The white-clothed woman hugged Shi Hao. Even though she already knew the answer, she still couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Qin Yining caressed Shi Hao's face and looked at him in a daze. Tears rolled down her face. Even Shi Xiling's tiger eyes were filled with tears. His breathing was hurried as he tightly grabbed Shi Hao's shoulders. He wanted to laugh loudly, but tears still fell. At this moment, they were both happy and sad. All types of emotions coexisted. "Father, mother, I am Hao. I came to find you." Shi Hao shouted loudly as tears flowed down his face. Even though he didn't have any memories of his parents, he knew that the couple in front of him had caused havoc in the martial imperial manor for him. They slaughtered in all directions, and in the end, they even left their home and came to the mysterious region. "Hao, don't blame mother and father. It's not that we didn't want to find you, but that we were imprisoned here by the immortal mountains people. These past few years have truly been hard on you. Mother has let you down." Qin Yining tightly hugged Shi Hao. She couldn't hold back her longing for the past 3 years. She cried loudly and vented as much as she wanted. How many years had she been startled awake from her dreams? Unfortunately, her pillow was covered in tears. Shaziling's eyes were red. He endured his own emotions and reached out his large hands to hug Qin Yining and Shahao. The three of them hugged each other tightly and didn't say anything for a long time. Qin Yining caressed Shahao's face again and again. Sometimes she was happy, sometimes she cried, sometimes she giggled foolishly, and sometimes her face was full of regret. "Father, how did you break through the great formation in the valley? That was set up by the immortal mountain's true deity. Also, how did you retrieve Hao's supreme being bone?" After a long while, Shaziling pointed upwards and looked at Shizhongtian in confusion. "Your father isn't that capable. It was my benefactor, Hao's master, who broke it. As for the supreme being bone, he was the one who got it." Shizhongtian spoke. From start to finish, he spoke about how Chu Bei brought back the supreme being bone for Shahao, and then came here to kill the two true deities in detail. Plop. After hearing Shizhongtian's words, Shaziling and his wife's faces were filled with shock. Clearly, they didn't think that their eldest son would benefit from a disaster and become the disciple of such a powerful person in Stone Village. After recovering from the shock, the husband and wife held hands and knelt in front of Chu Bei. Words of gratitude came out of their mouths. After Shaziling and his wife repeatedly expressed their thanks, they led Chu Bei into the house they were living in and treated him well. During their conversation, Chu Bei also understood why Shaziling and his wife were imprisoned. It was most likely because of Qin Yining. As the previous Immortal Mountain's holy maiden, privately marrying was a great taboo in the mountain. However, due to her special status, the Immortal Mountain's elders decided to imprison her for life. The host has helped Shahao reunite with his parents. Mission completed. The host has been rewarded with 1 use of Xiao Hei's power. Level 15 Commodity Authority has been activated 30%. Soon after, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's sea of consciousness. Another moment passed. "This is Qin Fei's aura. They are here." Inside the house, Shaziling frowned. The originally carefree laughter immediately disappeared. A moment later, Shaziling, his wife, Shizhongtian, and the others appeared outside the house. When he raised his eyes, he saw Qin Fei, Qin Shouqing, and the other supreme experts as well as the Immortal Mountain's cultivators. They were floating in the air and coldly looking down. To be more precise, they were staring at Chu Bei. "What? Do you all have something to rely on?" Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly looked at Qin Fei and the others in the air. Qin Fei coldly snorted and shifted his gaze away from Chu Bei. He then knelt down towards the distant sky and closed his eyes. His face was full of sincerity. At the same time, Qin Shouqing and the other supreme experts also kowtowed towards the sky and continuously prayed. Hong long long dash. Within the rumbling sounds, an incomparably large and dazzling halo appeared in the distant sky. Golden multicolored light shone brilliantly and covered the sky, filling the boundless world. Immediately after, within the sincere prayers of Qin Fei and the others, a boundless aura filled the air and shook the Immortal Mountain. With the Immortal Mountain as the center, it immediately spread to the entire mysterious region. This terrifying aura was as if an unimaginably terrifying existence was about to appear in this world. Could it be that a great figure from the higher realms is about to descend? Qin Yining hugged Shahao and raised her head towards the sky. Her expression greatly changed and her entire body trembled. Shaziling frowned. A long spear appeared in his hand. His aura continuously rose as he made his preparations for battle. Wong wong wong, the heavens trembled. Countless symbols flickered and flickered with the light of the great Tao. It was as if stellar streams were being created and destroyed. As time went on, in the distant heavens, complex and profound order appeared and flickered continuously. Terrifying fluctuations and incomparable auras interweaved together. The void was like a tattered painting scroll that trembled within the strange light and released hualala sounds. Upon closer inspection, those natural laws were cryptic and profound. They swirled with brilliant divine light and were extremely terrifying. Qin Fa, Qin Shoqing, and the other supreme experts became more and more respectful. They continuously kowtowed towards the heavens. Dang! The Immortal Mountain's main peak's great hall indescribably swayed. Following a strange metallic sound, a heavenly beam of light rose from the great hall and pierced straight into the heavens. Yining, who do you think is going to come down this time? Shi Xiling looked towards Qin Yining at his side. His expression became more and more serious. I don't know. However, this type of battle, even in the higher realm's Immortal Mountain, would have a revered status. Qin Yining shook her head. Her expression became more and more nervous. Kyla. Finally, the heavens split open. A several tens of thousands of Zhong large immortal bird moved through the heavens. Its golden wings were like clouds that covered the heavens as they filled the air with boundless multicolored light. With a shake of its wings, thunderclouds covered the sky and heaven and earth exploded. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. With just a flap of its wings, the heavens were like porcelain that was struck. Cracks quickly appeared and extended into the distance. Heavenly Luan. That's the heavenly deity's mount. How could it be him that personally came? If it really is him, then we, with the appearance of the immortal bird, Qin Yining's face immediately became pale. Her eyes were completely filled with fear. If not for Shi Xiling supporting her, her entire body might have already gone weak and fallen onto the ground. Qin Fa, where is he? Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the immortal bird's body, an indistinct and difficult-to-capture voice that was like rolling thunder resounded through the entire mysterious region. In that instant, with the Immortal Mountain at the center, the cultivators within a range of several hundred kilometers all rushed into the sky. At the same time, they all looked over with faces full of shock. As the indistinct voice fell, the symbol light in the distant heavens scattered down onto the earth. What followed was the incomprehensible chanting of sutras. Then, an enormous figure appeared above the immortal bird. It sat cross-legged on the back of the immortal bird, and its entire body was surrounded by a layer of resplendent silver rings of light. It was as if a deity was patrolling the three realms. What happened to the Immortal Mountain? Who is that person? Where did he come from? What does he have to do with the Immortal Mountain? Didn't you guys see that even the Immortal Mountain's old ancestor, Qin Fa, is kneeling in front of him? Heavens! As expected of the most mysterious power in the great region, judging from that person's aura, I'm afraid that he has long surpassed the supreme expert realm. Countless cultivators hovered outside the Immortal Mountain. They all stared at the figure that sat cross-legged on the heavenly Luan in the distant heavens. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. Immortal heavenly deity? The great calamity hasn't arrived yet, so why would he descend now? Could it be that he's here to receive the Immortal Mountain's supreme expert? But there's no need for him to personally do such a small thing. Could it be that the Immortal Mountain is in danger? Moreover, the trouble isn't small. Who was the one he was talking about before? Meanwhile, in several hidden corners of the mysterious region, powerful creatures woke up one after another. They all released terrifying auras. Judging from their auras, even the weakest of them had the strength of a supreme expert. At this moment, these powerful creatures that had slept for 1,000 years all cast their gazes towards the heavens above the Immortal Mountain. Disciple pays his respects to the heavenly deity. In the skies above the Immortal Mountain, Qin Fa led a group of supreme experts and disciples in kowtowing towards that figure. It really is the heavenly deity ancestor. Qin Yining's face was pale. She muttered to herself, as if she had lost her soul. She was extremely scared. She was scared that something unexpected would happen to this reunion that she had waited countless days and nights for. Shi Xiling remained silent. He only tightly hugged Qin Yining. His silver magical clothes shone, and his expression was extremely serious. He forcefully gripped the war spear. Mother, you don't have to be scared. Master is extremely powerful. He will definitely be able to beat this bad guy away. Shi Hao rolled up his sleeves and obediently wiped away the cold sweat on Qin Yining's forehead. Nothing will happen to us. Qin Yining pinched Shi Hao and forced a smile. Yining, how much do you know about this immortal heavenly deity? Shi Zhongtian frowned and asked Qin Yining. He is my Qin clan's ancestor. He single-handedly established the immortal mountain. According to the records of our clan, he has already lived for over 10,000 years. Even in the higher realms, he is still a well-known giant that intimidates an area. When she spoke up to hear, Qin Yining gave the figure on top of the immortal bird a look. She took a deep breath and said, as for his cultivation, forget about the lower realms, even in the higher realms, those who can compare to him are few and far between. He can be said to be truly unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. Unmatched existence. When he heard this, Shi Zhongtian gave immortal heavenly deity another look, and then he snuck a look at Chu Bei beside him. His eyes carried a strange expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Qin Fa, where is that person? The ethereal voice that was filled with unmatched might sounded again. When he heard this shout, Qin Fa immediately broke out into a cold shiver. Then, after deeply bowing towards immortal heavenly deity, he impatiently reached out a finger towards Chu Bei. Yi! On top of the heavenly Luan, symbols flickered within the eyes of that figure. When his gaze landed on Chu Bei's body, he couldn't help but release a murmur of confusion. You are the one who destroyed this sovereign's divine statue and killed this sovereign's yin and yang emissaries? Immortal heavenly deity's voice sounded again. His enormous divine consciousness surrounded Chu Bei. However, what shocked him was that he couldn't capture the other party's divine energy fluctuations. If he didn't see Qin Fa personally point it out, he wouldn't even believe that someone without any divine energy fluctuations could kill the yin and yang emissaries that ignited their divine flames. Ancestor, Yining sincerely asks for your respected self's forgiveness. My benefactor only accidentally killed the yin and yang emissaries for the sake of our family's reunion. If your respected self insists on punishing us, Yining is willing to die in my benefactor's place. When she saw immortal heavenly deity's gaze land on Chu Bei's body, Qin Yining didn't hesitate in the slightest. She immediately let go of Shi Hao and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Chu Bei. She continuously kowtowed towards immortal heavenly deity. As the previous holy lady, you originally had great prospects. According to this sovereign's plans, you should have already arrived in the higher realms and been personally taught by this sovereign. However, you just had to betray the Tao rules and privately marry these sinners. What qualifications do you have to beg this sovereign right now? On top of the immortal bird, that figure gave Qin Yining a cold look and berated. Chapter 426. In the distant heavenly dome, when immortal heavenly deity's shout sounded, a wave of tangible and terrifying pressure immediately surged from his body. It was like a roiling river as it directly descended towards Qin Yining. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse. Wang, however, right when this wave of terrifying pressure was about to surround Qin Yining's body, a hazy mist strangely rose around the latter's body, easily dispersing that unstoppable pressure. You have some methods after all. When he saw this scene, immortal heavenly deity didn't pay Qin Yining any attention and instead looked towards Chu Bei. He still had that arrogant expression of looking down on all living things. When his calm voice sounded, immortal heavenly deity began to release a mysterious and difficult to understand strange sound, as if he was chanting sutras. With each word immortal heavenly deity chanted, an enormous symbol mountain would appear out of thin air and then crush towards Chu Bei's location. This was an extremely strange and terrifying scene. What kind of relationship does that person have with immortal mountain? A single word, a mountain. How terrifying is this? Outside immortal mountain, countless cultivators were stupefied. Their faces were full of disbelief as they looked at immortal heavenly deity. He sat on top of the 10,000 zhong immortal bird and continuously chanted sutras. Unmatched spiritual force surrounded the area, and the entire mysterious region was resonating with him, trembling slightly. Symbols jumped out from immortal heavenly deity's mouth one after another, forming enormous mountains. What he chanted was the immortal scripture. It could save all living things, but it could also destroy all living things. Looking at the tens to hundreds of incomparably terrifying great mountains above their heads, Qin Yining's expression was deathly pale. Shi Zhongtian and Shi Ziling's expressions were also extremely ugly. "Let's go together." Shi Zhongtian and Shi Ziling gave each other a look and made their decision at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Shi Zhongtian raised his longbow and used his sleeve as an arm. A dark arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the nearest great mountain with a forceful aura. Shi Ziling raised his spear and threw it out with a loud shout. The great golden-winged Peng's void image appeared in front of the spear, and its golden feathers seemed to be burning as it faced an enormous mountain. Catcher. However, the mountain that was pressing down was as hard as ancient black iron. Not only did it not shatter in the slightest, it even shattered the arrows and spears. Two mere formation arrangement realm cultivators, no more than ants, actually want to block the attack of an Empyrean? How laughable. You overestimate yourselves. Qin Fa's cold snort was filled with disdain. He glanced at Shi Zhongtian and Shi Ziling in disdain as his words were filled with mockery. When an Empyrean takes action, who can match him? At this moment, Qin Shoqing also took a step forward and stood beside Qin Fa. His face was also filled with disdain. However, as soon as Qin Shoqing's mocking voice fell, the indestructible mountains began to ripple. Within the ripples, these incomparably enormous mountains began to tremble. Then, catcher sounds rang through the air. They turned into pieces of crushed stone and smashed down towards the immortal mountain below. Peng peng peng. High up in the sky, tens to hundreds of mountains were shattered by a strange and formless force. They turned into countless enormous crushed stones and smashed down towards the immortal mountain below. They poured down like raindrops and carried terrifying might. Within the continuous rumbling sounds, the immortal mountain that was originally covered in jade palaces and looked like a paradise had craters carved out one after another in the blink of an eye. It was a scene of devastation, and the main peak was even more so turned into ruins. That fellow called an Empyrean by Qin Fa and the others truly has heaven-defying methods. However, that mysterious individual who knows Shi Ziling and his wife isn't weak either. I can see it. Those large mountains formed from symbols all carry the aura of the great Tao. If it was us, forget about a single mountain, we might not even be able to withstand a single corner of it. However, this person, even though he doesn't have the slightest trace of divine force fluctuations, he was able to silently neutralize this type of danger. I never would have thought that I would be able to see a battle between experts that transcended the supreme expert realm in my lifetime. The battle between two great figures is truly a pity for the immortal mountain. A holy land has been reduced to such a state. In the distance, a group of cultivators swept their eyes over the immortal heavenly deity and Chu Bei. In the end, they looked towards the immortal mountain and sighed. Who is this person? He was actually able to neutralize the immortal heavenly deity's attack. Could it be that he has some type of secret method to avoid the great calamity and has already cultivated for tens of thousands of years? That's impossible, right? In my opinion, this person definitely came from the higher realms as well, and he is also a great figure in the higher realms. In several hidden corners of the mysterious region, the powerful creatures that had awakened all looked towards Chu Bei's body. Their words carried suspicion. Qin Fa and Qin Shoqing looked at Chu Bei in shock. Their faces were full of shock. It was clear that they never expected this person to be able to neutralize the Empyrean's methods. In their hearts, the immortal heavenly deity was the ruler of this world, an unrivaled existence. Once the Empyrean took action, no one could match him. Regardless of whether it was a god or a devil, they would all be instantly turned into ashes. Your strength is still not enough. Just watch from the side. Chu Bei's hands were behind his back. His eyes indifferently swept over Shi Zhongtian and Shi Ziling. After speaking, he stepped into the air. Wherever he passed, silver radiance would surge. It was resplendent and dazzling. In an instant, Chu Bei arrived in the sky above the immortal heavenly deity and faced him head-on. His clothes fluttered about in the wind, and his figure was like an unrivaled immortal supreme. Who exactly are you? Immortal heavenly deity was still sitting on the immortal bird, but this time, the gaze he used to look at Chu Bei with became serious. Chu Bei still didn't say anything and only laughed. There was a hint of playfulness in his smile, as if he was mocking him. Forget it. Regardless of what inheritance you have behind you, if you dare to disobey this Supreme One, then you will have to pay the price. When these cold words fell, immortal heavenly deity got up from the immortal bird. His appearance that was originally wrapped in turbid energy became even more illusory and difficult to see through. Li, following a cry, the heavenly Luan below immortal heavenly deity's feet seemed to have received an order. Its golden wings interweaved with lightning and chaotic energy violently surged. Then, its golden wings shook. All of the essence energy from the 5-phase mountain range below gathered and entered its wings, rushing into its mouth and nose. In an instant, the heavenly Luan's aura erupted to an incomparably terrifying level. However, its body was the exact opposite. It continuously shrunk, and in the end, it actually turned into a golden long sword that released resplendent and dazzling radiance. This long sword was extremely strange. A pair of golden wings extended from the body of the sword, releasing an incomparably holy aura. Shio! The golden long sword flickered and turned into a streak of light. It pierced through the heavens and aimed directly at the space between Chu Bei's brows. Under this sword, heaven and earth violently trembled. At this moment, in the sky above the immortal mountain, all of the cultivators within 1,000 li radius stopped circulating their spiritual energy. It was as if they suddenly became ordinary people. What was even more terrifying was that they seemed to have lost their senses. They couldn't move for a moment. In their line of sight, there was only the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering divine sword in the distant sky, as well as the mysterious youth who was still calm and unruffled even though he was about to be pierced through. Dang, just when everyone thought that a hole was going to appear between the mysterious youth's brows, that peerless divine sword was pinched between the latter's 2 fingers. The fierce aura that could kill gods and Buddhas came to an abrupt stop. It was also at this moment that the binding force on everyone's bodies disappeared. They regained their freedom. He actually stopped it. He actually managed to stop such a terrifying sword with just 2 fingers. And from the looks of it, he seems to be very casual and relaxed. Heavens, where exactly did this fellow come from? If we can find out his Dao name, we should be able to find out about him from the ancient records. That's true. Such a terrifying existence can't be unknown. The spectating cultivators in the distance all swallowed. Their blazing gazes were fixed on Chu Bei's body. The astonishment in their eyes became even more intense. Catcher! Suddenly, a sharp and clear sound rang out from the skies above Immortal Mountain. It spread into the distance until it reached the entire mysterious region. Immediately after, a series of mournful wails rang in everyone's ears, mixed with intense pain. When they looked over, they saw that the enormous golden sword in the sky had been broken in half by the mysterious youth's 2 fingers. It once again returned to the heavenly Luan's original body. However, the heavenly Luan was now split in half. Golden blood scattered across the horizon like a long river. It continuously cried out in grief. It was clear that it was enduring unbearable pain. The cries made one feel pity for it. Stop! Immortal heavenly deity immediately shouted. At the same time, he reached out a large sparkling white hand that was sparkling like jade. It slapped towards Chu Bei. This palm was enough to shake all of the present world's experts. It flowed with a thick aura of the great Tao and destroyed everything in its path. However, even though immortal heavenly deity immediately took action, he was still too late. Chu Bei's palm turned into a blade and hacked downwards. An enormous blade radiance formed from primal chaos tore through the void. Wherever it passed, one could vaguely see many stars behind it. The blade radiance passed through the heavenly Luan's 2 halves. In that instant, the heavenly Luan's cries disappeared into the horizon. The 2 halves of its body disappeared along with it. Hong! The blade radiance's aftermath merged with immortal heavenly deity's palm imprint, directly shattering the heavens. How could this be? Qin Fa, Qin Shouqing, and the others looked at each other. Their mouths were wide open. The other cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They all felt as if they were struck by lightning from a clear sky. Their bodies were numb as they looked at the battlefield. They had lost their souls. Their heavenly deity's mount, the heavenly Luon, was actually killed by that mysterious individual. Even when the heavenly deity took action later on, he still couldn't protect the latter. From the moment immortal heavenly deity appeared until now, all of the heavenly deity's attacks had been successfully neutralized. It was to the extent where his mount, the heavenly Luon, was even involved. When they thought of this, Immortal Mountain's cultivators revealed expressions of fear. Compared to before, their mental state seemed to have been shaken. You dare kill my mount? This sovereign will not allow you to enter reincarnation. Immortal heavenly deity's cold eyes locked onto Chu Bei. He released a loud shout that was full of vicious killing intent. In that instant, the hazy mist around immortal heavenly deity's body scattered, revealing his true appearance. He was astonishingly young, appearing to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. He was incomparably handsome and full of vitality. This was different from the dignified, simple, and gloomy appearance they had imagined. It completely overturned everyone's expectations. His head of hair shone, and his entire body seemed to be cast from gold. Unmatched natural laws were displayed. Die. His mount was killed. Immortal heavenly deity was furious. He used his true strength. Unmatched divine force rushed through the 9 heavens. A single word of cold shout sounded. A precious artifact flew out from immortal heavenly deity's body. It was shaped like a 5-phase mountain, and 5 types of light beams shot out. They merged into a precious imprint that floated above immortal heavenly deity's head and resonated with him. Hong Long Long, the precious imprint released a screen of light that sealed off the battlefield. It was as if it was scared that the shockwaves would destroy Immortal Mountain. Immortal heavenly deity took a step forward. Above his head, the heavens were crushed by unrivaled battle energy. With a wave of his sleeve, heaven and earth trembled. Kaila. Immortal heavenly deity and the precious imprint merged into one. Using his finger as a sword, he hacked towards Chu Bei. Immediately, the void split open. A pitch-black rainbow pierced through the heavens. It made one's heart tremble. Forget about a mere projection, even if your true body was here, I would still destroy you with a wave of my hand. Facing this terrifying attack, Chu Bei's face didn't reveal the slightest trace of fear. He was as calm and collected as before. When his calm voice fell, Chu Bei's body immediately enlarged. He was indomitable and gradually became as tall as the heavens. Unlike before when his aura was restrained, the current Chu Bei crazily circulated the Xiao Hei's power within his body. Chaotic ripples rippled in the surroundings. Just by calmly floating in the air, he gave off an indescribable pressure. All living creatures had to look up to him. Behind him, a belt of light that looked like a river of stars swirled about. He seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, as if he had existed since the beginning of time. Chu Bei took action. With a single fist, the entire heavens released a catcher sound and split into 4 regions. Everyone was stunned. They stared at the heavens in a daze, waiting for the collision of these 2 unmatched attacks. However, the heaven-shocking confrontation they imagined didn't appear. There wasn't even a world-shaking explosion that could make ghosts and deities weep. In almost an instant, Chu Bei's fist imprint destroyed immortal heavenly deity's sword radiance like it was made of rotten wood. Catcher. Within the battlefield, following a sharp and clear sound, the precious imprint above immortal heavenly deity's head shattered. Immortal heavenly deity's pupils suddenly contracted. Under the tremendous force, his body staggered backwards. However, before he could stabilize his body, the figure in the distance had already closed in on him. The other party slapped over again. Primal chaos surged at the center of his palm. Tens of millions of stars surged and suppressed down. Hong Long. In that instant, the heavens were covered in white radiance. It was as if tens of thousands of suns were shining down on the great earth at the same time. All of the cultivators below closed their eyes at the same time. They couldn't endure this dazzling radiance. When this sovereign's true body descends, I will definitely avenge today's grudge. If I don't kill you, the hatred in this great one's heart will never disappear. Suddenly, immortal heavenly deity's roar that was filled with dense killing intent sounded from within the white radiance. It then spread into the distance and resounded through every corner of the mysterious region. Gradually, the roar disappeared. The distant heavens became deathly still. Did the battle end just like that? That person disappeared. Did the deity consecrated by Immortal Mountain die? However, from what I heard before, that deity seems to only be a projection and not his true body. If that deity's true body descends, then perhaps the one who lost would be that mysterious person. The white radiance dissipated. The cultivators in the distance looked at the heavens above Immortal Mountain with restless minds. Their eyes were all filled with astonishment. The space that was originally shattered by the battle was currently being repaired by a wave of chaotic energy. The figure that descended from the heavens with the 5 elements' great imprint above his head disappeared. What remained was a young man wearing a long robe. He was as calm as the clouds and as gentle as the wind. From start to finish, his expression didn't change at all as he slowly descended from the sky. Chapter 427. Immortal Heavenly Deity was actually defeated. Don't forget, that's just a clone. The true body has descended, so who is stronger and who is weaker is still unknown. If it was you, would you be able to defeat that clone? Regardless, he is still a giant from the higher realms. Even if it's a clone, he can still crush you to death with a single finger. With his strength, even the impending great calamity can't do anything to him. In various parts of the mysterious region, the powerful creatures that had awakened all looked towards Chubei's body. They looked at each other in dismay, and their words carried shock. It was clear that the result of this battle exceeded their expectations. How could it be like this? Heavenly Deity Great One was defeated. The Immortal Mountain's cultivators muttered. It was as if they had all lost their souls. They could not accept the result before their eyes. When the battle ended, Qin Fa and Qin Shouqing's faces immediately turned ashen. The Immortal Mountain's supreme experts felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They looked at Chubei with numb expressions. They were at a loss as if they were wooden sculptures. You, don't come over. Looking at Chubei who was approaching step by step, Qin Fa's face became deathly pale. Cold sweat trickled down his back. In Qin Fa's eyes, Chubei, who had a warm smile on his face, was like an emissary that came from hell. Qin Shouqing on the side swallowed his saliva. The fear in his eyes was no less than Qin Fa's. This great one originally had no intention of bickering with you all, but you all actually invited Immortal Qin and tried to use his hand to suppress this great one. Chubei crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes swept past Qin Fa, Qin Shouqing, and the others. He had a ruminating expression on his face. Unfortunately, even if it is your ancestor, in this great one's eyes, he is no different from you all. He is just a slightly more powerful ant. When they heard this, Qin Fa, Qin Shouqing, and the other supreme experts trembled. Just as they were about to say something, a wave of coldness attacked them from all directions. It penetrated deep into their bones, and an indescribable wave of fear surged within their hearts. It was as if the god of death was beckoning them. Rumble, rumble, within the soul intimidating rumbling sounds, the Immortal Mountain's cultivators only felt their bodies tremble. It was as if their bodies were restricted, and they couldn't move. Raising his head to take a look, Zhongxian's eyes widened, and cold sweat began flowing down his forehead uncontrollably. Above them, a 30,000-meter-long giant palm formed from interweaving chaotic ripples slammed down towards them, arriving before them in an instant. Rumble. The 10,000 zhong large palm crushed downwards. Qin Fa and the others' figures were directly turned into nothingness. Then, they slammed into the Immortal Mountain below. Following an enormous sound, continuous mountain peaks collapsed and the great earth caved in. A 10,000 zhong palm imprint replaced the towering Immortal Mountain. The Immortal Mountain has been destroyed. Heavens, the strongest power in the Xian region is gone just like that. The cultivators in the distance looked at the immortal mountain that no longer existed. Their expressions were stupefied, and they couldn't snap back to reality for a long time. At the same time, a large malevolent face could be vaguely seen in the distant heavens. A pair of cold eyes locked onto Chu Bei, carrying heaven overflowing killing intent. Judging from its appearance, it was precisely immortal heavenly deity. He seemed to be trying his best to break the laws of heaven and earth so that his true body could descend and fight Chu Bei again. Only, the time wasn't right. He could only glare at Chu Bei with unwillingness. Chu Bei gave the higher realm's immortal heavenly deity a disapproving look, and then he walked towards Shahao. "Mother, didn't I tell you that master was extremely strong?" Shahao ran into Chu Bei's embrace. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and say this to Qin Yining. His small face was full of happiness. When she heard Shahao's words, Qin Yining subconsciously nodded, as if she had lost her soul. Her face was absent-minded. She was already completely stupefied, and her brain seemed to have lost its ability to control itself. She stood there without moving like a piece of wood, staring blankly at Chu Bei who was walking over. She knew that Hao Er's master was extremely strong, but she never expected him to be strong to this degree. Not even the ancestor could do anything to him, and his clone was even destroyed by the other party. Immortal heavenly deity was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was one of the giants of the higher realms. However, it was precisely this type of unrivaled existence that had just been defeated. Previously, she was scared that the ancestor would kill her benefactor, so she immediately stood out to plead for leniency on his behalf. Now, it all seemed like a joke. Shi Zhongtian and Shi Ziling's faces were similarly numb. When they looked at Chu Bei, sparks seemed to explode in their eyes. They were full of shock. "Your family can be considered reunited. This great one will bring you all to a quiet place." Chu Bei's calm voice sounded. He then indifferently looked at the tens of thousands of Zhong palm imprint below. With a wave of his hand, he brought Shahao, Shi Zhongtian, and the others away. Wasteland region, Stone Country Imperial Palace, a great hall. "What? You destroyed Immortal Mountain's mysterious region inheritance. Senior, what level of cultivation do you have exactly? Even the higher realm's giant immortal heavenly deity suffered under your hand." Inside the Great Hall, Thousand Joy Supreme Expert, Ghost King, Stone Emperor, and the other Supreme Experts looked at Chu Bei in shock. Their faces were full of astonishment. This Great One's cultivation is decided by fate. When faced with Stone Emperor and the others' expectant gazes, Chu Bei smiled knowingly. In the perfect world's cultivation system, there was the blood transformation realm, heavenly passage realm, spirit transformation realm, and engravement realm. When one reached the engravement realm, one could already be considered an expert. Above the engravement realm was the formation arrangement realm, which was the realm Shi Zhongtian was at. In the lower realm, one could already be considered a peak expert. As for the supreme expert realm, which was the realm Stone Emperor and the others were at, they were already overlords of the lower realm. Above the supreme expert realm was the divine flame realm, also known as the false deity realm. Above that was the true self realm, which was the realm of the yin-yang emissaries that Chu Bei slapped to death in the mysterious region. After the true self realm was the heavenly deity realm, void Tao realm, self-severing realm, self-release realm, and supreme being realm. Compared to shrouding heaven, the supreme being realm in the perfect world included half-emperor to great emperor. As for Xiao Hei's power, it could be said that he was strong, but he was stronger than him. In the next few days, because he didn't receive any new missions from the system, Chu Bei stayed in the martial imperial manor and focused on teaching Shahao cultivation. Mission 3, enter the 100 Shattering Mountains and obtain the Desolate Tower and Divine Striking Stone. Mission completion reward, 1 use of a level 19 commodity. Finally, Chu Bei heard the system's voice. It was also on this day that Stone Emperor and Supreme Expert Thousand Joy came to visit and told Chu Bei about the 100 Shattering Mountains opening. "You said the 100 Shattering Mountains appeared? In that case, I can accompany you on the trip." The reason why Chu Bei agreed to Stone Emperor's request was naturally because of the system's mission. The 100 Shattering Mountains opened once every few years, and it had already been 100 years since the last time it opened. Different from the past, the 100 Shattering Mountains actually didn't have any restrictions on cultivation this time. In other words, even Supreme Expert Thousand Joy and the others could enter. According to Stone Emperor, the great calamity of the world was about to arrive, and the supreme experts of the wasteland could no longer sit still. In addition, the 100 Shattering Mountains didn't have any restrictions this time, so these supreme experts immediately set their sights on the 100 Shattering Mountains. It was rumored that the 100 Shattering Mountains was an ancient battlefield. There was no lack of ancient supreme precious artifacts and even ancient immortal artifacts. In the minds of these supreme experts, if they could obtain a supreme precious artifact or an even rarer ancient immortal weapon, then they would have a sliver of hope when facing the great calamity. It was also because of this that the 100 Shattering Mountains no longer belonged to the continent's outstanding youths, but rather to the supreme experts who were about to face the great calamity of the world. "Master, can I go with you to the 100 Shattering Mountains?" Shihao blinked his eyes towards Chu Bei. "Of course you can." Chu Bei pinched Shihao's tender cheeks. "Thank you, Master." Shihao's face revealed excitement. 15 minutes later. Broken Sky City. This was an ancient city. Due to its location, the population was sparse all year round. However, every time the 100 Shattering Mountains opened, it would become incomparably prosperous. The liveliness even surpassed that of the capital. "Have you guys heard? This time, the 100 Shattering Mountains is different from the past. There are no cultivation restrictions. I was just wondering why there were so many powerful cultivators in the city. Turns out there were no restrictions. In that case, all of the peak experts of the great region will gather in the 100 Shattering Mountains this time. Among them, there is no lack of old monsters who have lived for over 1,000 years and woke up from seclusion." "Are you talking about those supreme experts?" Endless streams of horses and carriages filled the city. Apart from the sounds of buying and selling on both sides of the street, the discussions of the passers-by were even more endless. Honglong. When evening arrived, a hazy and faintly discernible mist rose outside of Broken Sky City. Soon after, an enormous sound shook the heavens and earth. Tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light shot out, as if a deity woke up from its slumber. It opened its eyes from the primal chaos, and streaks of lightning shot out from its eyes. In that instant, everyone in Broken Sky City was alarmed. The 100 Shattering Mountains passage has opened. Suddenly, a powerful cultivator in the city cried out in alarm. Then, he took the lead to turn into a long rainbow and rush towards the direction of the tens of thousands of multicolored light. Over there, primal chaos surged. Lightning interweaved, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Outside the city, a blurry shadow appeared in the originally flat area. It was like a mountain range, faintly discernible. It was precisely the 100 Shattering Mountains. As far as the eye could see, there were tens of thousands of cultivators around the 100 Shattering Mountains, and their cultivations varied. The powerful supreme experts and the weak blood transformation cultivators were all over the place. They were all waiting for the 100 Shattering Mountains to completely form and for the final layer of light to shatter. There are quite a few familiar faces. In the sky above the 100 Shattering Mountains, the Stone Emperor and Supreme Expert Thousand Joy looked around and couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Fire, long time no see." In the sky above the 100 Shattering Mountains, the Stone Emperor nodded and greeted a middle-aged man wearing a fiery red dragon robe. There were two famous ancient countries in the wasteland. One was the Stone Country, and the other was the Fire Country. This red-robed man was the Fire Country's Stone Emperor. He was an outstanding person from the same era as the Stone Country's Stone Emperor, and he had also entered the Supreme Expert realm several years ago. Behind the Fire Emperor stood three elders. Their auras were restrained, and they were also senior Supreme Experts. Calculating the time, it's already been 10 years. I didn't expect that this calamity would still come. In the end, we will be like our ancestors, disappearing in this great calamity. The Fire Emperor sighed. Isn't this 100 Shattering Mountains an opportunity? Perhaps we can find an immortal artifact inside. The Stone Country's Stone Emperor pointed at the 100 shattering mountains that were about to open and laughed. Chapter 428. Brother Shi, who is this person beside you? The Fire Emperor greeted the honored Sir Qian Shi, the Ghost King, and the other honored Sir before his gaze landed on Chu Bei. His eyes were filled with confusion. Right from the start, he had noticed Chu Bei. Both the Stone Emperor and the honored Sir Qian Shi were standing behind him, as if he was their leader. A senior who has lived for tens of thousands of years, the Stone Emperor said. Tens of thousands of years? Has he not experienced the calamity before? Or has he survived the calamity? Hearing the Stone Emperor's words, the Fire Emperor was stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Chu Bei in disbelief and sucked in a breath of cold air. The three honored Sir Qian Shi behind him were equally shocked. Senior didn't tell us about this, the Stone Emperor said as he looked at the Fire Emperor. Understanding the Stone Emperor's meaning, the Fire Emperor didn't pursue the matter. However, he looked at Chu Bei with suspicion. Qian Shi, I didn't expect you to still be alive. A low, hoarse voice sounded from not far away. It was a strange snake. Its entire body was red and below its head, it had 2 bodies, 6 legs and 4 wings. Its scales were dense and sinister, making it look strange and ferocious. Fei, you're not dead yet. How can I be ahead of you? The honored Sir Qian Shi snorted coldly. Do you want to have a friendly duel? The Fei honored Sir Qian Shi's eyes were cold as he fixed his gaze on the honored Sir Qian Shi. Its tail danced in the air and a red shadow flashed like lightning. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The honored Sir Qian Shi took a step forward and his aura started to rise. So many years have passed. Don't start fighting every time you see me. The calamity is coming and we don't have many days left to live. Can't we put aside our past grievances and talk? A butterfly flew over from afar. It was flowing with colorful lights and emitted a dazzling radiance, causing everyone to back away. It was more than a meter long. When it spread its wings, it emitted a beautiful light. Its entire body was covered with natural runes that flowed with mysterious profound meanings. That's the crack demonic butterfly. It is rumored that with a flap of its wings, 10,000 li of the sky can be torn apart. This is something recorded in ancient text. Someone said in a low voice, revealing an expression of fear. It shouldn't be a pure-blooded demonic butterfly from ancient times, right? Even if it's not a pureblood, its aura is definitely a veteran venerable. Demon butterfly venerable, your aura has become even stronger. Could it be that you're about to break through that layer of shackles? King Yu looked at the heaven-splitting demonic butterfly and asked. It's not far. Unfortunately, the great calamity is coming. Perhaps we won't be able to wait until that day. The heaven-crack demonic butterfly shook its head and sighed. 9-headed lion is here too. At this point, the Fire Emperor looked towards the west and spoke out. A moment later, a sound that sounded like a divine bell rang out, causing everyone's ears to buzz. He saw a lion with 9 heads walking through the air. Its entire body was golden and dazzling. It was extremely ferocious, domineering, terrifying, and intimidating. They're all familiar faces. When we were young, we fought for hegemony. I'm afraid that only a few of us survived from that generation. Who would have thought that with the great calamity approaching, we would meet again and enter the 100 shattering mountains together to search for opportunities? The 9-headed lion's eyes swept over the Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, and the others. With a roar, its entire body erupted with golden light, suppressing everyone's aura fluctuations. Its voice was like thunder, shaking the mountains in the distance. All of the cultivators' minds were shaken. Soon after, 80% of the wasteland region's supreme experts gathered in the skies above the 100 shattering mountains. Apart from the human experts who had been cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years, there were also many descendants of archaic creatures. These archaic creatures either had a single horn, 2 heads, or a human head with a snake body. Their bodies all released precious light and heaven-overflowing auras. They were incomparably powerful. Master, look over there. Little Red has also come. Shihao suddenly cried out. His small hand excitedly pointed towards the west. There, an entirely scarlet sparrow flew over. After glaring at Shihao, it landed on his shoulder. Its aura has become quite a bit stronger. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at the vermilion bird. It's all thanks to Senior. The vermilion bird respectfully nodded towards Chu Bei. Apart from the vermilion bird, the Zhuyang, heaven-swallowing sparrow, and Qiongqi also arrived in the skies above the 100 Shattering Mountains. Perhaps it was because of their restraining fear towards Chu Bei, but they all maintained a relatively large distance from Chu Bei. Honglong. After waiting for a long time. Finally, following an enormous sound, the barrier of light around the 100 Shattering Mountains shattered. In the end, it roared like a great wave as it engulfed the heavens. Great waves overflowed into the heavens, causing the entire world to rumble violently. The scene was extremely shocking. The 100 Shattering Mountains have opened. We can enter now. When the barrier of light shattered, waves of excited cheers reverberated around the 100 Shattering Mountains. Immediately after, thousands to tens of thousands of cultivators poured into the 100 Shattering Mountains, covering the sky and covering the earth. All types of brilliance flickered about. At the same time, a flood dragon swooped down from the sky, instantly disappearing into the mountains. A large golden bird flapped its wings, its speed not inferior to the flood dragon from before. The crack demonic butterfly flapped its wings and streaked across the sky, disappearing in a flash. The 9-headed lion roared towards the sky, its roar shaking the heavens and shaking the earth, rumbling loudly. At this moment, all the venerables moved together, rushing towards the 100 Shattering Mountains at the first instant. They wanted to find an opportunity to resist the great calamity that was about to befall them. Brother Shi, I hope that we can all survive. The Fire Emperor nodded towards the Stone Emperor again, then left with the 3 venerables behind him. Senior, let's move out as well. The Stone Emperor and Venerable Thousand Joys gazes landed on Chu Bei, waiting for his instructions. This is an ancient battlefield, so there are indeed many treasured artifacts. Let's go and explore. Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back, then led the group into the 100 Shattering Mountains. At the same time, he released his divine sense to the extreme. As expected of the 100 Shattering Mountains, this small world is full of treasures. If I can cultivate here, I'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Spiritual herbs, so many spiritual herbs. Treasured herbs that are rarely seen in the outside world can be found everywhere here. We're rich, we're rich. The moment the group of cultivators entered the 100 Shattering Mountains, they felt the rich spiritual chi that was different from the outside world. The spiritual chi in this mountain was even more abundant than some ancient treasured lands, and there were spiritual herbs everywhere. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the venerables did not care about the spiritual herbs in the mountain at all. To them, these spiritual herbs were useless. What they needed was a supreme treasured artifact to resist the great calamity that was about to befall them. Hence, these venerables went straight into the depths of the mountain range after entering. The central region of the 100 Shattering Mountains was filled with ruins as far as the eye could see. The eerie white bones and corpses were a ghastly sight, and one could faintly hear the sounds of ancient battle spirits fighting, which was terrifying to the soul. This battlefield was very large, and it was divided into several regions. Regardless of whether it was the human venerables or the ancient venerables, they immediately occupied a region after arriving at the battlefield, searching for an ancient treasured artifact that could resist the great calamity. Kai. A ray of multicolored light shot out from the ruins, like a silver line, and quickly pierced through the sky. There really is a treasured artifact. It even produced a spiritual awareness. Looking at the multicolored light that rushed into the sky, a venerables cried out in alarm. Then, they turned into a rainbow and rushed towards the multicolored light. Shio, shio, shio. Gradually, rainbows flew past the ruins of the battlefield from time to time. These ancient treasured artifacts were clearly not willing to be obtained by the venerables. As soon as they were discovered, they would immediately run. Honglong long in the skies above the battlefield, brilliant radiance began to flicker. These were the venerables fighting a great battle against the treasured artifacts. Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, Underworld King, Nine-Headed Lion, and the other venerables all found their own targets. Powerful methods emerged one after another, and their power overflowed into the heavens. My heavens, worthy of being venerables, those flying treasured artifacts are the true opportunities. What? Could it be that you want to fight with them over them? Even if you had 10,000 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. A few cultivators who heard the commotion hurried over one after another. When they saw the flickering figures in the skies above the ruins, they all revealed looks of shock. Master, are we just going to watch like this? Shi Hao looked at Chu Bei with curiosity. The things that your master is interested in are not here. Chu Bei did not pay attention to the struggle in the ruins. After pinching Shi Hao's cheeks, he continued to head in a certain direction. A moment later, Chu Bei brought Shi Hao to a remote 100-herb garden that was filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Inside the 100-herb garden, brilliant lights and vibrant colors overflowed. It was like a dream. Even the ordinary plants that grew here were sparkling and resplendent, emitting multicolored light. Master, could this be a medicinal garden opened up by an archaic expert? Shi Hao sized up his surroundings, and his mouth was wide open. Hualala, just as Chu Bei and the others stepped into the garden, the surrounding plants suddenly became living creatures. Then, they surged towards Chu Bei's group like poisonous snakes. Sharp thorns emerged from every plant. Chu Bei glanced indifferently at the plants that attacked from all directions. He raised his hand and formed a giant palm. With a sweep, the plants were caught in his hand with a Kaila sound. It hurts, it hurts. Great One, please spare our lives. We don't dare anymore. Please let us go. In the next moment, the plants began to speak human language and let out miserable shrieks that sounded like the cries of evil spirits. Master, they can actually speak. Shi Hao widened his watery eyes in surprise. They have already developed spiritual intelligence. In terms of strength, even Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators are no match for them. Chu Bei ignored the plants' pleas. With a tug of his hand, he directly pulled them out of the soil and then casually threw them to the side. What a ferocious fellow. We can't stay here for long. Next to the divine spring, a fist-sized white stone that was sparkling like jade trembled. It glanced at Chu Bei and could not help but mutter. However, just as it was about to leave, an inexplicably huge suction force wrapped around its body. Then, the white stone only felt that it was uncontrollably flying into the air. It let out a cry of surprise. Let me go. I'm just an ordinary stone. I don't have spiritual intelligence, and I'm not a treasure. I'm no different from an ordinary stone. The white stone struggled in Chu Bei's hands. Its cries were filled with fear and panic. Master, this stone can actually speak. But it feels a little silly. Shi Hao took the white stone and carefully sized it up with a look of disdain. Don't look down on it. It's one of the archaic Vicious 10, the divine striking stone. A speck of dust can fill the sea. Chu Bei's lips curled into a faint smile. What? Archaic Vicious 10? Hearing this, Shi Hao's face was filled with disbelief. He rubbed the white stone and swallowed his saliva. It can be compared to the Kuan Peng, True Dragon, Phoenix, and Chiline? Chu Bei nodded indifferently in response. Then, he took the divine striking stone from Shi Hao's hand. Only the desolate tower was left to complete the mission. Master, I'm going to pick all the treasures in this medicinal garden. After speaking, Shi Hao got busy. Hong Long. Just as Shi Hao finished plundering the medicinal garden, an incomparable energy storm erupted in the direction of the ruins. The heavens and earth trembled, and miserable and painful cries could vaguely be heard. Chapter 429. Where did this pagoda come from? It's too terrifying. It can even kill revered cultivators, and it doesn't seem like it's fully awakened. That was just a small portion of its power. If it fully awakens, how terrifying would it be? This is indeed the ancient battlefield. From what I can see, This pagoda must be a precious artifact belonging to a revered cultivator. Do you think these revered cultivators can get their hands on the pagoda? Deep within the ruins, more and more cultivators gathered as they heard the commotion. All of them looked at the sky above the battlefield, their faces full of astonishment. High up in the sky, a pure white bone pagoda was suspended in mid-air. It was moving up and down as it breathed in and out rays of light. Around the pagoda, a group of revered cultivators were holding on to their precious artifacts which they had found in the ruins. All of them looked wary and their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. This was because they had just witnessed this seemingly insignificant pagoda kill 3 revered cultivators with ease. Opportunities come from danger. Let me give it a try. Amidst the oppressive silence, the 9-headed lion couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and flipped his palm. A Chen Kuan bag appeared in his hand. Perhaps it was because he had seen how terrifying the bone pagoda was. The 9-headed lion was extremely careful as he controlled the Chen Kuan bag to fly towards the bone pagoda. Rumble. However, when the Chen Kuan bag was less than 5 meters away from the bone pagoda shook violently. Following which, there was a deafening rumble. In the next moment, the air around the bone pagoda started to crack and ripple like the sea. It was as if there was an earthquake in the sky and on the ground. As for the 9-headed lion's Chen Kuan bag, it was crushed by the ripples of the bone pagoda and turned into a rain of light. Hiss. When the Chen Kuan bag was destroyed, the revered cultivators, including the 9-headed lion, sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the bone pagoda was far more terrifying than they had imagined. What should we do now? The revered cultivators looked at each other as the atmosphere became awkward once again. Why don't we work together to take it down? I'm sure that this pagoda is a precious artifact. After some time, the Fire Emperor broke the silence. Agreed. Let's work together and try to take it down. If we fail, we leave immediately. Hearing the Fire Emperor's words, the Stone Emperor, Ghost King, 9-headed lion, Crack Demonic Butterfly and the other revered cultivators looked at each other. Rumble, however, before the Venerable Ones could make a move, the floating bone pagoda rose into the sky again and let out a buzzing sound. Following that, under everyone's astonished gazes, thin and long cracks appeared in the sky, and countless purplish-red flames emerged from the cracks. In an instant, the distant sky was covered in flames, and it turned into a blazing sea of fire. Endless magma surged and surged. The scene was bizarre, as if doomsday had arrived. The moment the sea of flames appeared, the temperature of the entire 100-break mountain range instantly rose. Countless cultivators immediately took out their spirit chi armor to resist the high temperature. This flame looks like the firmament flame recorded in the ancient book. Where did this pagoda come from? Firmament fire. That was a top-notch flame used to refine treasures. In the outside world, even a single ball would cause countless experts to fight over it, but it can actually be directly mobilized from the void. If anyone can control this pagoda, I'm afraid that it won't be long before their strength can reach the top of the entire wasteland. Some of the cultivators recognized the purple-red flames in the sky and immediately cried out in surprise. Their voices were filled with shock. The group of venerables looked at the sea of flames above their heads, and their faces were also filled with shock. In the blazing sea of flames, magma surged, and a phoenix could be seen dancing, vaguely letting out the cry of a phoenix. At this moment, the bone pagoda was floating in the center of the sea of flames, accepting the smelting and forging of the firmament flame. Could it be that it's injured and is repairing itself? It could also be that it's transforming and refining itself once again. No matter what, this pagoda is definitely not inferior to a supreme artifact. It could even be an immortal artifact from the immemorial era. The group of venerables' gazes were fixed on the bone pagoda, and their eyes were faintly burning. If they could really control an immemorial immortal artifact, then they would definitely be able to safely pass through the following great calamity. Don't wait anymore, attack immediately. The Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, Ghost King, 9-headed lion, and the other venerables all shot out divine rainbows at the heaven and earth pouch that the heaven crack demonic butterfly had taken out. The heaven and earth pouch that had gathered the power of all the venerables instantly shone brightly, and a large number of runes were released from the mouth of the pouch. Like waves, they surged into the sea of flames, and headed straight for the bone pagoda. "You bunch of mortals, you're really insatiable." Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice that was filled with supreme majesty that caused one's heart to tremble inexplicably rang out in the battlefield. "Did you hear that? Did that voice come from that bone pagoda?" The expressions of all the cultivators present changed drastically. The pure white bone pagoda was repeatedly disturbed, and finally, it started to riot. No wonder Stone Emperor was so polite to him back then. In an instant, everyone's eyes were cast towards Chu Bei and Shahao, and their brows were filled with shock. "It's him." After the nine-headed lion, crack demonic butterfly, Fei, and the other venerables regained their freedom, they looked at each other and stared at Chu Bei in shock. Even though the Fire Emperor and the three venerables behind him were similarly shocked, it wasn't as exaggerated as the nine-headed lions. After all, before they entered the 100 Shattering Mountains, they already knew from Stone Emperor that this person was an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. As for the Cheong Chi, Vermilion Bird, Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow, and Zhu Yang, these four great descendants, there wasn't the slightest bit of shock on their faces, as if everything was reasonable. "Senior, you've returned." Stone Emperor, Ghost King, and the others' faces were pale. They bowed towards Chu Bei, inwardly rejoicing. Fortunately, they came to invite this senior, or else they would have already met the King of Hell. "Who are you?" Within the sea of flames, the bone pagoda bobbed up and down, and the surrounding mist was withdrawn. It became increasingly resplendent and dazzling, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent, almost transparent. There was a heart-palpitating fluctuation spreading from it. "Does knowing who this great one is have any meaning to you?" Chu Bei's words carried a smile. Boom. The bone pagoda didn't say anything else, and directly exploded. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it was like a scorching sun that had been compressed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Chu Bei. Chu Bei smiled knowingly, and casually stretched out his right hand. He slapped forward, and a white light blossomed in the center of his palm. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and the distant sky was instantly filled with a pure white. Even the sea of flames disappeared from everyone's sight. A terrifying power exploded and spread out in the white light, engulfing the entire 100 Shattering Mountain range. Under the aura of this collision, countless souls that had died in battle flew out from the ruins, and circled around the sky, wailing incessantly. In the distant sky, just as the incomparably terrifying shockwaves of the collision were about to affect the spectating cultivators below, a thin layer of chaotic light stretched across the horizon, and successfully prevented the shockwaves from spreading. When the white light dissipated, and everyone saw the scene in the sky, they were all stunned. They saw that the bone pagoda that had a monstrous aura, like a meteor from outer space, was currently being held in Chu Bei's palm. The sea of flames that had originally been summoned by him had disappeared without a trace. "Senior, did he subdue that mysterious bone pagoda?" The Stone Emperor, the Ghost King, and the other venerables' gazes shot towards the bone pagoda in Chu Bei's palm. They were a little dazed, and had yet to recover from their shock. Wang, wang. Suddenly, the bone pagoda's insides trembled, and a brilliant ray of light shot straight into the sky from the top of the pagoda. In the next instant, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and a stream of crimson lava spewed out from the crack. It seemed to have come from outside the realm. Following that, the surging lava that carried a terrifying aura surged with flames, and symbols flickered as it poured down towards Chu Bei like a tidal wave. Facing this surging lava that hung in the sky like a waterfall, Chu Bei didn't dodge or evade. There was still no trace of fear on his face, and the corners of his mouth were still curled up in a faint smile. Kai. Just as the lava was about to drown Chu Bei calmly pointed out with a finger, and the void instantly froze. At this moment, the surging lava that was originally surging down like a river was suddenly confined, and then the space distorted and compressed. Catcher, catcher. The surging lava let out an inconceivably crisp cracking sound, and then it quickly dissipated into the void. Wong, wong, wong. The bone pagoda was unwilling, and its trembling sound became even sharper, directly shaking the souls of everyone present. An increasingly terrifying aura spread out from the top of the bone pagoda, spreading from the sky to the entire 100-break mountain range. Everyone inexplicably trembled. Screech. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out from the top of the bone pagoda, and under everyone's gaze, they gathered to form a huge true phoenix. The true phoenix flapped its wings, and a monstrous light burst out. Following a cry that came from the top of the food chain, the true phoenix opened its mouth wide, and flames spewed out as it swooped down. "Don't waste your energy." Chubei spoke, and his voice was especially calm. As his indifferent voice fell, Chubei raised his right hand and waved it again. A rippling hand easily crushed the true phoenix into a fried dough twist, and in the end, it turned into nothingness. "If I wasn't injured, and my cultivation was less than half, how could I have fallen into your hand?" The bone pagoda let out a cold snort, and its words carried a sense of arrogance. It continuously struggled, continuously releasing terrifying energy, but no matter how it attacked, it was unable to break through the palm that contained the power of primal chaos. "Your cultivation has fallen to less than half, but how do you know that this lord's strength is at the peak?" Chubei played with the bone pagoda, and smiled indifferently. "I have never seen you before." Hearing Chubei's words, the bone pagoda no longer trembled, and calmed down. "This lord's era of glory is even older than the era you have experienced." Chubei pretended to be mysterious, and looked at the void at a 45-degree angle, as if he was recalling the past. "You have ideas about me?" The bone pagoda held a suspicious attitude towards Chubei's words. "Follow this lord." Chubei reached out his hand to stroke the bone pagoda, and said, "This lord can help you fuse with the other half of the pagoda." Hearing this, the bone pagoda suddenly trembled, clearly because it was too excited. After a long while, Chubei's left index finger pointed, and a lottery disc appeared, with a swirl in the center. The bone pagoda flew into the disc's swirl with a su sound, and then disappeared along with the disc. He really subdued that mysterious bone pagoda, a supreme being precious artifact, so envious. When you have his cultivation, you will also be able to subdue a supreme being precious artifact. However, in my opinion, you will stay in the heavenly passage for the rest of your life. Below, countless cultivators' eyes were fixed on Chubei, and their eyes were filled with respect. No matter which world it was, the strong would always be the target of worship for the weak. "Senior, do you know the origin of this pagoda?" After recovering from their shock, the Stone Emperor, Ghost King, Thousand Joy Supreme Expert, and the others came to Chubei's side, and pointed at the mysterious bone pagoda above Shahao's head, their faces filled with respect. The nine-headed lion, Fei, and Crack Demonic Butterfly also followed, and their eyes were filled with confusion. "Is this how you mortals want to know about me? You don't have the qualifications to know." Without waiting for Chubei to speak, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded from the void, as if it came from Chubei's body. Hearing this, the supreme experts looked at each other in dismay. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to show it on the surface. After all, they had just personally experienced the terror of this bone pagoda, and they almost died. Chapter 430. Host has obtained the ancient desolate tower and the divine striking stone. Mission completed. Host is rewarded with the right to use a level 19 item once. The system's voice rang out. Chubei looked at the Stone Emperor. "I have completed my task here and am preparing to leave. Do you want to come with me?" "Senior, did you come here for this pagoda from the very beginning?" the Stone Emperor asked in a probing manner. "You can say so." Chubei nodded and didn't hide anything. "Senior, you and Howard should return first. The great calamity is coming. I still want to look for opportunities." The Stone Emperor, Ghost King, and the others looked at each other and bowed to Chu Bei, making the same decision. All right. Chu Bei nodded and waved his sleeves, bringing Shi Hao with him as they disappeared into the void. After Chu Bei left, the group of venerables started to search for treasured artifacts in the ruins again. If the Great Calamity is coming and you are unable to resist it, you can come to the martial Imperial Manor. I will ensure your safety. Just as the group of venerables was chasing after the treasured artifacts, an emotionless voice rang out in the sky. Hearing this voice, the Fire Emperor, Nine-Headed Lion, Crack Demonic Butterfly, Cheong Chi, Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow, Stone Emperor, Ghost King, and the rest of the venerables were stunned. When they came to their senses, their faces were filled with excitement. Did you hear that? It's that Lord's voice. Could it be that he really has a way to avoid the Great Calamity? Since he dared to say that, he must be able to do it. Haha, we're saved. We don't have to die. No wonder he could live for tens of thousands of years. He really has the ability to avoid the Great Calamity. Senior said that the Great Calamity is just a massacre by the giants of the higher realm. When Senior said that he would ensure our safety, he didn't mean that he would help us avoid the calamity. He said that he would help us fight against the giants of the higher realm. After getting over their excitement, the group of venerables started to search for treasured artifacts again. However, they were much more relaxed now. What did that mysterious person mean when he left? I think he was talking to those venerables. Could it be that those venerables are going to face a great calamity? That can't be. They are the overlords of the higher realm. Not far away, countless cultivators were discussing intensely. After leaving the 100 Shattering Mountains, Chu Bei continued to focus on teaching Shi Hao cultivation. After all, the system didn't issue any new missions. Shi Hao's perception was extremely high, and with the support of the heavenly materials Chu Bei obtained from the system, he successfully opened up 8 heavenly passages in just 7 days. Such peaceful days continued until the 10th day. Rumble. However, due to the impending Great Calamity, these ancient altars had been activated by various major forces one after another half a month ago. Rumble. As the Stone Emperor activated the altar, the void above the altar rumbled. Gradually, several palm-sized images appeared. Suddenly, one of the images enlarged rapidly. The size of these images was determined by the intensity of the violent energy of heaven and earth in that area. In the first large image, the sky in the image suddenly shattered like glass, and an enormous claw reached out from underground. It was surrounded by hazy primal chaos, and it immediately scattered the roiling dark clouds above. This enormous claw was thick and simple, as if it had been buried underground for countless years. There was still a mud shell between the claw that hadn't been removed, and it carried the vicissitudes of time. Master, those are the mountain peaks outside the village. Grandpa Village Chief and the others will be fine, right? Shi Hao recognized the mountain peaks in the image. He pointed at the continuous mountain peaks behind the enormous claw and cried out in alarm. Don't worry, with the lightning strike wood, there won't be any problems. Chu Bei smiled and pinched Shi Hao's cheeks. Senior, what exactly is hidden underground? It has already far surpassed the Supreme Expert realm, right? Stone Emperor and Ghost King stared at the image with faces full of shock. That claw was too large. It was a greenish-gray color, and it covered the heavens. With just a shake, the entire mountain range in the surroundings shook. The great earth ruptured, and smoke and dust rushed into the sky. In the image, the originally clamorous noise immediately became quiet the instant the enormous claw reached out. All of the birds and beasts, and even the ants and bugs, were trembling. It was as if an ancient savage beast had awakened. An indescribable pressure engulfed the boundless mountain forest. An old tortoise, but on its back is the supreme divine treasury. Chu Bei lowered the teacup in his hands and shot a glance at the enormous claw. His words were indistinct. Supreme divine treasury? Then has it also experienced several great calamities? Stone Emperor continued to ask. Chu Bei nodded. Every time there is a great calamity, There will always be giants from the higher realms looking for it. However, because of how powerful it is, even if these giants from the higher realms find it, they will still return empty-handed. Just as Chu Bei's voice fell, ripples appeared in the sky above the enormous claw. An incomparably enormous foot stepped down from the ripples, covering the heavens. 9-colored lightning rumbled under its feet, accompanied by roiling mists. Its divine might was matchless. Hurry and look, there really is a giant that came down. He's coming for the supreme divine treasury. Stone Emperor, Ghost King, and the other venerables looked at the foot that had suddenly appeared in the image, and the shock in their eyes became even more pronounced. In the image, the enormous greenish-grey claw collided with the foot that was descending from the heavens. The region instantly exploded, and the mountain range that was brimming with vitality was transformed into a stretch of ruins. Further away, one could faintly see a branch dancing between heaven and earth. Strange symbols flickered on it. Under the protection of the willow branch, a small village was actually completely preserved. Even such a frightening shockwave couldn't harm it in the slightest. What's up with that willow branch? It can actually protect that village from such a powerful explosion. Just as Stone Emperor and the others fixed their gazes on that willow branch, an earth-shattering boom rang out. In the next instant, the densely packed images above the altar shuddered at the same time. It's here. Stone Emperor, Ghost King, and the others were all shocked. They saw divine light fill the sky at the same time, and a huge spatial crack spread out in the sky. Countless doors could faintly be seen taking shape and being constructed. Catcher, catcher, catcher. However, just as these doors were about to completely take shape, a strange ripple spread out, and then they suddenly exploded. In the images, these exploded doors were as gorgeous as fireworks, and they were as breathtaking as the morning sun. They were extremely beautiful, and there was a faint rain of blood and scales that were being annihilated in the void, heading toward destruction. These big shots have all failed. Could it be that they can't come down? That rain of blood. Could it be that the big shots of the higher realm have been injured? In that case, aren't they going to retreat? Looking at the shattered doors in the images, Stone Emperor, Venerable Thousand Joy, and Ghost King exchanged a glance, and there was a hint of joy between their brows. The 8 realms of the lower realm also have their own great Tao restrictions. Although these so-called big shots of the higher realm aren't weak, they can't come down so easily. However, since they've already made their preparations, they'll definitely come down in person regardless of the consequences. Chu Bei's eyes swept over the Stone Emperor and the others, and his words instantly poured a bucket of cold water over the venerables, extinguishing their fantasies and expectations. Sure enough, the countless images trembled again, and the shattered doors healed again. Moreover, the radiance in the surroundings became even more brilliant. What's going on with that door? Could it be that there really are celestials in this world? They all live in the sky. Why aren't there any records of this in the ancient books? Could it be that there are celestials coming to our wasteland through that door? Everyone in the wasteland realm raised their heads, and they stared unblinkingly at the doors that were about to take shape in the distant sky. Their mouths were wide open, and there was an expression of disbelief on their faces. Boom! Finally, a door was the first to take shape in the sky. The sky collapsed, and a living being in Daoist robes walked out from the door. It was incredibly huge, and its entire body was radiating brilliant light that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Because the light around the living being in Daoist robes was too bright and resplendent, it was impossible to see his true appearance clearly. One could only tell that he was a Daoist. His aura surged like a tsunami, and it was also like a surging river of stars, vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Senior, he's descended into our wasteland realm. The Stone Emperor snapped out of his shock, and he pointed at the incomparably massive Daoist magical image in the sky. His eyes landed on Chu Bei's body, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Thousand Joy Supreme Expert and the Ghost King's expressions also changed. The Daoist that walked out from the door was just too big, so big that everyone in the wasteland realm could see him if they raised their eyes. Master, someone else is coming down. Shahao's eyes widened, and his eyes shone brightly. His small fair hand pointed at the sky as he cried out in alarm. Lightning hacked about from the second door, and the sky shattered. A golden figure walked out from within. It similarly towered into the clouds, towering between heaven and earth, as if it had existed since ancient times. This was an old woman. She wore a golden robe, and on her head was a precious crown. When her eyes opened and closed, they were like two great suns that flickered about. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens, and divine light curled about the surface of her body. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.